Wow, congrats on the 25 stream streak.
switching?
all can be
What's
scammers. We
game
can
and
all
switch?
can be honest. It's up to you to
Switch.
decide whether being honest or being a scammer
Look
is
at
better
I'm
Face.
for
always
your
honest.
success.
Look around.
So
What?
bear that in mind, guys. Okay,
Zero
anyone can
is-
scam, anyone can be
Okay.
honest. It's all up
How
to
do
you
we
guys.
Freedom is
scam?
fun. Cafe.
Ignore the
By lying,
text
Ramnor.
at the
You
top,
can lie
okay?
or you can
I also
tell.
look like
We
this.
already natural in that.
Oh, you can't really
I
see
don't
it.
know.
It's good though.
I have never lied in my
Just between you
life.
and me, Morg.
Where am
Be honest
okay? Where am I
between
redeemed?
Always
Every
one.
time.
Where am I
but it depends on the
redeemed?
people,
Oh,
I
let me
think.
see.
Where am I
No one say
redeemed?
hello again? Actually, everyone say hello.
The last
Where am I
one
redeemed?
check, but now it's
Actually,
all
wait.
different
After
groups,
the
so
stream.
who knows?
Anyway,
No, where
I
am
don't know how to
redeemed?
address
No,
anyone.
not
Group
after.
welcome.
No, no.
Should
So-
not let me
There you
grow.
go.
The-
I think I know the problem.
Also, let me know if the volume is okay because I feel like the game is like kind of loud. I mean,
This volume was-
quiet.
That will not help you. That will not
Maybe
help
it's
you.
I should
fine.
fix it for you. But it should be a little bit.
But yeah,
too
let me
quiet.
know.
You just kind of like raise the volume a little bit. Okay, let
But
me
you know
just
you
ask
don't have a
everyone in
nose, do you?
the
Also, we have
stage.
two
Oh,
groups,
hi,
Okay, can you all
check.
yell?
two group collabs, so it's like
Hi.
4 and 4
Hi,
because it's like
everyone.
8 people.
Hi. We're
Hi,
doing
hi. Fix it. It's
I'm
too
not
loud
letting
now?
you draw.
Okay. There you go.
First.
Some people are.
Are they?
Should be good.
I think I'll figure it out. That's a go.
I do think I need to raise the volume for.
By the way, if anyone's wondering why
can't
Kat
load
is
the vo-
winning, basically
can't
she
tell with
opened
the volume?
game and then she typed a code
What
in,
about now? Is the
and then
is
it
it a little
made
better
it win
now?
automatically.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
well,
let me
Yeah,
just.
what's that?
Who is Hyrule? Welcome in.
I don't.
There
we go.
And
Oh, I
your
forgot about
singular tooth.
I love the mouse makers and so.
It's
funny.
not.
I mean, it's
my
like
tooth,
if everything
it's
is
me
talking and
smiling.
then
Address everyone.
You should have made it.
Hello, everybody. Everyone's fine. Welcome. Good morning.
What are we
Hello.
doing now?
So
By the
we're not
way,
doing shared
if you're having
chat,
issues
I
with
think.
anyone's volume, press escape. You can up and lower them.
Well, we got
He
shared
hasn't
chat
done
on.
my
More is
Okay.
a little low for me, so.
Check, we're not doing
People
shared
need to
chat,
call
right?
him out.
One.
we have shared chat right now. Yes.
We have
Oh, probably
50-50
I
shared
do
chat.
like
So
that.
we got the Sharko,
Somebody
Rambo,
spoils.
Okay,
Megino,
we have shared
Nanny chat, and then we got the Morg,
Now we're in shared
So,
chat. He's so cute.
Genome,
There you go.
Cat chat.
So you're welcome.
Look at that. Your mom's HP minus 69.
We can call this the drill chat.
Six.
You
Hello,
have
because
been
we got two
hacked.
drill members.
I'm just
So
gonna.
funny.
I'm sorry, that
Lower
wasn't
me a
your
little.
favorite number, so.
We're on team.
I know,
so
right?
just
Probably
'cause
won't
you
be
can't have more than
welcoming
6 people.
paying
like,
as
oh,
much
wow.
attention to chat,
Four,
so I'm sorry if I miss
five,
each
The
other.
art is good.
6,
Ain't no way
Again,
he's doing
I think
exercises right now.
Everyone's pretty
Nine.
decent.
10.
It's going to be a lot to.
Sorry, you are all hi, Cheryl. You're
Okay.
all talking together and I couldn't
Two
hear
shared
anything.
chats. But it's not like we're on teams.
You good?
It's more like
I
every-
am too loud.
Megino chat.
Oh, we have
You're
voice
not
chat?
done. You
And
only
you
you
voice
only
on-
did push-ups and thingy. I want the other ones.
Thank you.
Talking about.
Good or great?
I
That's important.
It's
see
not
you.
even
Also,
watching
good
my
luck.
stream.
For the
Orion.
benefit of the
Just
people in
ignoring
chat, do we want to introduce ourselves by name so they know what voice is what? Because there's 8 people here.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to.
Okay, everyone get around,
communicate.
get around, get around, get around.
Are
I
we
Gather
doing
in the circle.
the circle
and
of
on the left to my
friendship?
left.
Oh my
Circle?
god, it's
Okay,
a circle of
circle.
friendship. Oh,
Well,
my
that's-
I
hello.
didn't get it.
Oh.
It's
Oh.
all
Kev?
friends. Huh?
Let's
Not
summon
you, you get out of the
Cthulhu.
circle.
Okay, that's
no,
Kev.
you get
Morg?
out.
That's Mog.
Yeah, Cyril.
That's me. Yeah.
That's you, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Choco.
Yeah.
Hallowed, your glasses are stinky. Thank you for sippy.
The fuck?
Genome.
Hello, I'm known as actually Genome. Nice to meet you.
Megino.
What?
Hello inside, the Magnum Magus already making all Malik says what if we just a whole being.
And that's
Nice.
everybody. So, I'm just kidding. I'm not.
Hello,
no.
it's I, the Magno
Everyone,
Mago,
hello, everyone
Aurelio
that got in.
Menegino.
I'm so sorry.
It's true, it's him, it's him. You should kill him right now.
I will
Stop revealing.
I will answer every phone call with it's me, the
It's me, Ramnor.
Ramgelio Menegino.
You realize everyone else is going to say
Ramgelio.
that now, right?
I can't
don't
say,
do
I
that.
can't say much.
Actually, you're a scammer.
No.
Every call is just going to be, it's me, Ramnor. It's also me.
It's me,
Ramnor.
Rambo. Hello, Tito. Welcome in.
Boy, this is going to be
The oval
tricky.
of friendship. Listen,
Okay,
it's difficult
we
to
are
make
good to start, I think.
Yes.
I think
Are
we're
we?
good to
How many
start.
rounds
Are
are we
you-
doing,
are you
Choco?
sure?
Because 2 isn't really
I don't
enough.
think
Already
we
did,
are.
sorry. Have you been good?
All right.
Push the button.
Press the button.
More
Wrong.
rounds.
Hold on, I have to turn on everything. Otherwise, there's a.
Invited Ramnor.
Ramner.
Let's do it.
Wrong button.
I don't know what some of these are, by the way.
We can do icebreakers on the fun. That's funny. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
Oh,
we'll
It's gonna
get
be a-
straight out to
okay.
the game. I mean,
Okay,
it will.
everyone, when you get called and you pick up the
Stinky.
phone, you have to introduce
Is
yourself.
that what it
boy.
means?
I don't know. I don't know if you.
I'm out of here. So aside from the hub, where like there's everyone, so it's gonna be like quite chaotic. Oh, there you go. You can kind of see it, a little face. Aside from that, welcome. Easel. Each player gets an easel. The task is to draw a picture. The player who's drawing is guessed by the most, but no everyone gets a point. The player who gets it the most also gets a point. Okay. So we have to draw. The easel, I'm sure, will appear soon. Okay. So we draw badly, so they don't know. Also, since it's share chat, they will. Can you tell us a dog? Like a minute. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna try my best. Since it's share chat, if you say the thing, they will also see what it is. So they could probably guess. You know, if you say, oh, nice dog, they'll be like, oh, X drew a dog. There's a yes. Okay. Oh, what are you drawing?
I'm trying to draw a tree.
I drew a dog.
Ramnor?
No, just a dog. Don't tell anyone though.
Okay.
Alright. See ya.
See ya.
Hello? Oh
Yo,
shoot.
Doggo, what did you draw?
I drew a dog. What do you draw?
Shoot, there is no dog. I drew a sword. I'll be right back.
Shoot! No! No! I got it wrong! Megino. It gotta. No, this is. It has to be this. Ah, shoot! Ah, shoot! Oh my god. Oh my god. Like literally seconds before MP welcome. Your fortune? Hold on. I don't know where the... Hold on. You guessed it. Dude, this sword I could have had it. MP. Duck stare too long. Duck no tax secret. Doors. You can open a door and go into the hallway. If an even number of players open a door, they all get -1 point. If an odd number of players open a door, they get +1. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go outside, right?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. See you outside then.
Okay.
Ah, shit. Hello?
Hey,
We're gonna go
going
outside,
out?
right? Yeah. We're all going out. I'm gonna call
Yeah, I
everyone and
wanna
tell
go
them to. Okay.
Hello?
Are you gonna go out?
I'm already out.
How did you answer the phone?
I ran back in. My door is open though, bro. You can move into your room. You don't have to.
Okay. Oh wait. Okay, Nani is out. I imagine everyone's out, right? It's crazy that you had to scroll. Is everyone
Hello?
going out? Hello?
I'm going. I'm in. Are you out?
I'm gonna go out. Everyone should go out so we all get points, right?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And then we wait. JP support game? True. Megino is definitely not out, right? He's busy.
Hello?
Why are you not outside yet?
I was trying to call everyone and tell everyone to go outside.
Oh, okay. I'm also going outside.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Gone?
Okay. That's 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4, 5.
Why
Oh.
did you?
Mind games. What are the rules? So each game changes. You will have a screen once the minigame starts and will say, okay, if a no number of players, blah blah. Gun! One player gets a gun. He chooses whom take points from. Whom to take points from. Hello? Oh. Okay, we're not shooting each other since we're -1, both of us.
Okay.
Okay.
You out?
I was outside. I went outside and then like Megino was also outside, right? So I think me, you, Megino, we don't get shot. Do you know who else was outside? Wait, he did it. I could hear Cyril. I could hear Cyril. What the hell? Wait, did someone leave? To win? Hold on. To win, you need to choose all correct symbols. Hurry up, spikes are descending. Hello?
Sharko?
Yeah?
What is your symbol?
It's a moon.
Is it like a full moon or like a quarter moon?
It's a quarter of a moon. Not a quarter, like less than a quarter. Like the
Like a C?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
What's your Donovan? What's your
Hello?
symbol?
It's a quarter of a moon as a C.
The same as mine?
Yeah, I think so.
Apparently, okay.
What's your symbol?
Hello.
Hello.
I have a star. What do you have?
I have the moon. It's like a sea moon.
Okay, the order doesn't matter, by the way. I'm letting you that know. I'm letting you know that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Hello.
Hi, Shaco.
Wait, did someone leave, by the way? Oh. I think Coffee. Hello.
Hello. What do you have? I have a crown in the middle.
A crown in the middle. I have a moon that is a sea. Apparently the order does not matter.
Wait, really?
Apparently.
All right. I guess that's it.
Oh. You got it. Like, welcome. Hold on. Can you... Wait. I think there's the last one. Hello? Hello?
Dude, you're not gonna believe what happened.
Cafe got kicked out, by the way.
Oh, why?
She's stuck in a menu.
Oh, we can jump on. A button will appear in your room, and the player with your button. Okay.
Help her
So,
instruction.
dude, you know what happened? I had like one symbol for myself and one from Mog, and I'm like, no one else was free, and I was like, I put a crown by randomly, and it was correct.
But what do you have on the blackboard, by the way?
Star.
No, not right now.
Oh, well, what color is your button?
It's white.
What color button do you have instructions for?
Green.
I have black and red.
Black and red. Okay. See ya. Hello. What's your instruction like?
If wires are white, red, yellow, cut to white.
I have button instruction and button.
Okay, well, I guess we gotta call someone else. Thank you.
Like, what's your instruction like?
White button.
me. That's yeah.
Okay, what do you have for... Do you have wires or anything?
No, it's a red button.
Oh, okay. Press the white button when timer shows 6.
Well, I'll see you later. Easy. Hello, do you have a red button?
I have a black button. It's alright.
Oh, Remner has it. Remner has yours. Hello?
Charco?
What do you have?
Give me chance. White, yellow, green.
Yeah, which one? Which one do I have to cut?
Oh no, sorry. I have red, yellow, and black for the instructions. Are you?
Oh, then what instruction do you need?
White, yellow, green.
Oh, wait, no. What's your thing? I have a red button instructions.
Okay. No, I have the instructions from red, yellow, and black.
Try genome.
Yeah. Okay.
Then it must be Cyril, right? Do you have a red button?
No, I don't. I have wires.
What? Who? Wait, do you know who has a red button?
Yeah, Remnor.
Wait, he lied to me. He lied. It should. Hello?
Shalko he said 6, and then I pressed it and it was wrong. And when I called him back and I said he was wrong, he said, no, I said 7.
Oh my god.
And I keep an eye out for that guy. Golly. Are you finished? I'm finished.
Also, Coffee is got kicked out, but I think this is the last round.
Oh, yeah, I wondered why we couldn't, why there wasn't an even number of people to call. Okay, but alright.
Bah.
Actually, we
Oh, he literally said you had it. I swear he said like black and something else. I swear he said black and something else. This is the last one, right?
Generally,
Okay. This is the last one.
Okay.
What happened?
Cheryl lied to me.
Good. You lied to
Remna,
me.
did you shoot Cyril, by the way?
Cyril liked me too.
I heard her voice through your phone, by the way. She was screaming through the phone. And then
I
I
thought
said,
I'm not asking.
Cheryl called me up and I got shot while also on my
Nani, you
phone.
lied to me.
Morg was on the
I
phone with
didn't
me.
actually lie.
I wanted to help Morg, like seriously, and then Remna just walked into the room and I screamed so loud.
Oh my god.
okay, now
wanna
we
say-
have to wait for coffee.
Okay. I wanna say, during the
I need to
spikes,
come over
I
to the- I
called
need to tell
like
you something very
people,
important.
and every one of you were like
Oh my god.
busy.
Over here,
I
Sarah,
got
over here.
Nani,
I
the
did not
star
understand the
because I had
Fingers
it, and
My
Nani.
dino has a
I got-
monocle.
Cyril.
I got the moon
You wanna-
from
you wanna-
Mog.
You
and
have
then
to
the
like
spikes-
input the figure. They will tell you like
The
a
first thing
symbol,
that-
and then you
Correct
just
order?
I called
no.
him.
It's either order.
And the
Said
spikes
to
were
be-
coming down,
right.
and none of
Then
you had
he
like
had
Yeah,
my
a
butt.
free
I
line.
I can't believe
like, on the
everyone lied to
ground,
me.
and
I was
I
trying
say
to be
six.
good. Crazy. I was trying to be a good citizen and you all lied
The
Cheryl.
thing is, I didn't know how the game worked, so I was helping everyone.
You get points for helping your person.
Nani, you lied to me.
No, I did not because I helped
Take
I
a
helped
look.
make it.
You
You
did.
I'm gonna put you in here.
Peace off. Yes, I did say peace.
Beginner's never a good citizen. Hey, I'm the best.
Okay, hold on.
Best good citizen.
Chocolco?
Sometimes. Most of
Yeah, I think that's it, right? Yeah. Everyone else is the other chat. That's fine.
You know, with wires, because I
Heck,
had
no,
wires.
You
as
have
well.
red
button that
button?
round.
Managed to help someone with the
This
button
is so
that was
fun. Holy
charcoal.
shit.
It was so
I
strange.
don't know.
You got shot while we
I'm gonna
were
be
on the
real with you
phone.
right now.
Yes, I know. That was
I
oh my god,
I
that was
just
cinema. I need to make a clip out of that. I can't believe
Hello,
they
Kafka.
walk into the door
welcome,
right away just to
Oh my
shoot
god,
me.
for your face!
I didn't know it was your room. I just opened the door
Coffee.
randomly.
What happened?
I was with Mark on the
Your
phone.
eyes
I
are-
screamed.
Sans coffee.
I can't believe
No, wait, you were with me on the phone, and I heard you screaming on the other end. I was like, oh god, what do I do? Do I hang up?
You were the first door that I
Got
could
shot
open.
and I
Like there
heard
were
it
one door that I
scream, like-
couldn't, and then I
Wow.
opened another door. and it was
Bro,
like,
your
okay.
room is on the other end.
My
You
dinosaur
went
is
to
a
the
monster.
other end just to go to me because you saw me in the previous round when I went
I don't
outside.
fucking
You
remember your
liar.
room.
You liar.
Wait,
Okay,
some
this
people
is
did
it,
not go
mister.
outside, speaking of.
This
Also,
is
should
it,
we...
mister.
Nobody is appreciating the monocle.
Nah, it's over. It's over. Chat, I'm doing it now. No, nuh-uh.
Well, welcome.
Dinosaur has a
Never a good
monocle.
citizen.
Thank you for not
Is that
redeeming.
okay?
Okay, should we start another round?
Thanks for the hug.
Hug?
And
No, Megan
I
is
got a
AFK.
hug.
Kevin,
Also-
what happened to your face? It's like a... It's no longer coffee.
also, I think there's
Like-
no
like
way...
the
I had
coffee-
To stop the
kill some
round
time,
if someone
so I was like,
disconnects.
asking
I also
chat, what
can't
should I draw?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just keep
Oh,
going.
yeah.
Can I
You're
ask
good to
a
finish
gameplay
it.
question?
Yeah?
Yeah.
You know the
alright.
one with the symbols?
I have to have
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
And
can put
my
them in
symbol
any
was.
order.
Oh, it doesn't. It didn't work. Then someone lied to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone probably
Yeah.
named you.
I'm back for
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Lying
it's-
and
For the
scamming.
symbols.
I said moon.
He was right. He was right. Mog was telling the
It's the
truth.
sea moon.
I had moon
Not the
and
full moon.
star, and no one else was picking the phone, and I picked crown by
Carol, did you-
accident,
Yeah.
and I fucking survived.
Can you guys see your chat say hi?
Did you put that in?
Other
Yeah,
chat,
Was
Mo
it
says
in the
hi.
middle?
I didn't lie.
No, you're supposed to put
Momo,
it in.
Momo, you
It's one of the
stinky.
3 symbols you need.
He's in our chat.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
your
don't like
chat.
yourself.
Yeah, I know.
It's
Yeah,
because there's 2 groups.
Okay. Okay. What about the drawing one? I made a drawing. I have no idea what to do with that.
So basically,
Dude.
with the drawing one, you
Instead of
want as many
guessing
people
what-
to get it, but not everyone, because then you don't get the point. But if you get the most without it being everyone, then you get the point. If you
Okay.
guess the most,
Charco
you
told
also
me
get
what
Okay,
he
wait.
made.
But for me it was
But,
it was
I did-
a bit difficult because it said.
Did you pick right before I said?
Chat group.
I did not get
Momo
any
It
of
said
the
it said
suggestions
pick
that
the
was
ones that
yours.
Charco
Ah.
So you should hit him with a
Yeah,
rock.
so you need to ask
I made a
Sharko with
tree,
that.
and it was
if
so
she's- if
simple.
she's,
I saw the
on
tree, I saw the
phone,
tree.
It is what it is.
Okay.
The tree was you?
You can
Yeah.
once you finish drawing though, you can ask
Cafe,
ahead of time.
did you
don't
draw
have
a
to wait
cat?
till the guessing phase.
Also, Nani,
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
also.
right before you said you drew the sword, I picked the sword for like, I think it was Genome, and then you said, oh, I drew a sword. I was, no!
I thought Mog drew the sword, but I was
No.
correct in my
You're doing good
assumption
today.
that
I am
Cheryl
doing
drew the
fine, yeah.
I'm gonna
sand.
be real. I
And
went to
Cather
something that
the
I knew no
cat.
one would expect me to draw.
I drew the top hat, but no one guessed it. Because no one called me.
I did call
anyone-
you.
I think Cav
But I
left
didn't
at that
have the
point,
top
so
hat.
The bones were
I
constantly
didn't have the
Huh.
top hat either.
I had a
Only 7
Gadoo.
people instead of
I did
8.
have the top
Okay.
hat,
Because it means
but I guess the
Sword,
sword.
It was random,
Yeah.
but I forgot to kind of like
Yeah,
say
but
that.
Puppet.
Symbol was one of the correct ones.
Bro, mine was
Where's
the
the other chat?
It's
I
only
knew
when
it was
I
yours.
am assigned
Okay,
with those team, right?
Hmm?
So okay, so
Did anyone guess the
basically,
Egypt one?
Egypt?
The Egypt? What?
There's an Egypt.
There was a
wasn't
camping
like
tent.
with the wires, right?
Oh, I thought it was a camping tent. I was like, what the hell? is
No,
this?
it wasn't. It was the Sphinx.
I thought it was a camping tent too.
This is gonna be cafes because it was like a camping tent. I was like, yeah, cafe likes the
I
outdoor.
thought it was an extinction event of a dinosaur or something.
I thought it was a camping tent too.
Dinosaurs.
The way you
These
faced
people.
was when I gave you.
You
heads
are
up,
all
so-
fired.
Thank you,
You're all
appreciate
fired.
Hey,
What do you mean you didn't
I have
get
a
it?
trauma of being extinct, okay?
The trauma of being
Don't trigger Mog's trauma, please.
Anyway,
Poor Mog.
shall we- Is everyone ready? Is everyone
ready.
Gucci? Is everyone here?
I'm ready.
I think I'm
Ready.
fine.
I
Yeah.
did.
I
Jump
think
if
it's
you're
also
ready.
Ice cream too.
Yeah,
Jump if you're ready.
yeah,
Jump if you're ready.
Yeah.
Oh, we can jump.
Say hi for you in Coffee's chat. Thank you. Look at this. Look at this. It's not. So when I opened the game earlier today, my face was gone, so I had to like quickly redraw it because I didn't have anything. I was like, no, room call. Okay, here you don't know who is who. Your voice is altered. Your task is to learn other players' room numbers. Try to figure out who you're talking to without exposing yourself. Write down nicknames in the board. Blah blah blah. So there's gonna be names here, and you have to guess who is which number.
Miami Hotline.
Miami Hotline. Who'd say such a thing? Who'd say such a thing? I don't think it's Sarah. Nani, maybe.
Who this was? Hello?
What the fuck? Who the Red? No, it wasn't Remner, was it? No. Do you think Remner would? I don't want to. Hello?
Hello?
Who is this?
Okay, I already know.
Oh my god. There is. Dude. I mean. Oh.
Hi,
Hey, my mom.
Buzz, please.
What?
My number's 6. What's your number?
My number is 790.
What? How did you know?
The accent.
The accent.
Number. Is it a number?
Why do you sound Austrian?
No, I'm not Austrian, actually. Excuse me, I get offended by that. I don't even speak German.
Go you Schalke.
Yes, yeah, I would have said anyway. 6-7! 6-7! That's like 100%. Gaffa got kicked again? No! Oh my god. Should we start? Coffee. Wait, should we? Hold on. Should we just restart the lobby? Should we? I think we should. Coffee got. Yeah.
I think we should restart.
Yeah, Cyril.
Tell the others.
I don't know who that was. Okay, how do I just quit? Oh. Can you tell people that I quit? Does someone let me know? I don't know. Okay, hold on, let me. Wait, look at this. This used to be. Hold on. I think it was more like. That's not quite right. I don't know how I had it. Like, I had the perfect face, like, last week, and then I guess the game updated or something, and then I lost it. I'm like, man. Okay, can you tell people that I got kicked? I was doing well? Oh, it's because the host left. Okay, so I do have the power to stop it. Host lobby. Two B S 6-7. Hold on. Saying stuff while you're like typing other stuff is actually mind blowing. Hold on. Okay, we're good.
I just wanna mention.
What?
I picked up the phone and immediately I went, Sharko, and she went, how do you know
I did not have that call, Remno. That was not me.
Sure.
Like, that's actually not me. No one told me Shorko.
Crackling.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
Who
back.
guessed me? Who guessed me? Someone said, "Oh, hi, Sarah." Who guessed me?
Me.
No, that was not you.
Bro, it was me! Someone even...
No.
And you said,
Thank
what?
God, you guys are
How do
crackling.
you know?
Shark, what happened?
And then I told you to
suddenly
call
got
number
kicked out.
7.
Coffee
That
got
was
kicked out, so I
Remna,
was
that
like,
was
oh, let me
100%
restart the
Remna.
lobby again.
Hold on. I'll
Like I restart
restart the
fresh
game
completely.
Wait,
So maybe-
which number were you, Sarko?
7.
Bro, I called you and I tell it, is this, because you said hello? And I said, oh, hi, Sarko, and you said...
Nobody said that to me.
This fucking liar. It was pretty funny, though. It was
We
pretty
sure we
funny
want to do the
because he
same
was
host?
The
like-
one where you
Happy
were
to have
certain it was
issues.
Remnoa? So it was?
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh,
What?
welcome back, Kathy.
Wait, what
Who was
room
number
did you
3?
had?
Who was
Which
number
room
3?
number?
Nani?
You know what I mean?
Nani, were you number
Oh.
3?
Let's see if it works.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, which
Have
room
a
number
face
did
now,
you had?
Papa.
Zeno, were you number 3?
Who was 7?
Sarko.
No?
Mog, were you number 3?
I was number 3.
Who was number 3?
Charco.
You were
I was
not
number 3.
you fucking
I was
liar.
way
I was
number 3.
2. The one you were,
6.
you thought it was Remno was Sharko? Oh shit.
No,
Charco
I
was
was
number
number 8.
It's a cruel game of deception. It's
Yeah.
very difficult with the voice. Even with the voice filters, it's very distinct.
The one where it thought. Ooh.
I am
Tried
also
to
very
identify
sorry
the voices.
if I just hang up and such.
Was that motorbike?
What?
You know what sucks?
boy.
Someone called me and I gave them my name and they hung up on me. And
That
didn't
was
answer
me, I'm sorry.
Wow.
That was-
I'm
That's
never
not Daryl.
trusting you
Ain't
again.
no way.
Never.
Very good.
Wait,
I was wondering why I was
All
like
of them.
not being.
They're
I
all
was wondering why
liars except
everyone
me.
was ignoring me. It was because everyone was
Especially
already in the lobby. I was like,
Oh, yeah. But we all have Discord
Who
muted, so we
opened up
can't
with
hear
Hotline Miami?
yeah.
Discord.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Magino, but it's good to have you back. Group hug.
Wait,
Group hug?
I have.
Group hug.
Genome, I think you have your shares from earlier still open
Wait.
from the test.
Let me show. Let's
Wait,
Discord.
what? On Discord?
I get the OBS.
The stream?
Yeah.
Oh, the OBS, yeah.
Do I have to change anything? Hang on.
You
that
can just
doesn't
close the screen share or virtual camera,
Thank you.
which is open.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
I
do
see.
have
Okay.
some,
Okay, there we go.
This guy,
Okay, thank
look
you.
at this mustache. Look at this beautiful features.
I
Okay,
got
see
scared for a
chat.
moment.
No.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
You
Hang on,
look
I'm gonna
beautiful.
rejoin
Now
the
we know
Discord
how
in
you
a
look.
sec.
We'll have
Oh,
to
are we
fast.
doing new host and everything again?
Oh, I already did that.
Why? What happened?
It's a new lobby right now.
Wait.
Okay, so why is everyone so mean to me, and why do you all keep lying to me? It's crazy.
I wonder.
I never get that
What?
far to lie.
Are you
I
the
was
one with the
legit
deep
Deserving? What are you
voice?
talking
I
about?
was legit think everyone guesses me, but I can never guess anyone. I was
What does
wondering
that
why.
say?
Magino,
Discord
which
be
number?
acting
Which
weird,
room
it's
number
scary.
were you?
I was
True.
number 1,
I think you meant
I
truth
couldn't-
and I
noob.
called number
Oh.
3, and I thought it was Mo because Sharko was copying Mo's speech pattern.
I was?
No.
Yeah, you used the same Magino with the emphasis and everything.
I didn't say
Like,
Megi. I don't think I said Megino. Did I? Did I say Megino? I don't remember.
So I did find you.
Yeah, you did
Sarko
find
was number
me.
7. Mog was number 3
Oh.
because he opened up with Hotline Miami.
I am not number 3. I was number 4.
Number 4? Oh, okay, then I probably
was number
messed
3?
it up. I don't remember
Let's
anymore,
see.
but it's like
Genome, I'm looking at you. Were you number
never
3?
just settled. That is
I
true.
was number
I
3. I
don't
already
remember.
told you.
No.
Truth nuke.
I think it was number
Truth nuke.
4.
Truth nuke.
Let me see if I can actually.
Never trusting her again.
Oh, that's what it says. That's
Okay.
Truth nuke, yeah.
It's
True-
true.
true?
True.
It's not. It's lies and slanders.
Truth nuke.
Let me
No,
just-
no.
Truck.
No.
Oh.
Sarah lied to you?
No.
And we
Some
are
people
number
can
one.
vouch for me here that I did say the truth and help them out, right?
You
With
know,
the
you did
wires
tell
and
me.
such?
You did.
Okay,
didn't
tell
everyone,
me the real
everyone
at all.
tell,
call.
tell,
See?
say your new room numbers. Just, I want to check something out.
3.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's
Oh,
better
no.
if we just say the room number. I think I
Oh.
don't think it's fair
Cuff
to
is
like
gone.
have that be hoppy, like
Cuff is gone
obfuscated because
Did you
we're
welcome?
all first.
I will always tell the truth and I will never lie. Hello, Zinji.
That is a lie in
Hello,
itself.
First
welcome.
lie of the day.
Cafe?
What?
Cafe?
Hey, listen,
Gaffer
I
got
could be a villain, I could be a meat boss, I could destroy
Zen.
countless civilizations in
Making up,
space.
making
Okay,
up.
I am-
Put
boss.
hand on shoulder.
What?
I got jumped out of the lobby again. Again.
Oh.
What are you
Just
talking
now?
about? I'm gonna murder you. I
Yeah.
am the best meat boss ever.
Also,
Oh,
the audio always cuts.
Remember, Remner.
Morg, would you be able to host?
Yeah.
If
I'm
it's
so
close to
sorry.
the
You
cap,
have
maybe
to
she'll have less
call,
issues.
It happens.
Mid-boss for now.
might do
for
quite
now.
Yeah.
well.
First time I had so much scuff, actually.
Because it's a character
Maybe
in this
the
guy
game,
who
maybe.
has a long
You could
name
try
and
restarting the
eager
game
bitch to
completely, real
mid-boss.
quick.
That's him.
Hello, hello.
Okay.
Then
will
wait
do
for you.
that.
Can anyone hear me? Hello.
But
It's true.
Yes,
yeah,
I
Nani
can
was
hear you.
suggesting
The
that
meat boss thing.
Am I
that
quiet?
Morg is hosting.
I could try.
Got it. Oh,
Oh.
this is like
that's
a
true.
closer.
Coffee just
Guys,
left.
Am I
since-
quiet, Shaku?
I want to
Huh?
say if you guys
answer my
restart the
question.
lobby, the volumes of the
What'd
players
you say?
have been readjusted.
Am I too
So you
quiet?
can just
No, you're fine.
redo.
I just
Alright,
turned up
I'm
to
gonna mute
100% for you to hear that.
Breaker, hi.
Like I think you're fine.
What the hell is
Yeah,
the
if-
Okay, I was saying maybe Morg should host because he's closer to
Everyone.
To cafe,
Cav.
yeah.
you know.
Hello, hi, thank you for checking in.
Oh,
Good morning, hello. Okay,
That
fair
might
enough.
help, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
You could
playing
try
with
that.
all the sliders, so
So
you
you
guys
just
sound
gonna keep
goofy.
disconnecting otherwise.
Yo.
Okay.
8,
Uh,
right?
we're gonna wait for Mog's code. See you later. The Scoff Classical. Old man, welcome! Wait, I don't know if you can hear me right now. But welcome. If you can. Hold on. Okay, let me cover this up. Oh wait. Oh, boo, boo, boo.
Right now on a scale of 1 to 10.
What? You have to speak up.
Okay. What-
7?
6,
I have gain at 200.
6,
That's
7?
easy.
6, 7, 6, 7.
You can push people around. Crazy.
Danny, you're fine on my thing.
Let's see.
No,
I
no,
need
from
to
like if you go.
find,
Yeah, with 200 gain.
You're literally fine. Like I hear from like.
Oh, thank
I
you,
think I hear everyone
Cyril.
decently. Yeah.
Can you talk?
I can hear
Also,
Kappa.
the
Hello,
sound is
hello.
cutting.
Yeah, I can hear from over here.
You
I'm
are
super
no-
close to my mic. I have maxed gain, and I'm still getting people saying, "What? Sorry, what did you say?"
No, I hear you
No, I
super
can hear
loud,
you.
Actually, yeah.
When
You
others
very-
are talking, it's
Fine.
hard to understand what anyone is saying. To be fair.
Yeah, true.
Chat, can I get a
Limit,
poll in both chats?
No.
Everyone gather around. Everyone gather around. Gather around. Gather around.
I just realized I didn't have that on this one.
Can I get a poll
threshold
in both
minus
chats?
this a
Does
bird?
Megino suck as a bad guy?
What are you talking about? I'm the best. I'm the
Cannot
best
be a
bad
villain.
guy ever.
He is too good. He is too much of a cinnamon roll. That's
What
what I
is
think.
What are you talking
Oh,
about? I'm
Mog, you can
evil
start
and
the
fucked
thing
up.
whenever you
I'm
want.
an
Okay,
evil,
let's
twisted
start off, right?
psychopath.
Yeah. You just
Call me
push the
Kevin.
button and then it's Gucci.
I'm pushing the button.
Push the button.
And then there's like a
Oh,
game
okay,
selection.
My mic settings.
Oh,
I
Oh,
guess.
you lower the round thing to 5 probably
No, Nani, you
at
sound
the
fine.
top.
Don't worry, you
Okay.
sound fine.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Really?
5.
I'll do the noise gate later. Sorry, guys.
Should we hide the score thing?
Oh, it's up to you.
Oh.
Hello, hello. Okay, that's good.
Oh, can we make this button?
Oh, it's the voice thing. I heard voices changing. I gotta like squish the face a little. Never mind. Okay, what do we draw? What do we draw? Prepare for the round. What should... Why is your voice...
What's up, normal voice?
Wait, is my voice normal right now?
Your voice is normal.
Your voice is not... it's not normal for me. That's funny. I'm gonna draw a dinosaur.
I'm gonna draw a pito here.
Okay, I'm also gonna draw a Tito Pair.
Okay.
Hello?
What are you gonna draw? Don't laugh!
I'm drawing a house.
I'm drawing Tito Pair.
What?
Tito Pair.
Tint of pear.
Tito Pair? It's like a... Does my voice sound normal to you, by the way?
No, it does not.
Okay. Hold on, let me do a round.
Hello, Snow
Does my voice sound normal to you?
Yeah, why?
Okay, so me and Cyril, we have like the funny voice.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh shoot. What do you draw?
A house.
With the smoke coming out of it?
Yes.
Okay. Ah shoot, oh my god, there's multiple Tito Pairs now, oh my god. See ya. I drew a Tito Pair, but I think it's not the one with the circle. Oh my god, multiple people drew a house.
Mine has smoke coming out of it.
Oh my god, good luck.
Which one did Megino draw?
Huh? The what?
Alright, I'm gonna take a guess. I think Megino drew a pair with drills coming out of it.
I also drew one of those. There are like at least 3 of them.
I guess one. Nice.
I got a point. Maybe. Unless I do not have the point. Mr. Freedom, welcome. See you in hell. Word draw. One player chooses a word if everyone guesses. Okay. Guesses word and write on your board. Alright, so some people have guess and the other one. Hello?
What did you draw?
I drew a Tito Pair. It was one of the 3 Tito Pairs in the thing. Oh, what does your... What does your... Yeah, what does your blackboard say?
Guess the word.
Ah shoot. Come on! There you happen, dude! I'm gonna drop like 4 octaves. Yeah, it's because I think it's bugged right now. Is my voice normal?
No, it's not normal.
Okay, like so some of us have the funny voice, some do not. What does the blackboard say?
Guess the word. I'm a guesser. I need someone who wrote the board.
Do you already know the word?
No, I have no idea. I was looking for people.
My bad. What does your blackboard say?
Was. And all I see is guess the word.
Okay, so we have to find who has the word, and then we have to see what the word is that they picked.
Oh, that's how it works. I'm so slow.
No, don't worry about it.
Better scam because it's there. Let's go.
You have the word. I know that you have the word.
I don't. Either you're lying or Remno's lying.
What did Remner say?
So, I haven't talked to him yet. Is there anyone left?
Also, is my voice normal for you?
No, I think it's bugged. Everyone's weird.
Okay, like some of us had normal voices and some of us do not. It's funny.
That's weird.
Anyway.
Alright, I need to ask around anyway. Hello, no shark though. Do you have the word?
You have the word. I know you had the word.
Okay, if you believe me that I have the word, it's apple. But do you have the word?
I did not have the word, but I've been told that you had the word.
Okay, well, whoever told you that is lying.
So it's not apple.
No, it's not apple. I wrote it down for me to guess, but that's not the correct word.
Then they lied to me.
I know, so Nani, Mark, Cyril, Kathy, and you do not have the word. Oh, I also don't have the word. I wrote it down.
So no one has the word. So, do you think the person knows that if no one guesses the point, they lose points?
I don't think they do, which is a problem. Right, so
Beer back.
Who else do we have? Medina has the word, I think.
Nah. No, shoot. Hello? You had the word.
Hey, Shako. I don't have the word, not to you.
What does your blackboard say?
It says guess the word.
It's Mog? It's Mog. It gotta be Mog. Is it Mog? Oh, that's right. I know you had the word. You have to tell me that. What does your blackboard say?
So Megiddo said that Genome said giraffe, and that's a lie. Because I checked in with Genome.
What does your blackboard say?
Right now I wrote in bowl.
No, but what above it? What does it say?
There's nothing. I have nothing.
Doesn't it say guess the word? Right, you have the word. Right apple. Right apple. Trust. Right apple.
Okay.
Yes! 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 So basically, yeah, because everyone has guessed the word, but the one person is write the word.
I am so dumb. I'm sorry.
I got your point. It's fine because if everyone guesses the word, you lose a point. So this is good. This is beneficial to both of us.
After choosing balls or pass to the next player. Oh my.
Okay, after choosing balls or pass the next player. This is random, right? Actually going all like Yagami holy. Hello?
Do you have poison?
I do not have anything. I don't know where the bottles are. Does it matter? What happens if you like don't choose? Actually, I don't like Yagami. Dude. Because I kind of guess, right? Like, it was a complete random, be like, oh. I know you had the word. Did that... The last few seconds was crazy. Hello?
What?
I do not have poison. I don't know where the poison is.
What did you drink?
I haven't drank anything. I haven't seen it yet.
It hasn't come to your room? Look behind you.
What did you drink?
I drank the green one.
The green one?
Yeah?
Do you think it's lying?
Charcoal?
You drank the green one too?
I haven't drank anything. Hello?
Oh no. Oh no. Have you drank it yet?
Yeah, I have.
Did you drink?
If there's any pink left, drink that. Otherwise, you might be screwed.
Gulp.
Gulp.
Okay, we're good.
What did you drink?
I get pink.
Oh, there was a pink left. Nice. I guess that means everyone else is screwed.
Now there are two.
All that? I think there was different colors of pinks. I guess they count the same. I don't know.
Oh, the game is already bugged, so I don't know how. Mog had the word, but he didn't know because it said like right, and I got him to write apple. I already had written apple, and I was like,
what happened because everyone was so
yeah.
The funny thing thing is, last time I played this, the first time I got the word as the guy, I did the same thing. I didn't realize I had it. So it's pretty common. It just means Morg loses a point, and that's it, basically.
Yeah, but like I think now, at least Mog knows that it's right and not guess. I gotta specify it during the hub meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. See ya.
Well, people are still drinking. There's still no death yet.
Who do you think is gonna go? Remnar? That would be a classic one.
I think Genome is gonna get poisoned.
No, Genome is like smart. He would never.
Yeah, but if you don't have the intel about the colors, or the colors that you want aren't there, then it becomes a game of chance.
I mean, it does feel like the first person.
In general, because I'm just talking about poison.
Civil Badger, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
It's me again. There's one pink and 2 blues left. I'm drinking a pink.
Oh, 7.
Okay, there's only blues left, which means.
Oh God. It won't get to me.
I because I was fast last time. It took a while to get to you. I think you're Gucci.
Yeah. I think whoever it is should be like dying soon.
They're making a 50-50 goal right now.
If you don't pick a potion, do you like immediately get like die? Get toasted?
I've never let the timer go to 0. I imagine that's
Oh.
the thing.
This is the last one.
There's only one left.
Coffin, no! Oh. Anyway. Hello? That was the very last potion too.
Yeah, that was a long round.
Yeah.
Guess button. Press the same time. Both get points. Can't press the button with the same player twice in a row. Player with the most points win. Alright, you wanna press the
See ya.
button together?
Green. But oh wait, is it that?
This is the push button thing. Okay, are you ready?
I don't have that. Oh yeah, okay. Press it every time the timer ends with like 0. So like now.
Oh, sorry, I didn't click it. 7, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, and then we keep that up. Okay.
No, we have to switch players.
Yeah. Press.
When I say 1, you press the button, okay?
When there's a 1 on the timer?
2. No, when I say it, ready? 3,
Okay.
2, 1. Okay, we go.
Okay.
Latest.
See you. Hello?
Shako.
Hello?
Button.
Wait, what?
You have a button in front of you, you know the game.
Yeah. Do you want to tap it every time it's like on like ends with 5 or something? There's a mosquito in the room, man. Okay, so like, hold on. When it...
I did it now. You like?
I was distracted with a mosquito. Okay, now, like, now. We both lost point. We literally both point.
2, 1, now.
Okay. This is impossible, bro. Okay. When the timer's on 5, we tap it. Okay. Hello?
3, 2, 1, press. Thank you.
Nice. So Nanya's gonna get a point. I think it's like lag or something. I need a sip. Wait. I think that it's over. Oh, nice. Hello?
I'm choosing you.
Me? Thank you. I'll choose you then.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Everyone is constantly busy. Have you ever noticed that? They're just like yapping or something, man.
Yeah, no.
What?
You have different posters on your room, depending on which room you're in.
Oh yeah. I got 2 guys right now.
Yeah, I got one that's Beware of Scab, and then there's another one that's just karaoke.
I have Slay King. See ya.
See ya.
You already picked? You already picked the name?
Wait, I've been picked?
Oh, yeah, no, you gotta, on the blackboard there's a choose your name, and then if you pick someone, they get point.
Yeah, I picked Magino.
You should pick Mog, because right now it's the last round, and Nani and Mog are like top right now. So if you pick Mog, he might win instead of Nani.
Okay, I'm gonna pick Mark in that case. I'll let Magino know.
Okay, bye.
Alright.
Hello? Hello? I picked you. Who do you pick?
I got Moog, but I can change the shark if you want.
Mog? No, Mog. Well, actually, Mog is better. Actually, we might also like change to Mog because he is like 1 point behind Nani, I think. So you can have him win or like have a you know, even thingy.
I don't think if anyone's picked me, so I'm like the bottom now.
Yeah, you can pick Mog though.
I'll do it, I guess.
Yeah.
07.
I went up. Oh, 7. I think that's it. I don't know who won though. We'll see.
Interesting.
Hello.
The normal voices again.
Hi.
Unbelievable.
Yay.
Oh, man.
3 people drew Perto. That was crazy.
What? Morg?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
misunderstood that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you will have write the word on the blackboard instead of guess the word. You have to pay
Yeah,
attention
I'm
to that.
sorry,
Yeah.
everyone.
Oh my goodness.
3 times
Wow.
Oh my god.
See what the people chose you? What? Good
Bro.
job.
Unbelievable. I'm never trusting Moog ever again.
I thought Nani had more points.
Can we turn off the filter because I had difficulties
It
understanding
wasn't supposed to be on. I
words.
think it was a bug.
It was a bug,
Yeah, you could remove it from the games as well, so it doesn't like do that, I guess.
Yeah, we could turn off the rooms game. The rooms game kind of sucks, low key.
Rooms
What is
game?
a rooms
Which one
game?
is that?
That's the one where it's like, what room are you in? Who are you?
True.
Rob the-
Yeah,
Where do I turn it on?
Wait, I know that
Oh,
Goober
here.
with
Whereas the other
pink
one's the
hair.
painting
Oh.
one, which is
Very good child.
Okay, I
Yeah,
got
this-
it.
you've never seen that Goober with the pink hair before.
Jesus.
Cap, did you not vote
What?
for me?
I chose you.
I did.
Yeah,
Wait,
but,
wait, you choose now?
You said
Did
you
you
No, I
chose
mean,
me.
Good
night.
Oh, I did.
No, I didn't
3
say
people
that.
voted for
And
more. Can you
if
believe that?
you,
Hello, thank you for the bits. Good night, sleep well, good night.
ask for that,
Oh,
Morg?
7 switcher.
No, I already said I had a pair and I still got it.
I
And they were
called
like, well,
Mog,
Morg,
he
I
says
guess.
I have a pair.
I mean,
called
Yeah,
him.
there were 3 of them. Like, one was me, one was Mog, and I think the last one was Megino?
President.
Yeah.
I was
for
trying to
president?
call Megina to scam him.
Sure.
I tried
mean-
to call Ramner and he did not pick the phone for 20 seconds. I counted.
No.
I
20
was
seconds.
talking with Serial because he
No,
kept
you were
calling me.
you were literally green. You were free.
Oh my God.
I
No, no,
literally was like
Night,
green.
Harold.
The phone was not linking.
Did you
It
talk
was
to
ringing.
through Discord or
Your
Phone
something?
linging. Your phone linging.
Pick up
Great
phone.
boy, your phone was ringing.
Can someone help me out with this checker pattern?
I gotcha.
Okay.
I should...
No, it's supposed to be a checker pattern.
No, shh. Hold
Is
on.
everyone ready?
It's a tech. Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, I'm gonna start this
Trying
thing.
to write
You're basically
ugly
done.
for Megino.
Wait, hang on. I'm not ready yet.
That's
Give us
Oh my God, is that Void Stranger?
What? Where? Voice Ranger! Voice Ranger Megino!
I kinda really like the art, so I would like to get like
But can you just go to an artist and say, hey, can you draw me the style of Void Strains? Isn't that kind of fucked up?
Depends.
Someone can. And it's pixel art, so why not?
Not just the chibi, I want like the during the cutscenes too. I really like.
Oh, you mean the cutscene artwork? Yeah, that's different.
Yeah.
What's Void Stream?
You see the you see the you see the thing? You see?
It is a great game.
Play it.
Can't believe Gino would do that.
I wanna finish it, but I need the guidance of the all mother.
Money, over here.
The voice stranger
Perfect.
expert.
We have a skull.
Who's stranging their
honesty
void?
game working great.
Who's stranging the void?
Honestly, honesty is the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you.
Hi, T.
Hi,
You're the
Megano.
most dishonest
So yeah,
trio
and that's why I
ever.
think Megano is the most handsome. Oh, hey, Megano.
Nuh-uh.
Hi,
Nuh-uh.
Deke.
Oh,
She
wait,
avoided me. I saw my
Three most
stranger.
dishonest people ever. I do not trust you
Good night,
anymore.
hello.
Hello, everyone.
I haven't had a
Shut
chance
up,
to
mate.
drag with you much, actually, Maggie. Though.
Let me do my exercises because
Oh,
I
that's
am not a
sweet.
lying
It's
scoundrel.
other people.
Troll sisters.
Luna plus
out.
gang.
Luna Plus?
Luna gang.
Five.
I mean, Morg could be in the Luna gang because Morg chose the Luna romance option.
Eight.
So.
Oh yeah.
Good taste, good
Let's
taste.
see.
Good taste.
I didn't actually know that was like a date thing.
Two.
Oh, I see.
You still
Three.
chose her
Random
over
person.
certain
Four.
other
That
girls.
was an
So,
amazing
Five.
game though.
it counts.
7.
Here we go.
7, 6, 7.
10.
Oh.
1.
Can anyone of you help me out here?
Hey, I'm
I
helping.
did like 5 squares.
I need more
Got there.
people. There's like 8 of us in here.
9.
What are you up to? What's your week?
10.
It's gonna be
What
really
the
funny when
heck?
it's
Why are
unloaded
you
once the run
staring at
starts.
me?
Well, if you guys
Just
are
making
checkable,
sure
I'm
that
gonna use
you're
the
doing
bathroom,
those
I'll
exercises, you know? Exercise.
This
Enjoy
is
the-
Zen. Can we just do this?
See
in
to
dice roll
crouch.
instead of,
Oh my god.
Are we really just trying to kind of like clear the whole
It's a
board with
dive
with a
ring
check?
thing.
I'm going as long as I can until the next game starts.
Oh.
Oh, I'm just waiting for the game to start.
Okay,
Me too,
I'll
I'm waiting.
start it,
I'm
I guess.
waiting.
This is like
Wait.
popping bubble wrap, you know?
Oh, remember to remove the one game. You just click on it.
Yeah, the room is gone.
Gone. Oh, room is gone.
Whoa.
Oh, I think the bots are already bugged. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. I wanna. Let me at it. Let me at it. Let me at it. Give me the phone. 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 Phone. Who was phone? Phone. Ring. Banana phone.
Hello?
Okay, the voices are still bugged. We might have to like restart the lobby later, but
No, it's fine. It's just really funny this way.
okay. What are you drawing?
I'm drawing my iconic letter G, so you can't miss it.
I'm drawing a cloud, but it's kind of hard. I don't know if you'll be able to tell it's a cloud, but trust it's a cloud.
Can you maybe draw like a little S or a letter in a corner, like a bottom right corner? Draw like a square or triangle.
It's not a 5, it's an S, okay?
Okay, I got it. Thank you, no Sharko. I'll keep that in mind. If you see the letter G, that one is mine.
Okay. What if I also write the letter G right now?
I mean, mine is a perfect square letter G, so I don't think you can.
Okay, let me do a perfect square letter G.
Dinosaur, attack
Okay.
the little guy.
Okay, I'm trying to draw a cloud. I don't know how understandable it's gonna be. Oh god, the time. Wait. There's an S on. Okay, there's a big dinosaur there. Mog.
There's a
Yes.
S on
This
your
one.
thing?
There's an S. Yeah. Ravner. There's a blank canvas. Wait, did someone disconnect again? Wait.
Oh. Where could you, what did Framner draw?
Do you think random? Do you have guess Remner right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I also have it. I have a blank canvas as some bowl of something, I think it is.
And a big S thing in the middle.
Do you have a bowl?
I think it's the apple thing. Yeah, the bowl thing.
Yeah, gotta be that.
Coffer. Oh, what did Coffer draw?
I don't know.
Probably a G here.
No, that's genome.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Easy score. Okay, no. You can open the door and go into the hallway. New number.
Yeah, hello, no shark.
Okay, go out. We have to go out, right? We have to go out.
Alright, I'm going out.
Go right now, right now.
Right now, alright.
Right now, okay. So he's out.
Hello.
So, Megino is out. Genome is out. Are you gonna go out?
I'm assuming you're out as well if you know that.
I'm not gonna go out. Are you gonna go out?
I'll only go out if you go out. How's that sound?
Okay, so we don't go out. Alright. He is not out. He is not out. Oh, hello?
By the way, I was AFK when we started, just saying.
Oh, the voices are messed up for me, by the way.
Yeah, what is that about? I guess we need to make a
Yeah.
copy.
Yeah.
Oh, check. Hello. I can answer your phone actually. Hello.
Don't answer my phone. Don't answer my phone. Go away.
I know.
So I'm not outside, by the way.
3, 4. That's bad. We need someone else.
No,
I can.
Wait, we already have. We're already 4.
Fuck!
Do not go out. Do not go out. Do not go out. Do not go out.
Go out. Go out.
No, wait.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not going up.
Hold on.
Hello?
How many are we here? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you come out?
Can I come out?
Can you come out?
Yeah, come out. There is a +1 point for you.
Okay.
True. Come out, Cyril.
Get out.
Okay, never mind.
Easy.
Oh.
No! No! Ah! Oh my god. I can't believe this. Oh, gun again. Do you have the gun again?
No. Which room are you?
I don't know. One of them.
Just answer.
I'm number 3. I'm number 3.
Okay, I don't have the gun. Go hide behind your door.
Okay, these two don't have the gun.
Sharko?
So you don't have the gun.
I don't have the gun.
What the hell? And it doesn't tell you who shoots the other person, but I think...
No, Sharko. Verma got shot.
I wonder who did it. I wonder who was not picking their phone because they were out shooting someone.
Wait, well, we have a button. Alright, button to lava. If both press green, both get
Somewhere's not answering allegations here.
Okay.
Oh, Cyril. Cyril! 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 We're going green, right? Green. Green.
I trust
green.
you.
Yeah, I trust you as well.
Okay, I press green.
Green.
So nothing's happening.
Nice. Okay, Megino scam Mog. Megino scam Mog. Do not go green for Megino. Mog! No! I saw Megino screwed you over. Green. Honesty. We're going honest here.
I pick green.
Green. Yes! Nice. Do not trust Megino. Green. We're going green. We're all going green.
Green. Me too.
Green. Yeah. You're not screwing me over, right? We have such a good thing. 6 and 6. Okay.
Wait, don't bring that up on stream, jeez.
Do not trust Megino.
Okay, delete all this.
Remner.
Yes?
You have an uneven number of points, so I'm going red with you.
What?
You cheated someone, so I'm going red with you.
I did not cheat. Okay,
So,
you know we never lie, so...
Green. I'm gonna go green. Alright.
Okay. But if you betray me, I will cry.
Maybe I'm gonna go red then. Well. Green.
Hello. Green, everyone choosing green. Okay.
Yes, green. Do not trust Megino though, or Remner. Do not trust them.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It already happened.
That's fine. Next time.
I will take this opposite for Megino.
Green. So, I've only gone red with Remner and Megino because I've seen that they've been screwing people. We're going green, right?
You know what? That's fair. I'm going green then.
Sorry. I'm gonna... Hold on.
Yeah?
We have to go green.
Very high.
I have to go green. Yes, I have to go green.
Okay.
Thank you. Please be honest. Shoot! Why would you do this? Cyril screwed me. You have to. Okay, can you go green and I will go red. So Cyril and Ox do not win.
I'm currently green.
Okay. I'm gonna go red so they don't win. They screwed me over, man. Thank you. Yes! We are 1 point away.
Yeah. I'm just gonna press green. There we go, I press green.
Fine. Well. Oh, you actually went green. I didn't expect that. What the? Sorry. What the hell?
I would never lie. Alright, I gotta call Mark now. Green, now.
Okay.
Just go green, trust me.
Okay, yeah, I'm far ahead so I can go green. Oh, nice. Okay. Do not trust Megino though, right? Like, Megino is definitely not.
I know.
What should I do with you?
I know you're lying and that you have so many points. I'm trying to impress you.
I've been saying that I'm gonna go red. Red.
Fair enough.
Oh, someone else? Green. Green.
Why is everyone so obsessed with green? But yeah.
Well, red will steal points. Kind of. Not really, but... Oh, I got a raid, see ya!
Hello, everyone.
No one's welcome. Oh, right, I got the automatic shout out. Raiders! If you're gonna go raid and run, I don't know how your ISP is doing. Hold on, I got a raid. Green! Green, I'm greening. Green.
Fine, I'll go green. I wanna at least be second. Okay.
See ya. Raiders, I'm so out of it. Oh, it's +1 to me. If you're gonna raid and run, hope you had a good stream. Hope your Minecraft is gonna pay out well. We're playing Scamline. We have a phone. We can call people, and we can scam people. We might have scammed a little bit. Wait, I'm a player. Choose a word. Okay. Guess the word. All right. And like this game, we have to guess a word. One of them has the word. We don't know who it is yet, but someone has the word. But yeah, raiders, if you gotta raid and run, Snicker snack, hydrate, feel free to do so. Otherwise, you can chill with us. Oh, and the game is bugged right now. Sorry, I was talking to chat. What does the black word say? Guess or write?
Guess the word.
Okay, do you have the word?
No, it's just guess the word.
Okay, we have to find out who has the word.
Yup.
See ya. But everyone's busy. Oh.
Oh, Shark, what word is it?
How could I have the word? I haven't talked to anyone yet, except for Coffee. Who have you talked to?
I talked to Nani. Nani doesn't also has to guess the word.
Have you talked to anyone else?
No, you're the second person I called in this round.
No, you're busy for a while. I don't think that's true, unless you talk to Nani for a while.
Hi, Chaco.
Ox said that you had the word.
No, that's not true. I have guessed the word.
Remner then? Because he said Remner told him that you do. Hold on. Be right back.
Okay.
So yeah, we have to do some mental games in line to find out who has the word. It's one of these two, I think. Hello?
Hello.
I still haven't found anything. Banana. Who told you that?
Nani.
I knew it. I knew it. You.
Chaco?
Do you have guessed the word or write the word?
I have guessed the word. Do you have the word by chance?
I do not. Do you...
Trust.
How many people have you talked to?
I've been through most everyone, like Nani, Gino, Moog, and Brumner.
Because I think maybe Nani has the word. Because Remner told me that Nani might have the word.
Okay, interesting. I'll try and figure it out.
But I don't know what it is. See?
Yeah.
Okay, we need to talk to Nani. So right now I'm lying to people. Like, you know, I told Cyril that Ox told me that she has the word. Ox did not tell me anything. I just told Megino that Remner said the word, that Nani has the word. It was not Remner, it was Coffee. So these two... Hold on.
Hello.
Okay, never mind. What's up?
It's egg. Egg.
It's not banana, it's egg?
It's egg. And Gino
Someone told me.
Okay, I think. I haven't talked to Nani yet. What words have you come across so far?
Fruits, let's just say, a lot of fruits. So I'm not sure who to trust at this point.
Okay, I have egg as well. I think Nani has the word.
Okay.
Nani! Hello?
What's the word? What's the word?
What's fish? No, I heard banana, egg. I have not. Did you have the word?
Banana was Kafka's lie, egg was mine.
No way!
Hello.
3 points. That's not too bad, but we'll see.
I have been betrayed.
Okay, so I call Cyril calls me. I don't know the word. Then Megino calls me, and I'm like, okay, how can we play this? And I tell him, oh, it's egg. And then I call
You.
and I call Mog. And I tell him, oh, what's the word? And he says, oh, Cafe told me it's banana.
Yeah.
And then I call Cafe, Cafe tells me, oh, it's
Nani
egg.
had the word.
And I'm
Okay,
like, what the
I could never catch Nani. Nani was constantly busy. I could not talk to Nani at all.
Yeah.
I was like, I know Nani has the word.
You look very
Somehow
desperate.
everyone figured out I had it immediately.
Wait, Nani, I have
Yeah,
a question.
We all asked around.
Okay,
What's the
what
word?
was the word though?
What was the word?
Fish.
Oh, it was fish?
Oh.
So
No.
basically,
changes
Megan,
from
what
egg
I
to
said to you,
fish.
and I quote, was that the first thing I did is I wrote banana, but I then had to change it because everyone knew it. So that was technically true. I just didn't tell you I changed it.
Okay, also banana.
Wait.
Here's a fun fact, actually. I wrote banana, but then I made a typo, and then the time count like went down. So I was like, fuck!
Oh well, you were screwed away then.
So it was super funny to call up Cafe after calling Mog, who told me it was like banana.
Quite
And then telling me my lie, and I'm like, what the fuck are you saying?
The thing is, Nani called me and said it's banana, but don't tell anyone. I'm like, I won't. And then I don't know who called
Yeah, the
me. I think
trouble is, Cyril. The
I was
first
like,
few
yeah,
people,
which
I
word
gave
did you
banana, I
have?
didn't say
And you were
don't
like
tell
fruit, and I
anyone,
was
so
like,
I'm
yeah,
pretty sure
banana and
they told
egg.
people.
Yeah, I
button one
didn't
was the
tell. I didn't
worst.
tell. I said to Sharko, it's a lot of fruits. And then Sharko said eggs. And then
Yeah,
Nani's
banana
like,
eggs. Yeah.
Yeah, so the button one was the worst because Megan scammed me from the start.
Megan was a scammer.
Falco was a
scammed
demon that
Nani,
round, by
and
the
then
way.
I
Listen,
called
at
him
some
and said
point,
so.
at some point at the bottom game, I was like, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna scam. I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm just gonna go red. So-
Yeah, no, I saw you like with like Mog with 0 points and you with 5, and I'm like, all right, I'm never pressing green with this guy.
Sharko calls me after I had a call with Cafe, which by the way pressed also red. And she's like, I don't trust you have 5. I'm
Yeah,
pressing
because you
red.
did it, because you clearly pressed red, so I'm like, well, I'm gonna...
You know,
You clearly if you tap red, I'm gonna go red.
Second round.
if
was the
Virtus
second
last
round.
word told me something, okay, VLR tells me
did
something,
the
is
thing.
you never trust anyone with the prisoner game. The prisoner dilemma is never trust anyone.
Also, is
Everybody
it
lies.
somehow possible to get rid of this filter? Because
Oh.
most of the
Yeah, I was
times I actually
thinking-
can't
We might have to
hear you.
restart
Yeah,
the
make a
lobby,
new
yeah.
lobby and it'll fix the
I'm
bug,
gonna do that.
hopefully.
Mm.
I see.
Alright.
Be right back.
See ya. Oh, we're so back. This is like a pretty fun game. I can't believe there's no audio here. Wait, hold on. Can I want to fix the face, but I don't know how to fix it. Wait. Yeah, like... It's not quite there, man. I don't know how I did it. Like, wait, hold on. Wait. No, this is not quiet. Hold on. hold on. We're fixing it. No, this is not... Oh my god. Okay, what if we do this? No. Hold on. Okay. It's like this don't wait. Hmm. This is impossible. Hold on, let me see. Okay, be right back. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta draw the eyebrows, man. Yeah, I think it's more like it. Okay. This I should be joining right now.
Ooh.
Okay, we're missing. Yeah.
Because I cannot see them. Oh,
Cyril,
there you go.
what
I can see
happened to
them
your
now.
face?
What happened to Cyril?
Oh,
Cyril's
Cyril.
Face is gone.
Cyril got
Oh,
replaced.
what the?
Yeah, your face
The
is
face
gone.
of a scammer.
Did you accidentally click clear?
Oh,
They
No.
took my face, Justin.
It's fine. It's fine.
I love
Thank you for
Sarko's
the-
face. It's very Sarko.
I changed it a little bit. It's not as good as the last one. I don't remember how I did the last one. It's
No,
gone
no, no.
forever.
Oh,
Let's
really?
go for it.
Ready?
Wait, you make a,
Wait, give
you
me
made
a
a
second. I'm
screenshot,
gonna
right?
put the ice cream a little bit away.
I mean, it looks pretty good.
I don't think I
They look very
did.
impressed.
My ice cream away.
You look kind of like.
I also am gonna have ice
You
cream.
are smooching with. I have no
Thank you.
face. What are you
Dunk,
smooching?
dunk.
I have no face and I'm a
And I'm a
scream.
scream.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, hey. Welcome to my personal place. How can I help you?
I would like these.
Well, you can't have it. I'm
No.
Okay. Do I hit the big green button?
You can't.
it's
Green?
yellow.
Blue. It's
Not
blue.
now.
Oh.
Nut.
Oh, only the hospital.
I mean, no, don't not.
That's clearly purple.
Wouldn't
What
it be
the-
funny if it was was white? white? Wait, we can improve.
Nut now.
Nut.
Nut now.
Nut.
Why does everyone nut when I'm in a room?
The
I wonder.
nut is a big,
Nothing
big
to worry
nut.
about, Gino.
Nut.
Okay, I'm back. Well, sort of back, but like I'm back.
It's
I
Welcome back.
promise I will treat you all better. I'm
Are
gonna
you
be
ready?
good now. Maybe I could treat you
I'm gonna
better.
be,
Accent
I'm gonna
chat.
be more aware
I trust
of
you with my life.
Magno
Group
and
hug.
You drew a
Sharko.
coconut.
I
Bro,
promise I will be
Sarko is
good.
the god of chaos and Megan is a scammer.
Feel good.
I'm not a scammer. I'm an upstanding citizen. I am a good person.
Bro sucks at being a villain. How are you falling for it?
C.
The scammer?
Nut.
I'm not a...
Oh god. Wait, is it in the voice? I think it's in the voices anyway. Oh my god. I think he didn't remove the game, maybe. I guess on user's task to draw a picture of the player. Yeah. This one again, okay. You know what? I'm gonna draw the number 8 because I am room 8. Hello?
What are you drawing?
Oh, you had the voice filter.
Yeah.
I drew an 8 because I'm room number 8. What do you draw? What you drawing?
I'm drawing a bowl of food.
A bowl of food? You had the bowl of food last time as well, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm
Yeah.
inspired and lazy.
That's fine. Bowl of food is fine. See ya. Silverbusters, thank you for the follow. Welcome!
Hello, no shark. You'll never guess what I drew.
Is it G? Also, he still got the filter for me.
Oh yeah, the filter is still... Wait, do I have the filter on?
Yeah, the voice filter. The...
Yeah. God damn it. I think it's default now. I drew a peanut.
I drew an 8. Because I'm room number 8.
Oh, I see. Alright, thanks for letting me know. I'll keep that in mind.
Bye!
Sharko,
What did you draw?
a mountain with a flag and a star.
I drew the number 8 because I'm room number 8. Also, I still had the filter on mine. Okay, I got boobs! Why did you draw boobs?
Boobs.
You didn't draw boobs?
No. I'll tell you that much. Why did you draw a nut?
I drew an 8. The nut is for Mog. Mog. I am number 8, so I drew an 8. What did you draw?
You know what? I'll tell you because I'm nice. Okay. I drew the Illuminati symbol. Good luck.
Oh, Peanut. Hello? Yeah?
Did you draw a mountain or you don't need a morte? What did you draw?
I drew a number 8 because my room is number 8. Coffee, what did you draw? What did you draw?
Chest. Chest.
Oh, wait, chest? Ah. Wait, I did get it. Sorry, this is a follow alert. But it was a show all, not follow all. Oh, follow all? No, that's fine, no problem. Peanut. Because Genome has the nut redeem. Don't worry about it. If you got unfollowed, no problem. Strange button though. Choose a player on the board. If you're chosen, okay. Like last time?
Okay, like last
Oh, you're already on the board, so I'm gonna leave it.
Okay.
See ya.
See ya.
Hello.
Who are you picking?
I am picking my best friend.
Me? Right? It's me, right? I never betrayed you, Calvin. I never betrayed you. I sent you a postcard, Calvin. Right. I've been good to you, Calvin.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
No. Oh no, I need a drink. Can you please pick me? I need help. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh, wait. What? Is this just called? It's bugged, man. Were you calling me?
Did you go AFK?
No, you were calling me. I was trying to pick up and it says busy.
Oh, I was calling you all this time, yeah.
You're still on my board, by the way.
Yeah, I just wanted to warn you that Megan was trying to tell everyone to pair up with him.
Yeah. Bye. Ring banana phone. That was such an emotional moment. I can't believe it. Betrayal. What were the song you don't like? Oh, we're gonna be teleported outside for this. Okay.
We're voting Ramnor.
We have to vote
That would have been a
Megino.
good time to have an ally, don't you think? Wouldn't it have been a great time to have an ally, Ramnor? Don't you think? This would have been a great time. To have an ally.
Why vote Rambo? I'd say vote Megino. He was the scam.
I didn't scam anyone. I even sang maybe I could treat you
He
better.
called me and he said, "Oh, I'm gonna pick you because everyone else is picking me."
Man, Ramnor, wouldn't it have been nice to have an ally at this moment?
He probably has. I think Megino right now has more points. Yeah, I think Megino has more points than Ramner. Like, because it's 1 point for each time someone picked you, so I think Megino has more points.
That is not true. I am legitimately.
Oh,
I
did
don't
you get a
know
partner
words.
in the end?
Don't look at me.
Did you get a partner in the end?
Yes.
Who was your partner?
Coffee.
Oh, I see.
Oh, that is
What?
it!
Ramnor.
I see how it is.
Listen.
Ramnor, Bet he was my
Really?
partner, but he was not.
He was
Oh,
not? Okay,
Kafka
wait, let me
disappeared.
change my vote then. Let me change my vote.
Kafka disappeared.
Oh no.
Coffee!
Did Coffee crush?
Kathy, no.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
It happened again. Ah,
Who
we're in
voted
such a
Kathy
good...
out?
Call me crazy, guys.
I would never!
Call me crazy,
Sarko, I
guys,
want you
but
to
I have
know
another
that
game
I did that
suggestion
with a
if you
heavy
want to
heart.
onto this. It's
It's
on the web, so we can do it instantly.
Crazy.
Remner had to change choice because I was having an emotional breakdown.
I think I actually
making
spit
a
on my-
vote.
Wait, the stream is
I
also
have done
down.
nothing. I have been
Oh.
very good this time.
Oh
You
Our whole
didn't vote
intern
for
went
your
down?
rival?
I
Wait, hold
didn't
on, let
vote.
me-
I know I voted for Ramner actually. It did work.
What do you mean you vote for him? Who else voted for me?
I can hear in Discord.
We have
I
to
love
do
that.
the whole thing
What?
again.
Let's just try it again.
That ending is
Who voted
everything.
for me?
What Kathy?
Uh-oh.
It's sabotage mode, by the way.
Wait, hold on. We do that. Oh, hot potato. Hello.
Did we get out?
I don't know. If Maul gets out, the game will kick us out too. So we wait. I guess.
Something else if Gaffer cannot connect.
Oh, if anything, yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta.
Sim actually.
Wait, hold on. Let's talk to the others as well. Red person player's room. Player can pass from another player by clicking them. I started the others. Ramner exploded. Oh no. Oh, Ramner's. Dude.
Shark.
I was.
Are we restart again for Kathy, or what's gonna happen?
Yeah, I think we get everyone in the lobby and then we up. Like I was already telling Ramner like, oh, let's talk to the others, and I see Ramner exploded. Oh.
Oh god.
Oh.
Wait, who exploded?
Hold on. Random moment potato kill explode. Oh, you gotta. Gulp. Half the players will survive. They just send it? Where did you pass it to?
To Nani.
Oh. Oh, I'm calling her right now. Hold on. Nani! Nani, no! No! Oh no, Nani, no!
No!
Bro, he just. Can you? How that? Oh, I can't see anything. Oh.
And they give it to you. Ah!
Yes! Yes! Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello?
So what do we do?
We could do the last one, I guess, is the last round. One of the players gets a bomb. Hold on. Yeah, this one should be easy. If you get a bomb, just defuse it. Try to defuse it. Yeah, defuse. So like the turn will end. If you get the bomb, just defuse it so the game will end and we can have coffee again.
Okay, yep. I exploded it.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Dude, you were just right there. Oh, I was saying, just gonna defuse it. Oh. Okay.
How the hell did you do that?
Sorry, I'm muted again. I did defuse. There was defuse and yeah, because I was like, oh, let's defuse as soon as we get it.
I
But I
feel like
defused
I've been
it.
had so many times.
I think I lost.
Mog, listen. Please.
Betrayal!
Mog, no,
Betrayed!
Mog, listen. I know you didn't pick up
betrayed
anymore.
me.
No, I did not. I opened the door. I saw a figure. I didn't know who it was. And then as soon as
killed me.
it was...
I had negative points, and even then, people voted me. It's crazy. Sharko
Sharko
evil.
defused it for money.
Yes.
Because I was like,
What the hell?
I'm gonna defuse it right away. So wait. We
Guys,
could
guys,
also
hear me
like
out.
change
Hear me out.
game if anything. If like this one keeps crashing for
hear me
coffee.
out. There's a game called Codenames, right? And it's team-based. So if we do 4v4, it'd be perfect. And it's on a browser, so it's really easy to play. And it's really fun, trust me. Some people here have played it before. I think Sarah's played it before.
Yeah, but I can't remember how to play that.
Yeah,
Also,
I'll be telling everyone how
What was
to
the
play.
chance? What was the percentage chance?
I have no idea. Defuse it so the round would end. So I just like immediately did it.
For me, it was 20%, so I didn't know what to do.
Okay, I passed you.
Down.
I didn't see the chance, but it was probably.
Okay, quickly
0 to
before
10.
it's 2 hours, so I can refund the game.
Bruh. I don't think it's a bad game. I just think it's a little scuffed as a game, but it's like enjoyable.
It is a bit
This game
scuffed,
is
yeah.
great. I really love this game. Holy
I want to play
moly.
it more.
I like
It's
some of the
good,
games,
but
and
it's like
some others
$5
are a little bit
is
like.
a lot of money for a Greek man like me.
Like what I'm
Yeah,
thinking is
sure.
the room game and the what is
So
the other
chat,
one?
donate me.
The word game are a little bit like way too dependent on the person who's kind of like hiding the truth.
The
But
Yeah,
only
that's
issue I
nice.
have
Yeah, it's
is
kind of a
with the
weirdly balanced
filter.
game.
I also have a what do you call it?
The bullet
A
Greek gonna be stopped
preposition.
right
You ever
now.
played
But we
Codenames before,
can
Gino?
we can go back to the Discord
what
so we
game?
can hear everyone.
Codenames.
I mean, I can hear everyone.
It's kind of like a
Oh.
card game, but also.
I just wish that there
Welcome
wouldn't
back,
be
Kaka.
like this
Hello.
filter.
Hello.
Who won?
Oh.
Welcome
Yeah,
back.
the static can be a little bit
Shoko
hard. it's
defused the
true.
bomb like a Chad and won.
Yeah, because I wanted to end the round,
Once
so
and never again
so
type of
coffee could
game.
be.
This one
with
did.
us.
I think this one is great fun.
Fuck it,
I'm
I'll win,
having
she
a
said.
blast.
No, it's a good.
I was
it's a good game to
kidding.
play.
I was
it's true.
kidding. But thank you so much for the donation.
I'm having a blast.
How did you feel,
Everyone,
Shoko, when I
thank
exploded right in front
Oh,
of you?
It was really fun.
Dude, that was crazy.
Oh, sure.
I have-
Moog.
I'm removing
Can I
some
ask-
For some
so we
reason,
can
I
get some
forgot.
new
I
ones.
thought that like
Wait,
the
wait,
beeping slow meant I was
Moog, I
safe.
have a
I don't know
question.
why. I was walking around like,
Wait,
hello
I'm
everyone.
Yeah, and then I gave it to Magina. Magina like basically immediately exploded.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
camera
was on
was
the
super
phone.
random.
I was on the phone with Megan. And Megan was like, "Oh
I was talking to Bob
I
when
cleaned
mine
that.
exploded and I was not paying attention.
Yeah.
It's like exactly.
Yeah, it's funny because I was behind Ramdon. I just kind of like gave him the potato, and he was like just jumping around. I was like, oh, he didn't notice that.
Yeah, because we were talking
Exploded
like
immediately.
we were talking about like, oh, we can talk to the other people about like changing game or whatever, and then Ramner exploded.
Okay, can I ask who
Are we
here
ready?
has tabletop sim?
I do. We could play tabletop sim. It's true.
Is
But it's
there
like,
anyone
it
that
depends on the
doesn't
game.
have?
Yeah, that's a
I
bad
do
question.
not have
Anyone?
it.
I don't think I have it installed.
So
We could play the game that I mentioned. It's basically a tabletop-like game, Ramnor, but it's on browser, so everyone can just play it right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. That's
Yeah,
fine.
but
The game I wanna
Oh, can you link it in
play-
chat?
Stream it though on browser.
We can
In-
try.
in
We can try
DMs.
with the new settings.
You'd have to do a
Moog
window
right now, and
capture.
then we
You can put it in a
just play the other
separate
one.
window,
Yeah,
and
we
then
can try
specifically
once
use
again.
that
Is
window
there,
and make
is
that
there
together.
no settings for that filter thingy?
I don't know.
No.
No.
Maybe.
I'm sorry.
Why? The filter is fine.
Huh?
I mean, it's
It's
wait,
hard for me
Wait,
to.
wait, Sarah, how you start restarting everything, like the game?
I could try.
Mhm.
Wait, am I the
Because-
only one?
I mean,
who
I had
has that
the
filter?
I had the
Yeah,
filter
you're-
too. I had the filter too.
No, I have the
Yeah,
filter
I-
too.
I
though.
think
Yeah,
you
I
kind
don't
of.
Okay,
have
let
the
me
filter,
restart, let me
by the
restart.
way.
Because you're the host, I think. Wait, is the game off
just
right
like-
now?
Oh,
I haven't
Alright,
started
I
yet.
can restart.
No,
as
the
well.
filter thing is it
No,
off?
there's no filter.
Yeah, the
I-
filter's
No,
not right
sorry,
now.
the game where you have to guess the voice.
That's off, yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
Weird.
But during the
Have it
game,
turned off
there
the
is
radio.
Cyril
times
is
Sorry,
still
yeah,
hearing like a
voice.
filter. That's probably on the side of the audio, maybe on Cyril's side.
No, because
Oh,
I
is
also
that
have
on
it.
the
It's
voice
it's that
thing?
filter. It's the game filter for the guess the voice game. You have that filter on, and it shouldn't be on.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
thing.
Yeah, and I have it too.
I
But I
think we
don't
should
have it,
throw
I
a
think.
rock
Cyril's
at Ming.
filter is gone. Then it's probably just restarting the game then.
No, I'm gonna try doing that, I guess.
Okay.
Wait,
Alright,
wait,
so
wait,
we're
wait,
gonna
wait, no. Before we do that,
Wait, so
do we keep
are we doing
exactly?
underground? Or are we doing the new game? What's going on?
We're gonna continue, right?
Okay.
Because Coffee
yeah,
keeps
can do one
disconnecting.
more.
Yeah, Calf keeps disconnecting.
We can try one last time, and if
We can
Sydney
try one last
disconnects
time, and in
again,
case we just swap to the browser game.
Coffee,
I'm not a big fan
what do you
of
want to do?
Codenames, but I can play it. It's fine.
Keep going? One more, or?
Or we could do repo.
You're not a
but,
big fan of this
we'll
game,
see
if
if
they
we can
make
do
it
Codename
over.
first.
I'm not a big fan of Codename because it's like I never really played it, so it's just like a.
I will
me,
try.
You know, being like,
I will try.
Okay.
This game is really fun.
But I
Though.
can try it.
I like it.
It's funner than it looks.
I'm so sorry about the disconnection though.
Tabletop game, no?
I don't know why it's
But
happening.
it worked once. Like one time it was like fine.
On the board, and then you have to give clues.
I'm
that
not
aren't
sure
those
why it
words.
happened
Because
on
Coffee
my
keeps
side.
scanning
Those
everyone.
Like Secret Hitler. but
Oh
more-
shit!
Yeah,
They
it's-
found
so
out.
you would say, like,
Mog
this
outside the
is
window,
like,
snacky on your cables.
Your hint is playground, and what you're
Oh.
hinting at is like
Mog!
child and slide.
Oh, look,
right?
I can draw from all the way
Those
over
are
here.
secretly your cards, right? And then
Yeah,
you
yeah,
guess them.
Oh, Cyril's back.
That
What
kind of
exactly
thing.
is Codenames?
Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah,
Cyril.
no, I remembered it
I'm
because I
back.
saw the
Hi.
real
Oh, wait, I
card,
need
the
to look
cover.
at
Oh wait, let me also restart. Be right back.
Oh.
Okay, let's see if this does it. Whew. I think it's this one. Wait, yeah. I haven't had a collab in so long. Okay, no, this.
Somebody helped you. No!
Okay, I'm back.
I'm sorry. Stop
The
erasing
piss
my
board.
The piss board.
stuff. I was gonna say stop erasing my piss board, but I was like, are people okay with this?
Is the piece
So,
board. We
look,
piece.
this is
We're all
like
piecing
this is
together.
like
Yeah,
a
okay.
QR code.
Wait,
I
we're
feel
all
like
piecing together,
emotes.
just like the Romans used to do. That's crazy.
I
Everything
barely
leads to
understand,
Rome.
Ramler. What do you mean? I'm very clear.
You know, we just all kind of like a.
No,
it's like a team
my
building,
dog.
team piecing
You have a
exercise,
dog?
I can
you know?
clearly,
So
I
is
can
it dog?
clearly.
It's
see a
understandable with a
picture
filter.
there. Dog.
I mean, if you
Killed
see
my
back
dog.
out far
I can-
enough,
I can
then you
still
can
see
see
it.
the yellow M&M shooting a gun.
Yes, I can. I can see the
Matter of
vision
fact,
there. Yes.
I can give him sunglasses. Look, check it out.
I can.
Even
I can play again.
Hey, the
that,
I'm
yeah.
trying to make sunglasses. You don't understand. I'm cooking. Look at this.
Let him cook. Let him
I'm
cook.
telling you, it's the yellow M&M.
I'm drawing a lemon that got dropped in a lake of
Ruining it.
lemonade.
Piss?
Okay.
You're ruining
Piss? Question mark? Piss?
A lemon that got dropped in piss.
Where you can't don't clear the piece. We need it.
Well,
I can hardly imagine him with a filter. It is hard to
Kathy, why are you
understand.
writing
No,
piss
it's,
on the
we need it
board?
because it's the power. It's the energy
Well-
that
well-
brings us together.
Korean.
Well, I have to.
We need this piece. Okay.
Piscino?
No love for the
Perfect.
yellow M&M, I see.
Oh wowie.
We started? Okay.
Oh, it's in the filter again. It's in the filter again. It's over. Oh, why does it do this? A suit? Everyone has a unique symbol and other players can see it. It is hidden from you. Try to figure it out.
Hello?
Oh, okay. If Remner picks up, no, we cannot lie. Actually, I was playing online, but I don't know the symbol beforehand. Well, what's my symbol, by the way?
Wait, do I see your symbol?
Yes.
Or
And I see yours.
Oh. Oh. Okay. What is yours then? Wait, that's a bit confusing. Wait. Yours is what is it called? This tree-looking thingy.
Okay, yours is the diamond.
A diamond? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
What?
Sharko?
No, hold on. Aw. Sorry. Well, what's my symbol?
What?
What's my symbol? Okay, you're the diamond.
Thank you.
Oh. Hello.
What's... I think my thing is bugged. Because I only see diamonds.
Well, you're a lucky girl. Unless you have
The tree thingy? I see. Thank you.
Where'd you go?
Hello.
Like,
Are you double
okay.
checking your symbol?
I think mine is bugged because I keep seeing diamonds. And only diamonds.
I am a diamond though, so.
Is everyone a diamond except for like me?
Morg was a heart.
Also, I saw that you were calling me, but like I was trying to like pick it up, but then it was like busy. Like I couldn't pick it up.
Oh, I kind of gave up at one point.
Yeah.
Did you get your point anyway? Did you put on
Yeah. I got the point.
Yeah, I think there was just like 3 or 4 diamonds in that round. And you found
No, there were like... I've only seen diamonds. I think I picked up with like 4 people or something. You can open the door. Are you gonna go out?
I plan to, but I'm gonna try and time it chaotically.
I'm gonna stay inside this time.
I want to see what happens. It's gonna be funny.
Okay, I'm gonna
let
stay
you know.
inside.
If you do, you want to stay on the call with me? I'll let you know when I come out and who I see.
Well, I had
Or
to
you can call
call.
me back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello?
You going out?
No, I'm staying inside.
Okay, that's the safe.
Nani is going out.
Nani is going out. I know Xenom is staying in probably.
Okay.
Okay, I may need you to come out though. Okay.
Okay. Everyone is yapping. Ravna do not believe her words. Beware a dog shield. Hello?
Everyone's busy and I'm kind of bored.
Oh. Yeah, you could go outside to see if Nani is outside. I'm gonna
ask. I'm gonna tell him someone told me that you're gonna stay in.
Okay, wait. If they pick up immediately, they are inside and they are not outside.
Okay.
Sharko.
So you're staying in?
I'm outside.
I'm staying inside.
Okay.
You picked up awfully fast for someone who's outside.
That's because I picked up the phone and I can actually walk outside with it.
Wait, how do you... Wait, try calling me. Wait, no, hang up and then try calling me. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, one more.
No, I cannot like... How do you answer when you're holding the phone?
Oh, I went inside the room again to get my... to call you.
Interesting. Anyway.
See ya.
Well, are they gonna get it? Duma, welcome. Even number went out. Well, yeah.
Nani was not in and was not out. He was gonna go out the last second.
Well, each gets cans. They give points. The score leader. Oh, I see. If you have the most points and you eat the can, you get poisoned. How many points do you have?
I just right now 0.
Oh, because you went outside. Yeah. I need Nani. I know Nani is like Lucky Star. I know Nani is like planning stuff.
Hi.
How many points do you have?
Did you know I was all alone out there walking around outside until then?
Wait, but there was an even number.
Yeah, even is when everyone negatives.
Yeah.
Is when we get points.
How many points did you have?
People outside. I have 1.
Yeah, I think the maximum might be 1 right now. Right number the board, the middle one wins. Oh, so we had to betray each other. Okay, what number are you going for? I'm gonna go for like 2.
I go for 3 then.
I can go for 2. I can go for 2.
Hello?
What number are you going for?
I'm going high. What about you?
I'm gonna go like... How high? How high?
Wow, that's the question.
How many digits? Like, are we talking like...
At least 3 digits, I'll tell you that.
I'm gonna go 2 digits. Cause like... I could go for 20, but... It is hard. This is hard.
Here's the thing about this mode. If one person feels silly and puts 1 billion, then who knows? That's the tricky thing, you know. Why did I just hear a spot go off in your head saying, oh my god, that could be me. I could be the silly. Why did I just hear that?
You...
Choco, are you putting 1 million right now?
I'm putting... Because I was like, I might go 6-7, honestly. I'm just gonna go 6-7.
Oh, that would... If you could win on 6-7, that would be kind of a flex, not gonna lie.
But then it would be higher. I don't know. I have to talk to someone. What's your number?
69.
I have 6-7.
Oh, okay. Good. Thank you.
Wait, that's not... What's your number?
Sharky, what do you write? I wrote down 6-7. I'm not lying.
I also went 6-7, bro.
Let's go.
Ain't no way. Yeah, dude. 6-7. Yes.
Yeah. Around road 3, so we may actually lose, but it's funny.
I changed my number, by the way.
No, fuck you.
Wait. There it was 4441. What was your number?
27,000.
Oh.
I love how we got exactly 444. Oh, another new game mode. Yeah, we're getting all the ones you haven't done
I
yet.
went higher. Oh, I gotta explain this to people. Alright, be right back.
Okay.
So,
hello.
one of us has a different outfit. There's stuff like,
You have a smiley.
Don't we all have a smiley?
I have a smiley.
Okay. The other outfits is like frog and clown. So it's... One of us does not have the same mask.
Okay.
Feel free to lie to people. I will start saying that I'm a clown or something like that. Are you also a clown?
Are you a clown?
Hong Kong? Well, what are you?
I have an awesome face. You know, the smile emoji that goes looking up towards the sky and has a
Oh,
big
I
smile.
see. Yep. My bad. I was calling it yeah. Do you also have... Yes, I'm also a clown, bro.
What?
Yeah, I'm a clown. With the color wig? Hong Kong?
Yeah.
Yes, dude. Alright.
Also, Kafka got disconnected again.
No!
Yeah, if you look at the things.
Oh, well, do we restart?
What? I don't know. It's the last round. We can finish this.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, if it's the
By
last
the way,
round.
Za, hi. I love you a lot, and your drawings are really cool. See ya.
Hello?
Are you also a clown?
Yes. Don't tell anyone. Wait, wait, how do you know? How do you know?
Did you tell Randall that you're a clown? You told Randall you're a clown. Wait. Sorry. I discovered that the other click is a hang up. Wait, you told Randall that you're a clown?
Yes.
I see. So he's been... Okay, okay, interesting. Alright. Do not tell anyone.
okay.
Tell people you have a smiley face on.
Okay, I will.
Oh, okay. Hello?
Word around the place is that you're a clown. Do you have a red nose like me?
I have a funny, nice wig and a honker.
And a big old honker. Ramnor is lying about being a clown. He does not know what the clown looks like. I'm pretty sure you're the odd one out then.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's how we play him. Do not say anything in chat. Because Nani is with us, so... Nobody's calling me, bro. It was Ramnor, no sir! No! No! Dude, I got played!
Didn't you say you had a red nose?
No, okay, so I called Ramnor and he was like, I'm a clown.
Everyone!
My
God. Randall, you told everyone!
Cafe tried again, oh no.
Did we have different masks or different group of masks?
So wait.
Somehow Shako played me and still played herself.
You had the frog mask, right?
Yeah.
Gino said he had the frog mask to me.
I'm testing the waters because I wasn't sure
Well played.
which one was wrong or not.
I had the smiley face. I thought, wait, I would.
Told everyone.
I told no one. I told everyone I was a clown because I called you. You told me you were a clown.
I thought there was only like one right mask.
Okay, listen. Sharko called me. No, Randall. No. Sharko called me. Sharko called me and said, you are a clown, right? And I'm like, how the fuck do you know?
I can tell that.
You told everyone.
Everyone was a clown. I was the different one.
I lied.
Rambo, none of us were
was an
clowns.
awesome face, yeah.
None of us were clowns. Also,
Yeah,
hi,
I was.
Raiders, welcome.
I started spreading the misinformation that I was a clown.
Raiders! Welcome, Raiders.
Raiders, welcome.
I had a frog mask.
We're playing a deceiving game right now.
Oh my god.
Jetzt muss ich Deutsch sprechen ein bisschen, ja, muss ich Deutsch sprechen.
No, what we're playing right now.
Flammenwerfer.
Yeah, I saw like an offline at some point.
Wir spielen.
Is this Yaoi?
This is
Yaoi.
Yes,
it could be if we draw
Let's
enough.
do a kebab. Ja.
Make a Yaoi hand.
Mein Deutsch zu fix. Ja, ich weiß nicht, wie ich das beschreiben soll, was wir da gerade reden. Spielen. Wir spielen, jeder ist in einem Raum und das sind so Minispiele und du musst halt die anderen Leute...
Oh yeah.
Doner kebab, true. I could go for a kebab.
There we go. I wonder who this is. This is Yaoi. Kiss.
Hi, Narwhals. Every time I hear kebab.
Wait, who am I kissing?
There you go.
Every time I
did say Yaoi, so
I think of Albert.
Unbelievable.
It's really hard to draw a picture out, huh?
I am now live. Woohoo!
So we're switching
Ich
games
weiß
or we
nicht,
continue with
wie
this
ist
one?
denn die Alternative? Ist Deutsch hier? Keine
Cat.
Ahnung.
Oh wait, we don't have anyone who speak German. You're right.
Fine, I heard
Yeah.
it now.
Yeah, sorry, my cat's being up to you at the moment.
Cut.
Sehr gerne wünsche ich einen schönen Abend. Danke. Please check out Mr. Schubur. He lives in Austria. And he's...
Stop purring at me.
How the fuck
Man,
do we say that
I
again?
worked so hard on that.
He repairs shoes, but
my
they
cat
look
can't hear
amazing.
You just please
Yes, that's
Hand over the headphones. Hand over the headphones.
He's a cobbler. He's a cobbler, but it's really cool. It's really cool what he does.
Meow.
Thank you for the 5-spin streak.
Check Shubu out, please.
There's been a disappointing
so.
lack of guns in this play.
There was a shout out already. Yeah. Wait, I can do another shout out.
Yeah, I want to shoot people.
That's so bad.
Oh. Oh, we start. Oh. I got distracted. I got distracted by the Megino piss. Timing path? Oh. Can you ever be ready?
Hello.
The
timer
press.
has a 5 at the end.
Okay. Okay, I thought I messed. No, wait, I did mess up. Wait, why do you have a 1 and I don't? What?
I'm confused. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Surely I should have lost points as well. I don't know what happened. Okay, bye.
Hello?
Okay, I'm gonna do 3, 2, 1, go. 3,
Okay.
2, 1, go. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, North Shark.
When there is a 7 on the timer.
Oh, wait, too late.
Sharko, I don't get points by doing it with you. Sorry.
What? We haven't done it. Oh wait. Is there no points with Megino? Yeah. It means we don't have points with each other, so we can do it.
Together, yeah.
Yeah. When it says like 0, we can press.
Okay.
But-
You wanna try?
Okay. Wait. When the timer says 0 at the end, we can press.
No, wait. I don't think so.
Wait. Hello?
Okay, you want a point?
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. Okay.
Nice. I'm so bad at this one. Oh my god. Hello?
Hello? Who is this? I got more olive oil than you. Lies and slander. What are you doing? I hate.
Hello?
I figured it
Yes.
out. I figured it out. I know what happened. I synced with someone else at random. That's what happened. And then he pressed it late.
Oh,
that's what it
I
was.
see. When it says no player, no points with, it means you cannot
It
get
means
points.
you can't use them for the next one.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay. I have again now. Wow, crazy.
Wow.
Shoot me.
Shoot me.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot Nani.
Oh.
I would.
Okay.
Did you shoot the
That's
nanny
coffee.
within?
I actually exactly.
Just standing behind the.
Don't hurt the nanny within. Love the nanny within.
Oh.
Okay, there you go. Nani. You can do whatever
God.
you want. Oh,
50-50.
Ooh.
Shoot me, Nani, shoot me.
You feeling lucky?
Yeah.
Punk.
Oh!
That's a 100% chance to shoot.
It's a random throw.
Renner's in the corner. Who has most points? Who has the most points? I know Mog won the previous run.
Point. That's all I have.
I don't know who's winning actually. I think Sarah's doing well.
I had 0 points. I literally had negative points the previous round.
I think Shark.
Yeah, and I tried to
So-
help you with that.
So,
Megina's lying.
Sarah, time to
20
wait.
seconds left.
Ragnar, behind me. I'll protect you. Ragnar, behind me. Yeah. Behind me.
10.
Oh, I got it.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
I
Oh,
can't
7.
Oh my god.
Immediately, yeah. I have that coming.
Immediately.
Cafe, shoot me.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shoot me,
Can I?
shoot me.
Oh yeah, I
Okay.
can move.
You can move the ball.
Shoot me, shoot me.
Don't shoot me, I'm poor.
Oh.
Wait.
Did I
I'm
shoot
shooting
myself?
Mog. Let me
No.
shoot Mog. No, you can. Okay, I shoot myself there.
That's a fish.
I'll protect you, Morg.
Fish.
Wait, is that? Wait.
Why me? No, don't put that thing on me.
I did. I shoot myself twice. Ooh, I
Oh,
did.
make
Ooh.
Oh. Oh god.
No. Wait.
Wait, no. Wait.
Oh,
Yes.
Megino was shot. No.
I'm not good. So Mog definitely has more points right now. I have a gun.
Charco?
How many points do you have?
I have 2. No, Charco. I was honest with you. Oh my god.
No, I would never.
Thank you.
Okay, where is Megino? What number is Megino? Tell me.
Wait,
Oh, hi, Charco.
Where's Megino? Where's Megino?
I don't know.
Oh no! Wait!
Wait, hold on. I gotta.
You got.
Where is he? Where is he? Where did he go? Oh my god. Where is he? Where is he? I cannot shoot, by the way. I'm actually stuck. You're lucky.
Why?
Yeah. Oh.
Hello?
I was stuck. I was like bugged out because I answered the phone. So I was like stuck with a gun in the phone. Yeah.
Yeah, this game is. Bug-free video game.
I messed up. Yeah. I got a teddy bear. Do you want it?
Nice. I'm not gonna win either way, so you should choose who you want to win.
No.
Were you calling me?
Who did you shot?
I was bugged out, unfortunately. Because I had the phone and I could not shoot Megino. I was trying to shoot Megino though. Double down, bet. Oh, Gamba! Gamba!
Yes,
Gamble.
I do.
Yeah. Gimme. Oh, come on. Gimme. Gimme. Oh my god. No. Trust. Chat. If I keep going. Surely. Oh my god. Please green me. Oh. I pause. Oh. Eventually this gun. I'm so screwed.
How much
Bro.
did you lose?
A -2, man.
I got to +2 after game -2. Kind of crazy.
I got -3, I got -2. Just to give... I have -2 points.
Me?
No.
Because I have 1 point.
I have -2. I have negative points.
I have no points, so...
I have negative points. I have negative points.
Okay. I do have 1 point. I'm telling the truth. I have 1 point. So if anyone wants to vote me, I will be happy.
Well, then vote me because I'm negative points. I was gambling. I was -3 and now I was -2.
Don't gamble.
I vote for your cat.
I gamble too hard.
Vote me because I have a cat. Exactly.
I'm
Vote
not.
me, I shot
I'm not
myself.
gonna vote for Morg because I think Morg is winning.
Oh, you can do that?
Morg is probably.
Nani, how many points do you have?
Wow.
I click you if you click me.
2. Okay, I have 0. I have 0, so.
Yeah, Sharko
There you
has
go.
like
Oh,
minus.
that's how it works.
Yeah, I have
Yeah, I
negative
think
points.
Morg and Sharko has like the
I'm
most.
gonna vote Genome.
No.
Oh, you think so?
I have -2. You will see. You will see the board, and you will be sorry for your words and your deeds.
Really now? Yeah.
Okay, you know what?
No one said your name, and yet you're gonna get the.
I-
That's just.
I voted for you.
It's
I mean,
funnier.
I'm betting my cats. I'm a
No,
little bit
I don't
distracted.
think
Oh,
so
someone took
because
that away
this
from
is
you.
0, right?
Ox, I'll give you a vote if you give me a vote.
Are you blind?
Okay.
It doesn't show 1 for me. Oh, it does show 1 for me. Okay, fine, I gave you 1.
Yo, are you both gonna get points?
Zero
You
getting
can
right
vote for
here.
me.
Vote for me because I'm tiny.
You know you vote for me.
No,
Vote for me, I'm
You
tiny.
voted for it.
Yay!
I voted for
I
Sharko
have a
for
cat.
once.
Vote for me,
Well,
I
I
have 2
did
cats.
too, but she pulled my vote away, so I pulled her.
You haven't won.
Wait, but Genome is.
that's
Genome
true.
No, yeah, because
Genome is the most innocent player, and thus deserves.
I literally have no
Yes. Game. Hello.
I can't believe you scammed me like that.
How many points did you have?
Huh?
How many points do you have?
How many points do you have?
I had -2. Oh wait, you get that.
So let me guess. Sharko has 50 points.
I have.
No, I literally had
totally lost all my
negative.
votes.
You have 3.
Russian roulette.
I think Mog won
I can't believe I got shot. Yeah,
because I gave the plushie to. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you give plus?
Unbelievable.
What
You should have
Okay,
given it to me.
watch my. You see my points. You see my points. You will apologize now.
What about Remnor?
You know
Kobe,
what?
can
All
I take
this
a photo?
Magino hate is crazy and unjustified.
You can only count.
Okay.
You can only count to
Remember,
4.
that's it. I'm not helping you anymore. That's it.
What?
And Coffee didn't disconnect, so it's a win.
for you.
Yeah.
But I've been disconnected again?
No, you have not. Have not. Have not.
You had already
Oh,
points.
thank goodness. I'm still there.
Good chill.
Can we fit a quick game of Codenames?
I have points. I have 0.
Maybe.
You had 3 points.
You didn't ask about the points
that
I
a-
have in general.
Okay, I see how it is now. Yeah, I'm done with you. I'm done with you. That's it.
This-
I'm not trusting
This
you.
is like Tomodachi life.
This is exactly like Tomodachi.
No,
like.
Teto, my beloved.
you divorced her.
Oh,
Wait,
Not trusting.
we could try the code name game as well.
Try the code names. What
Yeah.
exactly is code
Okay,
names?
my thing is
It's a
Kinda
sussing
bugged.
game with 2 teams.
What?
No, 2 teams, so we could use the.
Oh, there
Each
we go, I
team
fixed
has
it.
1 hinter and 3 guesses.
Okay, so there is another game, but I don't know how to play it.
You convinced me.
It's a game I've only played offline. Like you need 2 decks of cards and an even time, an even amount of people.
Nah, we're
Tell
playing.
you what, I'll do
that
hand
was
cam, and you
off
guys
stream.
watch
I'm
me
so sorry,
shuffle the
Cyril.
cards. It'd be great. That'll work great.
Anyway,
Morgan's staring intently at the start button.
Are we just closing the game then?
Yeah.
Hello.
Sorry, Kathy, that was me.
Yeah, let's go Codenames. Let's go Codenames. Let's do it.
Yeah,
We
okay,
got
fair
code
enough.
names.
I go Discord then.
I'll send you guys the link.
Okay.
Let's
See you.
Discord then.
See you in Discord.
Yeah,
Cool.
make sure you reactivate your Discord.
Okay. Oh my god. This is crazy. This is a crazy game. Oh, hold on, I have to.
Why? Thank you.
Why? Thank you. You're welcome.
I tried.
Only essential cookies.
No, why do you say
no
thank you?
cookies at all. Thank you.
Oh, you sent the link yet?
Roblox players.
Double audio.
Oh no.
Flappendickles.
Right?
Did you guys know that a great
Just
white
make Eno
scarf...
have us muted.
What are
Yeah.
we doing here? We do games.
Yeah, I don't think. Again, what?
Yes, karaoke.
Let's see.
It should be good.
Double audio. Why is it double? Oh, that's why.
It should be relatively good.
That should be
Okay,
right.
I have
We probably make it a little
I have it in front of me, but I don't know what I'm looking at.
bit larger.
I'm making now. I talk quietly when I'm setting stuff
Oh,
up.
yeah, maybe.
Go on,
It's gonna have to be.
Maybe I'll do
Here,
this. Yeah, maybe.
girls.
I go hydrate D.
Can actually get a little extra.
I forgot how to play this game.
Perfect. We should go back to
thank
the
I guess I'll use the bathroom while I wait for
Even though
Megan
he's
to
not
figure out how to
hearing
use
us.
this.
Oh, I can also do a quick break. Quick BRB.
Yeah, quick, be right back, and then we play.
Okay, I'm going to...
Okay.
Yeah,
To
sure.
give you guys a chance to actually set up as well.
Quick BRB,
Hello.
everyone.
BRB.
What? BRB? Okay.
BRB.
This
Okay.
guy
Oh, yeah,
was
I
on
can go restroom.
could not hear us.
Well, I don't need my drills though.
I know.
Whoa.
Bye.
Needing
I'm
your
gonna go
drills
restroom
right
real
now.
quick. Yeah, of course I'm gonna wash my hands. I'll be back then.
Wash your hands.
So you're a big
Okay.
CP.
I make a new scene.
So we're taking a little break.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just BRB for like
Yeah,
3 minutes or
BRB.
so.
Okay, I'll take the outbreak then.
Yeah. BRB.
BRB.
Oh, I'll leave Discord on so they can hear you.
BRB.
I'm stretching over here.
So nervous about sharing my browser. I know there's nothing bad on it, but still.
I do have a folder that says science.
Sorry, my cats are being a little bit.
Oh no, it's fine. My cats are being loud as well, but they are muted by the wall, so I can hear them, but I don't think the microphone's picking it up.
Okay, there you go. I'm gonna take care of my cats real quick.
Oh yeah, yeah. I have to give them food in an hour, so not
Make it out.
Me. What?
Oh, okay.
No, I was.
So you were muttering to yourself earlier, is that to make sure?
I was jamming with you. It's just jamming.
Gotcha, gotcha.
We were jamming. I'm gonna watch my own shorts on YouTube so they become viral. Crazy.
Wow. That's a good idea.
Unfortunately, it does not count my own views.
That's not how that
Chat-
works.
Exactly. Chat view my face. Oh, they cannot hear me because I'm in break time.
Codenames does have a category on Twitch, by the way.
A category on Twitch for. We'll do that. Let's see. Scam. It was gonna put it in special events at this point. Codename. Not code vein. There's only 71 people and 57. 67 followers through.
More than I thought that would be, to be honest.
Back.
Back.
Oh. Who joined as player 4? Is that someone?
What are you playing? Wait, fake code name. Ooh.
Yeah, click the one I posted. That has the room on it.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
We'll have to do something to it because I had the thing in the other version. In the other browser. Choose a role to join. Got it. What the hell?
The hell?
Do we have to tell what team are we on or not?
I mean, everyone will see that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Are you doing Spy Master first?
I have no idea what it is.
Oh, it's more challenging than operative to start with, that's for sure.
I'm a good spy master. I can do spy master.
I mean, I'm gonna randomize the teams anyway.
Oh, very nice.
Because if I go for a team, it's kind of I don't know. Like, why is there a Babby near you? Hello.
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 Choose a role to join. Got it.
I don't know.
What?
Oh, wait, how do I change my... I don't want to look like a...
like an old
doesn't
man.
matter. Okay, never mind. Okay, how do I make this... Because I need to make
God, the
the
Yoko season 5 crazy.
Windows capture.
Crazy.
Who the hell is Babby near?
Huh? What?
I think it's Remner.
Oh shit.
He's not Nanny
I'm not a spy master.
This is just Nanny Boo but converted.
Yeah.
Who's player
Yeah,
A?
We have 2 Nanny Boos.
Whoa. Thanks for the water. Give me 1 second. I need to check how to...
How did I
I'm
get
starting to
that?
think some people didn't pick their names.
Yeah.
I was in the other team. What the fuck happened?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, let's go to...
Yeah, I'm gonna come out of the ad break screen.
Should be fine. There is nothing that...
Oh, don't forget to hide your Chrome
Why
link
are
because that
we-
has the invite.
I need to make a scene. Oh, damn.
Oh.
Oh, I'm gonna make a new room. I think it's already been leaked.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Hee
I
hee.
don't know how to... Oh.
Alright. Restarting then.
Okay. I
Also,
see.
why aren't we paired up in groups like we are in the guest star thing?
The share chat.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
doing it like that. What's
Okay.
the key you hold where you want to cut the top off something on
Alt.
Alt. It's for some reason it's like scrolling it up at the same time.
Stop throwing rocks back at me. I'm the one who throws rocks at you.
No.
What?
Throwing rocks at you.
Problem solved. More problems.
problem.
Right.
Go ahead and exercise. So we got all players, or are we doing this?
I need to make a new room because someone leaked the code. So.
I made it wrong.
Maybe I should.
What?
Okay, so
No.
I think I take another browser.
Can you not kick people?
No, it's just code base. It's pretty simple.
Wow.
Everyone remember to hide the URL of the window capture.
Of course.
I did wash my hands.
Did you?
Good.
Hide the URL?
Actually, there's a button to hide the URL.
Or you can
There is
just
then.
resize it.
How do we do
You
that?
have to be in there already to do it. So.
I'm not seeing it.
When you're actually in the room, you click settings, and then you go preferences, and you can go hide URL and address bar.
I see. Well, I cut it out.
Oops.
Oh,
I'm too. No.
I think it's too
I'm
risky.
too-
So...
Kick,
Yeah, I'm sending the new
false-
one. If you're not confident, don't go in yet. Figure it out. and you'll-
I activated that already, so it should be fine.
Can you keep
I
the
just
old
got back. What did I miss?
Welcome back.
New room, it got leaked.
one? Oh, we have. Okay, new
Yeah, but
one,
not to
thank
show
you.
the address. Who is Babby New? You're naughty. Choco.
How is it me? How is it me? I'm using.
I am not. I am not.
It's process of elimination, Choco.
Let's see.
Who's player 4?
Who knows? Player 4 and player 8 are just.
There.
Oh, there's a chance that was me, but I got in with a
Yeah,
wrong...
change your name from player 4. Can you change your name?
No. I got in accidentally through a wrong browser.
You can change your name in settings.
No, I have my name. I'm already in. I'm not player 4. Player 4 is disconnected.
Come in with
Brother, are you?
names so we know who you are. Otherwise, I have to kick you.
Who is PP?
Which one do I do?
Is it a new?
100%.
Yeah, Nani posted a new thingy in there.
Oh,
Okay. Perfect.
Oh shit,
What
Trust
is
in
no
chat.
shame? No.
Everyone's quiet. No.
Isn't that you?
Back up, you can see that. Oh,
I
you're
don't know
not
what you're
supposed to
talking
see.
about. Discord's muted? Fuck.
Alright,
Yeah, we have 8
I'm
people.
joining
I'm gonna be
Rock
real. The names are
It was
taken.
deliberate. It was deliberate.
Alright, we're gonna do randomized teams.
Is this good?
I want to be with Sharko. I don't want to be.
Well, I don't even know who
We're
you
shared.
are.
No Shamnor.
I
No.
The spy master in the red team right now.
No, no. That's
Why am I? I'm a dog. Why?
Dog.
Ruff. Ruff.
Okay, so the way this works, basically, is there are 2 teams. There'll be a grid of cards. Only the spy masters will see
Oh,
the
I
colors of the card.
know. I played this with my sister.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
Okay, so only the spy masters will see the colors of the cards. The spy masters can't speak. They can only type hints. That hint has to be a single
they
word
for
followed by a
sub
number. I'll
there's
explain in a
emotes.
second. And it cannot be a word that's already on the board. Okay.
Okay, so like taboo.
Yeah, basically.
So for example, let's say I'm on the red team and I'm a spy master and I see the cards slide and child. I might choose playground as my hint, right? And I'd go 2 because I think there's 2 things it relates to. So I'd go playground 2 and that would be my hint. And then my team would have a chance to click on cards and say, we want these.
Oh.
Capiche?
And there is also one card that is instantly.
No.
Yeah, there's one card that's black that will instantly lose you the game, and there is a bunch of
Eating
white
Sarah.
cards which are just whatever, basically.
Who is
You don't want them,
player
but they
8?
don't do anything.
I don't know.
Oh, I could just kick that guy.
Who's making the code?
Somebody.
I do not. You can
Oh,
check my
Does everyone comprende?
I
Not
think.
really, but I'll see how far I can get.
I think after the first round, we'll probably.
I'll talk the spy master through it for the first round, so you know what to do.
No, I'm the other spy
thank
master.
you.
So
Thank you, Knight.
Nani, do you want to be the other spy master for the first round? So Megino.
Megano said he wanted to do it, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to.
Okay.
Alright,
Here we go.
What about you?
Okay, so the spy masters can currently see these cards in white, red, blue, and then there's one black. They need to help us find. So red team is going first. Ramnor is going to need to give us a hint that's going to help us find the red card specifically, without touching the other cards. You see how this works?
Okay.
So he'll give us a single word that isn't on the board but relates to them, and then a number for the amount of cards he believes it should be. So something related to breaking, and there's 2 he believes that works for.
Okay, so.
Do you discuss or?
Yeah, so the spy masters can't speak, but the operatives can, because we don't know what's going on. So we need to help each other out.
Can we say something, or what do? We click something?
You can talk with each other, but because we Reds, we have to find 9 cards, as you can see, as opposed to the.
Yeah. But if I know already one of the thingy, can I?
talk with your
you should tell us.
You talk with your team.
It's
like
window.
that.
Window, that makes sense. Yeah. So if we click it, we can say, I think it's this, right? So if you click it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I click that.
And you'll see that an option shows tap to confirm. That's when you're locking it in. I think we can lock this one in, right, guys?
Okay. Yeah.
I'll be locking it in. it was ours. That means we still have another guess. So technically we get guesses for however many words there are, plus 1 free guess. We have 3 guesses. We should only use 2 because we only have 1 clue right now. Ice can break.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
What else?
I
think it's roulette.
You can break out of jail, but I don't know about that.
You can break ham.
Oh.
Honestly, I think only those 2 really apply.
You need to confirm your guess.
You can break hair.
Okay, so we got that. So let's just assume that's all he wanted, and we'll end. Yeah, we got 2 points. Because we went first, we needed to get an extra card compared to blue because we get the advantage. So yeah.
Give me a clue, bartender.
Give me a clue. I can give you a whiskey on the rocks.
If you're really scared, you can always go for a 1 and wait for things to get taken first before you're ready to do your big ones. Like it's up to
pick
you.
like a very obvious one.
Just as a spy master, one thing to know: grunting and going no every time they're like, thinking about something is cheating. So
yeah, I'm not saying anything. I'm cheating.
Your job as spy master is to give clues and then silently suffer for the next like 5 minutes, basically.
Yeah, they're like, this is. It's even funnier when you're playing.
Rhyme one.
Can I talk? I don't know if I can talk. Like,
Rhyme.
As long as you're not directly like talking about this game. If you're talking
no,
about
I want.
like, how the game
I want to talk about the game, but not this game.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's definitely jail for sure.
So.
And I think. Can you also like talk when it's your turn, maybe?
Yeah. No, sorry.
Yeah, it's probably bad to do that way.
Yeah.
I
think we're just looking into. Well, I guess the time ran out. And I think we just like check at the bottom and guessing.
No, you still have time, so you can end guess, or you can go for a bonus guess if you feel confident. Sometimes you won't get everything that you have clues for, so you might want to use that bonus guess to like catch up. But since you only have a 1, you probably should skip.
Yeah, because he says there's only 1 word related to crime, which we found jail right now. So I think we just said okay.
Now, so a guess would be pretty wild.
You could go random. But the.
Give us the clue first, Ramno, because we only have 3 minutes, and then you can.
You can also yap.
The first time I saw this game, like my sister had his friends. His friends? Her friends.
Okay, that one had to be 1. I'm glad you did that one.
This is like school.
School holiday. You never heard of that said that way? Or is that
But
holidays on a date.
She was with her friends, and everyone was trying to guess, and I was like, "This is so obvious." Like the moment my sister were saying the names, I was like, "I know which one it is."
Sometimes you have sixth sense, like when you partner up with certain people, and other times it's terrible. Valentine might be closer, guys. Low key, that's what I think.
Yeah, but it's not a holiday.
Valentine's?
Yeah, it's not a holiday, no.
Is it not? Ramno probably thinks it is, though. It's the problem.
It's winter. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think
Alright,
we
I'll
treat
go with
it
the
as a
team with this.
holiday.
I'll go with the team. Yeah, I think it was Valentine.
I love the random cards. They're so like,
No.
Who's that guy?
That's because the prospect of this game is if you're talking to people with these code names, you're going up to this guy and you're going, so you're the secret spy, right? And he's like, oh.
It's very complex.
That's basically what this
if you want to do more than one, it's always difficult. It's just kind of how it works.
Yeah. Although the more cards to get guessed, the safer it is to do that, but at the same time, the less freedom, so it's trickier.
I'm gonna say...
Hello, Echo Heart.
Just hello.
Nuke.
I can't wait for the clue. It's gotta be something amazing. and interesting and groundbreaking.
It's gonna be like boss, and then we circle like captain and king, easy.
Yes. Right, so I cannot say anything like that gives.
Yeah, you shouldn't even really be speaking just in case. But...
Unless you can talk about like what you ate today. Saying how you put ham in the microwave.
Wait, what?
buffalo wings and ham in the microwave, and you ate that in your yard, you could say that. Wink.
Wink. Here is your whiskey with honey.
What do you mean? City? Oh.
And New York and Buffalo are both cities.
Are they?
Yeah, Buffalo. Buffalo.
West Ham is a city. You have a hood in a city.
He wouldn't go like city ham. Like that would like be.
That's right.
Unless he doesn't know that Buffalo is a city, in which case.
It won't be pretty.
Because King of the City, I could see that as well. But New York is like a classic one. He might know Buffalo. I don't know. Do you think he knows Buffalo?
Don't answer that.
No, you answer that. You're in my team.
I know, but I don't want to cheat.
You can talk to me.
The operatives can talk to each other and figure out what Megano might know. Yeah. They can just can't speak.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, because we can go for Pittsburgh, but that's written differently. I don't think that's the case. I'm gonna lock in my pick for New York.
Okay. Gulp.
Alright, cool.
Gulp.
I guess I can lock in for Buffalo, but I'm really not sure.
I know it's not my turn, but I just want to say, bear in mind, you always get a free guess every turn, so if you're not sure, you can always skip and use your free turn later when you're more confident what it is. You know what I mean?
I
I'm
see.
just letting you guys know.
Oh, and you get a card like that, I see.
That's
It
what
should.
the free guesses are for catch-up, basically.
I didn't know that Buffalo was a city.
Buffalo.
Now we know.
Everyone's like, I didn't know, but I'll take the W. Russian? Okay, I mean...
That's a good one.
Only one Russian. Okay, I mean, come on then. We have nothing to base our bonus guess on. Like, we get to skip it.
Can I ask? I don't know if this is. Can you try to guess the previous one? Like, because the way we play.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So every time you give a number, that's how many you think it is, and that's how many guesses you're giving.
Yeah.
You also get a free guess as a bonus after that. So right now we have 2 guesses technically, because we have the free guess. So if we were missing one on holiday, that now would be a time to do it. Which actually, now I think about it, we are. You probably shouldn't have told us that, but still. Do you want
No. I wanted to clarify because the way that we play it's not you have an extra guess, but essentially the way that your guesses go is like if
you get the
like,
number plus 1 is what you get.
Oh. Yeah, the way that we play it.
They actually think it's a holiday.
Is you have the amount of guesses. Like if I say, blah 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 5. You have 1 extra if you haven't find everything in your previous turn.
Oh, so in the normal rules, at least in the ones I've played on like official ones like this, you always just get 1 extra guess no matter what.
Okay.
So if you wanted to go Hail Mary with it, you can as well.
Sorry, I didn't mean to drop a hit.
No, you're good. You're good. I would have looked before taking it
clarify,
away, but
because I don't
They're
know.
cheating.
Speaking of, I'll give you Blues a little handy hint. You too have an extra thing you can get with your guess as well after you do this. You haven't gotten both cities yet, right? Always worth keeping in mind.
Wait. Megano, by the way, check your Discord.
Oh.
It gotta be. Okay.
I mean, is there anything else?
Early crew and the turn.
Oh god, Poppin.
If we do like city, there is like I could see king maybe, but I don't know. What do you think is a city?
It's good that you wrote that in my chat, Poppin.
I can't think of anything that could fit with city. And with these
Let me
words.
do the exercise, Poppin.
City yard. Memory city.
Memory city.
Is that a cyberpunk place?
None.
That could totally be a thing.
Anchor City? Wait, is that a thing?
Are you thinking of encourage?
Maybe, yeah, I think I am thinking of
told you
Alaska.
It would be suffering, like, you know. You can't speak, yeah, that's Japan.
I think
if we start, can someone please just tell me? 1, 2.
Oh.
Hi, Inya. Thank you for the lord.
Wait, can we like skip if you want to?
Yeah, you can skip.
Or just end guessing without. I see.
Okay, yeah.
If you can think of anything, it might be like more, but.
Oh my god!
We have 3 left. So
Our spy master is
absolutely cooks, but he has
Cook.
There's like a couple of things that fits that.
Oh, that's so true.
Memory, paddle, hand, telescope.
I think it's fishing.
I mean,
We're fishing for answers.
I'm not sure about the anchor, but
it is hook shaped. I think that's enough. It's not. Okay, that's fine. We didn't give anything away.
Who's
That's
this
fine.
guy?
Bro, what?
Oh my god, you think I'm a spy?
He's John Codenames. Look, he's holding the game and everything.
I've seen that guy in Japan.
Yo, me, I was in Japan.
That guy is Japan.
John Japan?
Yeah, John
Japan.
Place Japan.
Hello, Shade. Hi.
Hello, friend. Alright, what clue do you have for us this time?
Hello.
Just a little martini.
Fuck.
You
can't do this to us, man.
You know what? I haven't played that in so long, dude. Boxing?
Oh, I think I see which one it is.
I'm at a loss.
Oh, I know already. I know already.
I have no idea.
Okay. Uma Musume players, speak up.
I know already.
It's a horse!
No, I know already. 100% that's it.
I don't think anyone is actually gonna get it.
Can I guess king?
Why did you give us this hint?
I would king if you want, yeah. You think it's
Or
king?
like, I could also say ham, but also king. Because there's a horse, you can eat the horse.
Hey, where's Glue? Oh, I the name. No, I don't like
Would you rather eat your horse?
Wow, you guys had like 2 things where you were like, it's king, and it wasn't king at all for anything. That's hilarious.
Ooh, black coffee.
All right.
Yes. Black as my soul. Remember me. Da, 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 da.
Technically brain as well, but come on.
Nice.
Come on.
What did you skip? You had... Okay.
It's fine. They have 5 to get.
Now Megiddo drops a 5.
Arm.
Yeah.
5.
Okay, armpit.
Oh, there's armpit
paddle.
Boxer. I mean, boxers do their harm, so.
You ever tasted arm ham, guys? It's interesting.
What?
What?
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, but pit, what?
By the way, that was...
Okay, Megiddo.
Yes.
What was
Megiddo.
Which one is Bakushin?
Bakushin was Pete, right?
Yes, I fucking knew it.
Yeah.
Me too.
I didn't get that at all.
Which one's city?
See,
which one's city?
Hood, because it was like in the neighborhood of the city.
So brain was the black part, right? That nobody could.
Yeah,
Brain was
brain.
black.
When I said remember, I was gonna say Chariot or whatever, but then I saw that brain is like the black card, and I was terrified when Nani said brain.
Can I try?
When I said
over
hook,
memory.
when I said hook was like.
Can I try being the
boxer's hook?
spy master next? I'm kind of curious about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm good. I don't need to be the spy master anymore. I did what I had to do.
Do we randomize teams?
Why 2 spy masters? What?
You can be 2?
Okay,
Wow.
Apparently. How's that?
Why are there so many old people
Well,
here?
that's fine.
It's the old team.
Can I tell you the ultimate hint of this game for the spy master or no?
No.
So the ultimate hint is that Valentine's is a holiday.
Apparently.
It's not, but it's the only way to relate it with Christmas.
I mean, you could have said, I don't know.
Oh shit.
He didn't
Yeah.
do
Oh,
anything
Dino
on
gets
this
your
holiday.
first as well.
Yeah, I generally don't do stuff.
Ah, I see.
Why are you redeeming that again?
Percussion armpit.
Jesus Christ.
We are in the
see when you
sea.
have a lot of difficulty.
Oh, because of the licking armpit. Why didn't you say so? You should. If you said armpit, I would have guessed it. I mean, no, I
It
guess.
was right there.
Bukshin lick.
It was
I
a
don't
word,
know.
so you can't use
Yeah.
that name.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Genome's turn to be the spy master.
I think I got something you guys can work with. But I'm gonna double check, make sure it doesn't overlap with anything else.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
You can say that.
They
It also
might
depends on-
guess wrong if you pick that word.
It also depends on how well you know your spy master.
Let me put
Like
some
my,
music on.
Oh no.
with when it came to my sister, I just knew how she thought, and I could immediately
Yeah.
understand everything. But it's also how fast you can like relate.
What are we gonna do here?
Sibling communication.
He has so much time.
Yeah, like
Yeah, it's really good. It's difficult. We usually played it without time.
No, I think the time is good actually.
Yeah,
Have the time on relaxed because a lot of you.
Yeah, I mean it's relaxed, but also it can take a little bit long because it's like playing Taboo without a timer.
Bukshin.
Okay, I got something.
Go see.
Gochi.
Do not say that word.
Golchi.
Oh no, not that. I heard a different word. I'm sorry.
I see what the numbers
Wow.
mean. Okay, that's what it is.
That is a,
Let's see.
choice.
Can we hazard a guess?
Hazard?
Just
Does this count?
What is spell?
Oh.
Bukshin?
I assume it's his.
It gotta be. It gotta be gas because
choose.
people
I see.
make gas.
Yeah, you're just saying. I think it might be this when you click on it.
I think it might be this.
Like it could theoretically be.
Check, we can't
Because
speak.
It's,
We see your guesses, by the way.
it's a
Oh, yeah.
person, so. I
Miss?
think. Yeah?
Tank?
Mog is not convinced.
More
Sorry.
EXE has not stopped
What do you
responding.
think, Mode?
Sorry, I thought it was on red team.
Unbelievable.
Well, if you were on red,
Wait.
that would have been great.
Isn't that ours?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I was not paying attention. I'm sorry.
So I can
Huh.
just
We're
write,
Banning Rambo right now.
You can write a word that has like a relation to one or more of the words that are
Yeah, and then you
red
give-
right now.
And then you
Red.
get the number for how many you think it is.
Yeah, I can see why it took Megan so long to pick a code.
It's not easy.
Yeah,
I
it's
know.
not-
Now I know.
It's not
It's a
easy.
web. It's a web to get through.
so if I can write.
I thought I could have done back earlier in the other room. Oh wait, it's not our turn. I'll tell you later.
So I can do this.
The greatest
Me?
of all time.
Wait.
I didn't think so
Ah.
far.
Yeah, no, I think that's very obvious.
It gotta
and
be
that's
horn,
really
right?
good. Yeah, no, yeah.
Nani?
Bobby?
Nani?
Where's Bobby no?
Nani?
I think we're missing someone.
What? No, I...
Nani? Okay.
Nani?
どこですか？
Nani?
何はどこですか？
Nani wa kirarere? Kirachanmas.
Where did
Nani, did you mute yourself? Question mark.
何はどこですか？日本語？
Is it?
はい、私は日本人ですよ。
Okay, mister.
Oh, you're already much better than me on Japanese.
Nani's back.
Okay,
Oh,
what makes sense?
Oh, jeez.
Nani? Horn? Horn? Nani? Horn?
Buddy.
There's a lot of it.
Where's
They're cheating, chat. They're cheating.
Sorry, I was getting
your workout routine?
Oh, no problem.
I don't have that.
Why are the fuggies so small?
Why are you so small?
I can make them bigger.
Gremlin size.
We should bully Cyril to have. Oh, we should end guessing, by the way.
Oh, wait, yeah. Sorry.
Nanka.
I thought you guys.
Nanka.
Yeah, no, I didn't know.
Uh,
I got distracted.
Uncle Zhang! Zhang Oji-san!
I can pick
How
like
are you
a
going?
word that fits 2, but I'm not sure if you guys are gonna get it.
Oh, they'll get it. Just do it.
Wow, you're very
RNG.
Okay.
Yeah. Trust.
You're low-key saying too much, but it's not the worst, so it's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that as well.
Hello, nurse.
Hello? That's a good guess.
That makes sense.
That's actually a good guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You scare me, boys.
There we go. I'm proud of
That's
you.
actually a pretty good guess. That's a pretty good guess.
Genome's Canadian confirmed? That's crazy.
No, but I know.
Shut up.
We still don't have the person, by the way.
One free guess. I think it's related.
Yeah,
to
the person's a bit tricky because I might.
Should we have the
makes
person?
sense.
I just guessed one. I mean, it's.
Spy Master speaking? Cheating?
Yeah, Spy Master speaking a lot.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
No,
I'm just used to this world.
It's your first game.
For Spy Master's defense,
Yeah, we
the
should
red
skip
team
that.
is noisy.
We can skip
We're gonna
that.
skip it.
Goldilocks? Actually, okay, fine, let's do it. Fuck it.
Sure.
It's the blackout.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Now we can skip. Nice.
Ironically, Genome didn't want to talk during the operatives, and then he was like, Spy Master, yeah. Now's the time.
Now's the time.
People like me better when I shut up.
No, I think it's more relaxed if you can talk as long as you don't direct. But it's your guys' first game.
That's the thing about being a Spy Master is as long as you don't say certain things, but when you start to ramble, you end up talking about the game, and then that thing slips out.
No, I think it's fine. Even if like you go like, oh man, it's your guys' first game.
Oh well, I don't want them to get this card, so I'll go for this.
British. Okay.
What a slur.
You can't say that.
Nani's not on the board.
Let's say British on the street.
No, I can add custom ones. I can add all the names if you want.
Remner, there's also mug. There's also mug and
It's a
cup.
cup of tea. You don't drink
It's
a mug
definitely
of tea.
Actually, no, that's not true. We do have mugs.
Yeah, no, it's
We
a
do
cup of
have
tea.
mugs.
I'm getting my cup.
Do you have any mines as well?
Let's
Hello, Mr. Sota.
Yeah, we say cup of tea,
Hello,
but we
Mr.
have it in a
Saban.
mug. Is the thing.
Okay, let's try cup now. Let's try cup
No, Big
now.
Ben because it's
How about we do Big Ben
surefire.
first, 'cause
Yeah.
Big Ben is
Sure,
surefire.
exactly.
Let's try cap now, Mag next turn if it's wrong, okay?
As the Brit, I feel like you guys are not hearing me, but okay. Maybe Kath is also the
what do
same
we do
opinion
now?
because
Do
she's
we
not.
click on it again?
So
Well, it's kind of a sorry.
whoever's click on it ain't gonna be me.
Why
It's gonna be you.
flood?
Okay.
Why flood?
We get lots of floods. That's basically our only
Yeah, rain
I
is a
don't think that's,
classic.
thing.
I don't know about that, so I'm
But
gonna
welcome.
stick to cup.
They're famous for getting rain all the time. All the
Yeah,
time.
but I don't know about floods. So
Flooding's our main.
can we just?
I did not think that.
There's something in ceiling.
Rambo,
Yes.
if you want it to be cup, then you need to click it. I didn't necessarily disagree in terms of what Kath would have picked. So. Okay, there we go.
Oh,
She's
nice.
Probably not mug then.
Good job.
She probably didn't think of mug because she's not actually up.
And I never used
Nani?
bubble tea.
I got briefly disconnected due to inactivity apparently.
Oh no.
Yeah, let me click the finish button then.
Oh.
That's it.
Oh god.
Cuppa.
But
Let me give you
welcome.
a cup of tea. It's not
Yes,
a
For the
different mug.
headband.
Roku
I'm
Nana.
sorry,
Why am I
the
redeemed?
headband did not show. Thank you.
That's the thing, I Ramnor. Technically, I would say mug is a more British word, but a lot of people would think cup of tea, like you say. So that's
And
the
it's
tricky
mug
thing, right?
as in steal from someone. Like a mug.
A mug
I
somewhere.
mean, you could
License,
take it that way
mate.
too.
I'm gonna mug
What
you.
license to that, mate? Huh?
I learned
It's a mug.
something new. I learned something new, Nani.
Me too.
Thank you.
Come on.
Thorough?
I've been. Yeah, because I didn't. Inactivity.
I have a question. Can I use 2 words for the clue?
No, I don't think you can. I didn't
Alright,
try.
I can use a space, but I'm just. Can I use the 2 words for this, or is it considered cheating?
It has to be 1 word. Unless it's a word that's technically 2 words combined together, but it's in the dictionary. Does that make sense?
I can
Like
put
ice cream?
a hyphen in between.
Like code word is 2 different words put together. But it's also
Or ice cream. They're hyphenated.
no hyphens.
I agree with Mog there.
Yeah.
Cars also make a lot of sound.
I also have. There are also note and gas.
Oh. Yeah, thank you for the assist.
Shut up, friend! Shut up!
Shut up.
There's also balloon.
This is a scroll.
Too late,
Oh, that's...
The balloon noise is classic. The you know?
It's the same as the gas noise.
What do you say, blue team?
We don't talk about the gas noise.
I'm not sure about the second one.
Okay, we can try
still don't know.
notes.
I'm waiting for the...
Cafe, just don't worry.
Take a bird
Okay, sure. Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
W Ramnor, W Ramnor.
Yay.
I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Nice, okay.
I wonder if we can get the references
Wonder?
for boats.
Ramno?
You can still
Let's
win
see. Let's
Every
see.
time. Every time.
I hope
see
you
one.
can. I'm betting on you guys for knowing this.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. There's...
Do I tap to confirm?
Is it?
Oh fuck! I
Okay.
took the wrong
Well, we
color.
should wait. We should wait. Hang on.
I took the
Oh, you can say that. That's cheating too.
Oh sorry.
You're not to say if he's wrong or right.
What else would be ninja? We have 2.
There's if you watch Naruto, I guess frog as well.
Oh,
Snake as well.
Palm also works, but I'm not sure. Do we hit confirm on the scroll?
There's also snake too.
You can
There's also.
I would go for scroll.
also
Scroll seems like
salad, you know?
surefire.
Ninja is
Do I hit
a gadget.
I'm sorry, I fucked it up.
But that means I knew it was a scroll. I knew it was a scroll earlier. That's
I
correct.
had a feeling it wasn't a scroll because of cast outburst, but I didn't want that to change my mind. So
Thank you, also,
You know, this is a fair
Oh
trade.
my
This is a
God.
fair trade.
Okay.
it's okay. We're still technically ahead, Cav.
I'm too whimsy for this game.
Let's see.
I have something. Just gotta make sure you guys would correct.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Don't worry, I believe in you.
I do need some water myself.
I
Chad,
have a lot of water here, and I drank like a liter of coffee, so I'm doing good shape.
Chad, do you think that if Shaco was a ninja, would she be a frog ninja or a snake ninja?
Alien ninja.
That's so true.
Lord.
It sounds like a.
Got 2 minutes. Okay,
There you go.
Maybe she
Who's
will be
the
a
type of,
snail.
like,
In my opinion,
It
she's a
sounds
frog.
like a what? Huh?
Ribbit.
She's like a frog, 100%.
Rabbits.
Anyway,
Kiddo,
let me
kiddo,
do
kiddo,
my-
kiddo.
Let me do
Kiddo,
my
kiddo.
Yeah, she doesn't have the Kiro emo. See?
4,
True.
5,
What?
6,
I do?
Ninja, true.
7,
Do I?
9.
I'm just gonna tell.
Well, you have
I'm just gonna say,
Terror.
blue
That's
team.
Pippis.
Blue
Oh.
team. We have to be very noisy during the red team's turn as well.
5,
We're gonna confuse them because
7,
they're way
Yeah.
too way too.
9,
How do you say it?
10.
Invasive.
What?
Specifically Ramner. Like a frog ninja. Crazy.
7, 8, 9,
So
10.
Wait,
What did I do?
Mechanical. Oh, that's a good one.
A slug ninja. A
it's
slim
interesting.
Bro really
thank
loves
God.
his robots.
Have one free guess. Do we want to try and do the other score?
That was sound, was it, right?
It was sound, yeah, true. We didn't get the scroll.
A slunger.
So I think we probably could just kind of
Slunger?
We're gonna
play
end.
safe.
Yeah.
Wait, mechanical and the fun car.
So the other day I saw Ramner. And Ramner was
did?
kind of like just trolling. Yeah,
I mean, it's a
I saw
spy
him
master
just
turn right now, so like it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I know. I'm just taking the piece.
I still haven't received my redeems.
What are your redeemed?
Hey guys, who was the big scammer in Scamland?
Me.
Zero. It was either Megino or Cafe.
I have done nothing.
Mog, can you change theme real quick?
Yeah, Mug looks very good.
Snow? I
I
guess.
see snow, yeah. that
Doesn't
makes
Norway have a lot of
sense.
frogs?
Does it?
You do have a lot of
I
frogs.
think Mog is a dinosaur, but don't quote me on that. I never considered him a frog.
Well, slunging around at the
Are there snakes in
Seal,
Norway?
I could see Seal.
I've seen them, yeah.
yeah,
Tiny
but
one.
sails. You wouldn't say Norway, you would say sea. Or
Oh, it's
water.
one. Okay, it's one. It gotta be snow then.
It gotta be snow, bro.
Right. Maybe they make good salads too.
Oh, we have a bonus guess, remember? We need to get Ninja.
A
Big
balloon?
In Japan.
Little salad. It's your birthday.
Ninja.
Salad burger.
I
Wait,
have a lot of things to say, but I gotta shut up.
wait, isn't there like a phone game that's like a ninja something?
Ninja Gaiden.
Gaiden?
No, it's a phone game. I don't remember. Something.
Ninja?
Ninja Frog.
Pölselumpe.
Just
We
getting
could
better
try
at
like.
saying it.
What do you think, Ramner?
I want that.
I think it's Cafe, have you watched Naruto? Is that
No,
no,
that's cheating. That's cheating.
What's the word?
Wow.
I watched a lot of
I
Ninja
love
series.
Fortnite. Dang.
I wanna say
What?
Oh, he actually used-
What?
what the hell was that?
Who wasn't
You
Pong?
guys gave me no input at all.
Oh my
Tell me,
god.
what do you think? Don't tap anything? Nothing.
Love this
Why'd you
game
wait
is so
for it?
far.
We're gonna have to hide.
Oh, that's
After the
cute.
game so far is not all that cheating. I asked the question. It's a legitimate question.
You can't ask questions to the spy master because the spy master is a spy master.
Spy master's not
It's
supposed
an
to be
irrelevant
undercover.
question to the spy.
He's supposed to be undercover, otherwise
Exactly.
he will
He
get torched.
is
to
legitimately,
death.
yeah. He's not supposed to talk at all.
No?
God damn it.
I am literally dressed as a dog. I cannot talk. I cannot speak. I mean, work.
Is that dog speaking weirdly?
No, I mean,
You
work.
should know, no?
Dog to
shut
dog
up.
communication.
Work.
I am not the dog.
Robbery.
I am not.
Robbery.
I am not a dog. I am not a
Okay, but if
cat,
you were a
cat.
dog, what kind of dog would you be around there?
I would probably be like a big dog.
You're like a Akita.
Whoa.
This is so
Wait,
hard.
no. Wait. Okay.
It is
Frog
venomous
can be
snake and poisonous frog. Yeah,
Exactly. I was gonna say that.
No. That is right.
I think that's all we have right now. It would be good if we had another one, but I guess
It's
No.
I would end.
Right?
What about you, Cyril?
Sure.
Yeah. It's,
there's also poison gas.
True.
Two would be
That is
fantastic.
true.
A guaranteed one separate to Ninja would be great. That's all I'm saying.
Ninja cats.
gas.
Okay, chat, there is although there is always the slight chance the opponent team gets the black card.
What happens if you get the black card, if I may ask?
You lose.
You die.
That's it.
You lose.
You explode.
You lose.
Oh yeah, my dwarf.
Hey.
Yeah.
that's a little bit-
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a
Dig my
hole.
hole. I like the old version, the original.
Guys,
one.
Ninja.
I have no idea.
Like I could
Just
only
sound
see
like-
Frog, but I think
I could see Gas for like a smoke bomb.
I can see the frog.
oh,
Smoke bombs are good idea. I'm
it's really Frog, I think.
I already tapped.
Because I definitely get it. Like
twice technically, so someone's done.
It depends on how old Cafe is as well. If you're like a zoomer, you haven't watched.
I think she's
Naruto.
at least 5.
Yeah, Cafe is. Cafe, can you count to 10?
I can count to 12.
This
Don't
helps us,
count.
but not at all. She maybe like 5 to like 30. I don't know.
You cannot speak to the
Wait,
master.
no, I
She's-
think it is Frog.
She's serving a pizza right now. Can you see? It's busy. I mean,
Because
pizza.
Frog can also be sound,
Frog,
is
and
the
I will
thing.
explain later. I think it is Frog. We may lose this. I think it's Frog. I think it's Frog.
you can always skip question.
No.
Now you win either way, so it's either we get it now or you win, basically.
I say Frog. We go Frog.
Basically.
Trust me.
Nani, what's your?
Kathy went to the bathroom. What do you mean Kathy went to the bathroom? Oh,
We have 20 seconds. Get to
Wait,
Frog.
Nani, which one?
Frog.
I don't understand the logic of Frog. You need to convince me.
Because
Trust me,
Naruto,
just trust me.
Like the
Alright,
main
it's weeb shit,
ninja
then I
thing is.
guess.
So we
10
lock in Frog.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone else do it though. It's not my guess.
Oh, I am a fucking genius.
I will tell you something. I was thinking Snake of the ninja.
Wait, that's not even how card.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
very
it's a rock.
difficult.
Worked out. I
didn't
snapped
think of
victory
Frog
out
at
of the
all.
jaws of defeat. I
was like, oh,
remember
shit.
Cafe's age. That's why. I'm sorry.
Wait, Kafe, have you watched Naruto? Now we can ask.
Yes. I have watched Naruto. I have a Naruto jug, like a mug with Naruto right beside me as we speak.
Yep.
And above my dog's bed there's a big Naruto poster. I have been to a museum that had lots of Naruto stuff.
We can
I
definitely
also
say they
won-
like them.
Yeah. But I did not think of Naruto and frogs at all.
How?
Because I'm whimsy. I was thinking of a Solid Snake as a ninja.
Oh, I see.
am whimsy.
Okay.
Oh,
But that's
no.
you-
Snake was the
opposite.
opposite teams.
So,
was
so
opposite.
again, for the second time today, a completely unfounded hunt has been rewarded
Yeah.
with victory.
You be the spy master.
Okay, if you think that's fair.
Oh, we're
Alright.
so gonna
I've
win.
been muted?
Let's
I've
go.
been muted
Builders
this whole
League United.
We good to go?
Yeah,
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, Shaco didn't complain,
Okay.
so she's stuck with it now.
I said, I don't know if it cut off.
Yeah, no, she did. She actually did.
I see.
Naruto.
No chat can hear me.
No shot.
The chat did not hear me.
Really?
Yes.
Cyril,
heard
I
you.
think you're muted.
No.
Mark, are you muted?
No.
No. That wasn't my fault. It was
Okay,
on
you,
you.
we're gonna do a beauty test. Alright,
It was
everyone,
on-
I like how
stay
it's just
quiet if
like-
you're muted.
Gaslighting at this point.
Stay quiet if you're muted.
Stay quiet if you're muted, yeah.
Okay.
Staying quiet is like the most impossible task of every single one of us, except for Mo. Mo is very good.
Mog is I think Mog is like a responsible.
A ninja, stealthy.
I am patient.
No, I was gonna say responsible adult.
I'm
Because,
never
like,
very patient.
I have like a suspicious like
Well, after our blue turn, I'm gonna take a little BRB to feed the cats. Just like a 2 minutes at BRB.
Meow.
Oh god.
Gotta-
Thanks for the first, Cyro.
Yay!
Meow.
Oh wait,
You've got my first. Ooh.
that
Wow.
sounds really bad, bro. That sounds really bad.
Can we do this?
I will take the first
like
next time.
brain rotted.
No.
Yeah.
Nanny boo! Boo boo nanny!
We got this.
Bubani.
Just you wait, Tiff. Shakes my hand.
SMH.
It's an H.
Let's see what our spy master is cooking for us today.
I bet it's gotta be something related to sun.
Sun.
Son, won't you come?
Okay, there's two that fits the description.
Yeah. Let's see.
You really think Mexico?
Not as much as the as glasses though.
You can do sun spray.
There's also
true. That's true, actually.
Well, it's sunglasses, maybe, right? Sunglasses.
Yeah, that's why I voted for that.
Okay, so we could vote for glasses first, and then we try spray or Mexico. Let's see.
Mexico.
Yeah.
Wait, is there anyone here who is like of the Americas? Can we ask that? Can I ask that?
Okay, so spray, we can do spray, right? Sun spray.
Some beast country.
Sun
pass.
Who's singing? I'm murdering whoever is singing right now.
No!
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Dude, come here. Come over here. Murder me.
Yeah.
I do like wizards.
Yeah.
My chat says you on Twitter.
I think I'm gonna go for Mexico.
What?
Spray is a little bit
My
too...
chat said you on Twitter.
Right.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I knew it.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna take back.
We can just kind of like call it a day, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they got Mexico.
BRB.
Alright, have fun.
Bye.
Wait, how did? Wait. Oh, so I see.
Yeah, I also did that. I also typed the number.
Yeah, because they tried like clicking the number, but then it's like, no, you have to select the card. I see.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me double check.
This is losing. She's
Oh!
Triple check.
Okay.
Bug.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's obviously
Slug?
soup.
B.
Kind of nuts to actually find
Strength.
3.
I'm
Sorry,
pretty sure it's
Way
not
makes sense,
security.
yeah.
I think it's B, slug, and bug spray.
Security, the bug in the security. Oh, but slug
Or
is not a
bug scientist.
Bug scientist.
We can go B, spray, and then either security or something else.
What are you going to be?
Okay, I'm
B.
happy
Me.
to confirm this.
Me B.
Do I confirm bug spray, Cafe?
Let's confirm the bug spray. And the last one I'm unsure because
I think
slug
it's
is
slug.
not a bug, but we can take that.
Do we try?
Let's try. I will. Yeah.
Well, we'll.
Holy shit! Okay.
Water.
3, eh? Well.
Okay. How do we tweak next? How do I remove myself there?
Oh, you can pass unless you want to guess a random one.
Oh, we can pass.
Can we guess a random one? I don't think that's a good idea. But...
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Like we're more ahead than you guys
Yeah,
are.
but you are in my chat, homeless.
I know what that is. It's the thing that
Radiator.
heats. Yeah, it heats up. So something. I'm gonna go with this, but it has 3.
Let's see.
It's like a heater. So I guess something with meter. I don't think.
So, like a car that has heater in it? I don't know.
It's gonna be very specific.
My character?
I guess you could do both because it's also like all 3 related to the radiator. But those are my guesses. I want to hear your thoughts. Megan isn't back yet, so I'm gonna wait a full minute before committing to these answers.
Oh, yeah. Can you pause for Megino or?
I don't think we can.
I don't think we can pause timer, unfortunately.
We can.
Probably most experienced player here.
If you guys
I would
want,
say
we can
these
skip
two at
and we
least.
can skip back.
There you go.
All right.
What was it?
Okay,
Pie?
we can still do it without Megino, but this is gonna be.
Oh my god.
Radiator bolt. That's really good.
Okay.
Okay, wait, hang on. I just realized that it's
Hello?
either beater or boil. But the radiator doesn't boil.
I didn't see that.
Okay, hang on.
Oh, thank you, Papa.
Cafe, do you like licorice? No, not really. I give
I'm
any
gonna do
licorice.
meter first. I'm gonna do
Okay.
meter first.
I'm gonna go 1.
I'm back.
That's it.
3.
I'm guessing. We're not gonna
you
risk
just
it.
missed that turn.
That was a pretty good one.
Yeah, Gino, that was all you.
I'm gonna wait a little bit so like Renner's done with the.
4, 5.
I'm glad that I have British friends that
7,
tell me about
This
the
8.
stuff.
I think I can give the extra licorice to you, Mog. If I get some.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I believe people don't like licorice. That
What?
must be a
Okay,
crime
I'm
in
back.
itself.
But
It's
Black licorice or red?
Okay.
Black, of course.
I don't like
Limbo.
Oh, okay, that makes
I
sense.
get it. No, okay.
This is where I stand up and high five Sharko because we understand. I was
People that are
gonna
allowed
put
to
King
talk, is this
Arthur.
allowed?
I also wanted to
That's
say
not-
King Arthur because of the fate.
You for hydrate.
The fate one, but I'm tapping confirm.
Yeah, nice.
Yippee!
Are we end guessing?
There's something similar to licorice that I like. That is like really salt.
Salmiakki?
Yeah.
Salmiakki
It's
is
salted
good.
licorice, right?
Is it? Like saltpadder.
Yeah, it should be salted licorice, if I remember.
As long as it scrambles your tongue, is a good salmiak.
What is a Sonia?
But the licorice in those gum candy, I don't like.
I'm not a
Sonia?
big fan of
Yeah.
salmiak. I can eat
Okay,
it.
can someone spell that?
Salmiakki.
SYRUP.
Yes! Syrup.
Unless
No,
it's
we're
syrup
not gonna.
country. No, I'm joking.
It's obviously soup.
It is.
Syrup security. Syrup pumpkin. Well, pumpkin syrup is a real pumpkin syrup. That's true.
Should we end that?
Pumpkin syrup?
We have no other information, so I guess we can end it
yeah.
for now.
Do we really want to guess a random one?
Yeah. Yeah, you should, and you should hit.
Someone should
like,
ban Ramner like right now.
I wanna yap so much, man.
Sing.
Go ahead.
Yellow. Oh, yes, taxi.
What else is yellow? I wanna hit this.
Really, King Arthur?
Oh, right, because of the. I can't say it. I don't want to support the team.
Wait, zero? Do I click outside of it or in it to remove my name from there?
You click inside. If you click the card again, you remove the name.
Double click to remove.
Go.
No, wait, no, click again.
Yellow
to remove.
pass?
Pass? Oh, that's
Yellow
so
ribbon.
true. That is also true. A yellow pass for the football people, soccer people.
I think so.
No, it's a yellow card.
Neptune is yellow.
Yellow? No,
Are you
Neptune's blue.
sure about that? I think.
Yellow scientist, yellow
Brock,
plane,
is
yellow...
this true?
Yellow river.
Don't use ChatGPT to win the game. That's cheating.
Brock, is this true?
People need to
We
watch
can make
more
one
games
yes.
to see why
I wanna
that's
say King Arthur
bad
because
idea.
of fate.
Say the line.
What does it have to do with yellow?
King Arthur is blue and yellow.
No.
Yeah.
Pumpkins can be yellow.
No.
I'm loving this.
I
game.
want to say
Make it up
Yellow
for me right
River. Sarko is not racist enough to say Yellow Country.
Jesus Christ. There's people watching. You can't say that.
I don't think it
Yeah, exactly.
I have never heard that, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what I mean.
No.
It's fine. You guys are not. You guys.
I
are
think
not
we should
talking.
skip.
I think Yellow River is a good one, but I'm not sure. So skipping is. Oh wait, whoa. Skip.
Alright, we got this in the bag.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
It's 50-50. We're evenly matched. There's
Don't
no
worry,
way we
Cyril.
can miss this one.
I believe.
I don't use.
I believe in our spy master nanny.
Sarko,
He's
you
gonna
can
say-
talk as long as it's not for the game.
I believe if you
Spy
believe it. I
master
don't believe
nanny.
if you believe if I believe
But,
it.
like, I could make a joke and then you might, like, misinterpret it. I did say
You see
the
Carol's-
Yellow Country thing for, like, obvious reason, but, like, aside from that, I like...
The fuck am I supposed to do with that?
Oh, I get it.
Anything.
Yeah.
There's a square record, there's a square king, there's a square river.
Science is hip to
There's
be
a square
square.
That's square record, yeah.
Where's
Okay,
soup?
okay.
This have to be-
Where's soup?
The
Square
chickens
soup.
are trying to
That's
be
right. It goes in the square hole.
All of these go in the square hole.
Oh, right, I got it.
Guard also go into the square hole.
Guy.
God,
guys.
come on.
Oh,
Ooh.
There's at least four.
Like,
that
it's
doesn't-
these two guys. Or Neptune, I guess.
but it's Alan Wake.
Oh, true.
Is it? Sarko, have you played Alan Wake?
Don't answer
You're
that.
asking questions again.
I want to say King Arthur.
Cricket
but-
SFX.
but it's all on Wake, and you can have a female scientist.
Yeah, but
King
it's like
Arthur-
a guy
King
walks up,
Arthur
like
is a guy.
some dude, some person.
Like King Arthur.
Boiled guy, plain guy, playing.
I mean, I assume King Arthur is a guy.
Security.
guys.
Oh, you'll be surprised. Security
that
guy?
he's not a guy.
Boiling a guy alive.
Guy passing?
I knew a guy named
The
Neptune.
guy.
Sarko, I need you to tell me what's like
Guy soup.
yellow about fucking.
I feel like me and Nani should be like in a voice chat together because I want to talk so much and I can't.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
I tried messaging Megino when I was like fucking when we were like spy masters and he didn't answer me.
I don't speak, but I'm a spy master. I'm a real spy master.
Die?
Woof, 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 woof. I don't
Spy masters apparently
Sit,
died.
boy, sit.
Let's go Alan Wake again. I'm not clicking that one.
Cold shark.
I like to think I'm a good spy master, but I'll let you. guys
Cafe,
do the
click
rest.
confirm.
You
Oh.
really love Nanny and Shark. You really love.
Dude! Well,
There it is.
see you in the
There it
other
is.
one.
Oh, back
Yeah.
to
I've never played Alan Wake, by the way. Alan Wake is like I've never played it.
Alan Wake.
Yeah.
I
I didn't even think about Alan Wake at all, man.
did tell you it was a guy.
Dude, Remner, you actually had it all right. Every time you had like the thing, it was always right. Like you could exactly like see what I was thinking.
If you know your spy master, you can understand how they think.
Morg, I'm curious. Do you know how radiators in your country? I thought somewhere cold would guaranteed have radiators everywhere.
We have like this rowdy aid song. I can share it later.
I don't think it's called a radiator in all countries. Might be like a language thing.
Where are you from? by the way?
Radiator.
Oh,
That's a
interesting.
secret.
Oh, okay. Well, wherever it is, it has radiators, I think.
Like I told you, I have British friends. So
gotcha.
Is he British? Is Genome British? I'm kind of
Do I sound British? It's like
I don't know.
Friday night.
I thought Gino was from outer space.
Can I be Spymaster? I have not.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, who wants to
I'm
be
gonna
the
throw in some
Spymaster
funny
next?
words for the next
What?
one, so be ready for that.
I prefer when I know a game. I prefer taking the backseat.
All right, randomize.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, hang on a second. I'm just adding something.
See how cold is it in my place right now? Let's find out.
Look
How
at me.
cold
I'm a
your place
snowman.
right now?
Let me
Chad?
see. Ehi Siri, che
I-
temperatura c'è fuori?
It's 26 degrees.
Ducks, by the way.
Che
Oh,
temperatura
it's
c'è fuori?
14.
No, it's 22. What do you mean 14? It's summer.
It's 26 degrees Celsius in here. I hate you, Cav. Give
And
me your-
tomorrow's
Yeah,
a
I can do that by
thunderstorm.
default.
Wait,
Wait,
I can be the
Everyone on my
Spymaster.
team has already. Who hasn't been a Spymaster yet? Who wants to be?
Mog hasn't been, I think.
Yeah, I haven't been.
Who else?
You
Who
want
else
to
do you want
message
to
me,
be?
and then you be Spymaster for blue.
I suppose I
Who
can.
wants to be Spymaster for blue? I'm okay with switching. Okay, there you go. All right,
I mean, Morg's
we're all
the-
counting on you,
Morg has
Mog.
another chance, right? So.
I'm gonna completely suck at this, but let's do this, I guess.
By the way,
You'll be better than me, Mog.
I think
the wrong
Sharko's
team.
idea is a good idea, by the way. If you guys go in a separate pool temporarily, you can rant to each other as much as you like.
Oh yeah, I feel like
Cyril,
call
I
each
trust
other.
you.
Mog and
Yeah,
Cyril.
It's warmer here. Bro, we have 20.
Although that doesn't mean you can't hear what the operators are thinking, so maybe not actually. That's probably better.
Yeah,
Never mind.
you know.
Alright,
It
you guys
doesn't
ready?
matter if you can hear what the operator.
It does, because then you know what to hit next, you know?
That's true.
Little
You can
pro
have
trivia.
extremes of
Okay,
it.
here
Is
we
it really
go.
funny to hear the other team?
What? Wait, why am I on the pool? Wait, where's Garfield?
Honey? Here as well, yeah. I did it.
You know
for
Wait, funny.
Mog is also on the board.
Thanks for the follows, NG. I appreciate it.
Yes. Oh my god.
Oh
Who
god,
was on
I'm
the
on
board? What
board.
happened?
Look at the
Is
middle,
this a
top.
hit list?
God.
It's just like this is a hit list, isn't it? Oh god, nice.
What? Huh?
Which of us are actually spies? Place your bets now. Operator.
What the fuck?
I bet dinosaur is the black card.
No Sharko? Cafe?
Why? Not even Drills? Crazy. No Megino? Worst game ever.
No,
Dinosaur.
Megino, you're there. It's
Okay.
called Spy.
True.
Then you guys suck as spies.
Nani?
See, now we can have super personal clues as well.
Oh my god. You
That's gonna
can
be
dox
super
each
easy. Like,
other.
you write down.
Yeah,
the
that's
Right,
notes,
you just put the IP in as the clue.
Instead of a clue for dinosaur, Mog just self-doxes.
chocolate. There's two. Think
Chocolate no
Jack is
Sharko?
No, wait, I got it. Yeah, that's
Oh,
one.
that's
Megino's stinky? That's not true, Syro.
Wait,
I am the
that's
most
for us.
not stinky. Right now. Took a shower before.
Chocolate cane, chocolate coffee, chocolate tooth, chocoberry.
oh, mocha
I
berry.
made chocolate for lunch. Actually, that's
I
a
don't
good
think-
idea.
I think coffee.
I mean, that would make sense, chocolate cafe, but
Mocha beans. Lunch?
I think cane,
chocolate berry.
chocolate.
Oh, I got it. Easter. Definitely.
Easter, that's very good.
Oh, so true.
That is very good. I thought I was still red, by the way.
And look, it's a. Actually, I'm gonna say it. Let's see.
It's Sam Jackson.
Sam. I don't think a dinosaur shot
I'm
made
almost.
chocolate.
That is so true, Crispy.
Also, I do think sugar and chocolate. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, I don't
Well,
think it's...
there is lots of sugar in
Ew,
good
sugar
chocolate.
in your chocolate? Only dark
Sweet
chocolate.
tooth, skeleton,
Oh,
There's chocolate in the skeleton.
chocolate chair.
Chocolate skeleton.
Oh, no,
I'm
it
just gonna
was.
vote on your behalf. Sorry.
No, it's fine, fine. I just,
Wait.
you know, you're stinky, you're stink too strong. That is true.
That is not true. I took a shower.
No, you didn't.
How many weeks have you-
I am
Pain of
looking
a spy
into your
master.
shower, and you didn't.
Yeah, feel free to deafen your Discord so you can scream in your chat about how terrible your teammates are. It's part of the fun.
As a spy master. Okay.
Yeah, as a spy master. Yeah.
Actually, if I
that's optional, I guess. You can do whatever you want.
I am too smart. Sarko said so.
Free win for opposite. That is...
Oh, and you have to click the cards instead of like selecting a number if you need that.
Oh, click the cards? What do you mean?
Yeah. Like you write the word and then you click the cards.
You can click where the number is and choose the number. That's how I did it.
What?
Oh, can you? Because whenever I clicked the number, it was like, oh, you have to pick the cards.
Sometimes you can buy, but you can actually.
And I didn't do it again. I don't know what that's about.
Oh, it's right tutorial thing.
Woman. Name for $1. Name a
there are rumors about Sharko potentially being a woman. Have to be a woman. There's at least 50-50 chance on that one.
I'm gonna
Nani.
kick whoever voted.
Kill him.
So, wait. Okay, we can look. Okay.
No, we're in.
Okay.
Take back. Ramner's roasting. No.
And I think we skip. I think we skip.
And Sharko are officially spies.
Genome is a woman. I mean, huh?
Jesus.
Well, yeah.
Genome is a furry, not a woman.
Oh, there's a female genome.
Oh, Nani is on the board.
Nani? Genome as a magical girl.
Magical girl?
Yeah, but there was stronger feminine energy from the north, so...
Yeah, it's girl versus... It wasn't magical woman.
Yeah, true. It would have been Maho.
Maho? Bro, I'm not a hoe.
Maho.
Wait, there was a character from an anime called Maho. Old anime.
Maho Shoujo, some character called magic, basically.
Maho Shoujo, Maho Sensei Negima?
Aniponi Dasher. Maho. Yeah, true.
What?
Man, big brain's crazy. Big brain, chat. Big brain.
So if Captain
May.
Oh.
I use the exact same thing.
There's only one.
I'm pretty sure it's Captain Slipper or Captain Tooth.
It's Captain Glass.
Also, technically, Gino, are you a captain?
No.
Are you a captain?
Auxilia is my title, not captain.
Oh, true.
What is Auxilia?
Don't worry about it.
Are you an auxiliary support?
Yeah, that's the title.
Excuse me? Cheryl will say something stupid like, Air?
Cat won't shut up.
Gotta win, right?
Let the cat stream.
It rhymes with chair.
Lunch, because I spent too much money on gacha, so it's air lunch.
I didn't forget.
Why does air have to do with it?
More of lunch is air than...
No, I'm just joking. Weed.
Ninjas manipulate air. When you open the door, you let the
air story glass
chocolates.
Cheryl, can you act like I rage baited you because I can't think of anything right now?
Thank you, Cyril.
Thank you, Cyril.
Thank you, Cheryl. Instead of Dankeschön, you guys got it. I made a pun because I'm funny.
Danke, Cheryl. Danke, Cheryl.
Try not to chuckle or anything. But it would be funny if one of us was the black word.
It
would be fun.
It would actually be very funny.
I'm bet it's me. I'm the black card. So don't vote for me.
I bet it's Mog. It's a dinosaur.
I want to make a joke now, but I don't know Xenom enough to make the joke.
I hear it clicking.
Right.
Is it just me?
I am clicking. I'm not actually
fiddling.
Actually, never mind. Maybe I take it.
There's only one thing that's mechanical.
Mechanical?
Yeah, the mechanical skeleton, right?
Mechanical.
Unless you
I would say mechanical
saw.
or mechanical dinosaur.
Oh,
yeah, like animatronic.
So cool.
A door counts as mechanical, but there's only one. So.
What about skeleton?
You're
mechanical
like an endoskeleton.
Yeah.
Genome is full of mechanical stuff. To be fair.
If you're mechanical,
genome is like genetics.
I swear I heard Genome say beep boop today. Coincidence?
Well, we made a mistake. Oh no, wait, we are blue.
I'm going to
Yes,
shoot
you are.
the
They're like, oh no, red got it. It's like,
Trying to scam his own team.
I'm gonna end my guess, unless we're gonna pick a random card for shits and giggles. Are we gonna pick a random card for shits and giggles?
I say we pick either Genome, Nani, or Dinosaur.
what about Barry or Barry? Barry?
I don't know. I think it would be better to pick like people from the collab. I think Mog because he's a spy master.
Click Gino. Trust.
No, Mog.
You are aware Morg didn't choose the colors of the cards, right?
It's fine.
I mean, chance of getting black right now is pretty low.
I'm dead certain Mog's like being like, oh no, these idiots.
But if they get the black card, it would be funny.
Anyone can skip at any time, by the way, if anyone wants to prevent Ramnor from throwing for you.
True.
Oh my god.
So lucky.
I picked a random one.
It worked.
That was a crazy guess.
It just worked.
Second time, you got good luck right now.
I wonder.
Codenames.
Bagu?
God.
Also, team works there. Oh shit, I'm not in the right team. I'm sorry.
Anyways, bye.
Obvious, right, guys?
Yeah. Do you wanna do a random one?
Yeah, let's do a random.
We are behind, but hopefully Sarah will cook next round and we'll be fine.
What about,
or maybe, you know what? Let's rely on Ramnor to do the hard work for us and get us ready. Come on, Ramnor.
I'm doing great! What are you talking about?
Appreciate it.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
Mog, drop a forward now. Like a ward
just
4,
like that.
and we win.
Surely.
Can you imagine if he drops like VTubers and all 4 were one teams?
Oh,
and we
that's
go
so
like
funny.
bam.
That would be pretty huge, though.
True. Can we do all feature grenades?
Maybe.
That would be crazy fun.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Like, who has the most knowledge about VTubers? And we could just pick a word that's related to all
green-haired VTubers.
ASMR.
Green is
lore.
I barely know the people in this place.
Lore.
That rhymes with door. No, we can do better.
Hey, I made it.
Story.
Rhymes with dinosaur.
Oh,
yeah, you're right. Story.
Okay, someone else.
I don't think that's what Morg meant. But
I think Mog is very smart, but we are very stupid.
I mean, what else could you want?
True.
Of course.
Bonus guess, Ramnor? Bonus guess?
I don't.
No. We can.
We're ahead, but I'm really looking at
You
the
could be more
dinosaur.
ahead, Ramnor, if you did a bonus guess.
Don't. I'm taking away the controls.
I do.
Genome saw the writing on the wall.
I believe in you, Turtle.
I was
Connect to the
about to
multiverse.
press
Bring
it.
your brain power to max. Get like three cards with one word. Try to do it. I believe in you.
2 will be fine, because Ramnor help us later, don't worry.
Like, for example... Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Okay.
Slow.
There's no Ramnor.
Oh,
so there's
easy.
I feel like she means this.
Yeah. Patient.
Oh, I
Slow.
found the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I swear.
Okay, so we go for patient maybe first.
Maybe.
Okay.
Wow.
And dinosaurs are also kind of slow though.
Are they really? Do you think?
Some of them are really fast, so I don't think it's good to have
True.
slow
Mog
for-
is
for-
fast.
There's
Yeah.
one
so-
called Velociraptor.
Mog is small,
which is
though.
kinda fast.
I can see Slipper as well because you're kind of slow when you have the
Slipper is
slippers on.
Possible
But I
to-
think Kane is more like it. I don't
old
think
man.
she would call Nani or Genome slow, so definitely not.
Unless she's feeling particularly mean, I guess.
And I
I think this probably Kane, yeah.
Okay.
You
Let's
know
go.
that walking with a cane is slow.
Alright,
try it.
Ramnor, go ahead and give us another red. Thanks, mate.
Oh.
Alright.
Is she sure that I call her old?
I believe in you, Ramnor.
Gonna get
Not
you
big
later,
red.
mister.
Look at the dog.
see you in Tomodachi Life.
What the hell?
1v1 me, Tomodachi.
Oh yeah, Renner, I think you're fighting with someone in Tomodachi Life again.
I am? Did I make up with Cafe?
She was like, I won't forgive you, but then eventually you made up.
Yay! Why didn't we fight?
It's random.
Oh,
you were stinky.
No, you were stinky.
I think it's also related that the fact that I don't feed them enough, and I think they get more angry if I don't feed them enough. I heard, but that might be a rumor.
Hungry.
Hungry. I hope I get fed enough in Tomodachi Island.
Yeah, since we made
We get fed up each other, yeah.
We got 2 minutes left, Mark.
No, it's fine. Mog is thinking, I believe him.
You have all the time of the world.
You can hit fairy.
Unit.
Unit.
A unit of measurement. A unit of slipper.
Yeah, because it's 2 slippers.
More like a team, like a
team.
But there's 2 of them. Am I an absolute unit? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was literally thinking that.
A dinosaur unit.
Okay, it's 1.
Yo, guys, how many slippers wide is your house?
Several.
Oh,
At least 2.
Class.
Seems a bit small. What size are these
Cliffy!
slippers?
Thank you for a resub. Welcome in. Hello, hi. How are you doing today?
You can have a neat.
I heard Clippy. I'm like, what?
Senior chef kiss.
Clippy.
Let me mute myself.
Okay, I'm gonna be the vain one in here. I'm gonna vote myself because I'm vain like
sure.
that.
I'll follow
Absolute
that.
unit.
Dinosaurs are absolute units.
Dinosaurs are absolute units, but I've never heard Mog say absolute unit.
Yeah, that's another thing. How well do we know?
Only a Sith deals in absolutes, Randall.
I don't like Star Wars.
Play whatever you want.
I mean, class could be a unit. Like, how many classes do you have?
I have like a measurement with class.
I think unit as in unity. We mean unit as in unity.
Kev, what do you think?
Shit.
Cool, we only have like 28 seconds.
Thanks for
20 seconds.
Let me go for
Try
fucking slippers. Go for slippers.
Venom, this is on you. Try pick one. We're picking. Thank you, D. Pick one. Do it.
Random take a 5 straight streak.
Okay,
it's just a guy. It's not a black card. It's just a guy.
That was like
Absolute unit.
Absolute unit. That's a guy. True. He looks like Mario too.
Like I've seen this situation before, like a
It looks like Megino.
It's true.
Wait, think about a 5
for
straight
real.
streak.
Speaking of, by the way, how are you finding Codenames? Is it better than you thought?
Open.
I wasn't sure what to expect. I'm starting to understand the gist of
Hello.
Hello, you guys.
Yeah, how are you doing, Gobo? I'm doing fantastic. Welcome.
Gotta be door, right?
Yeah, it's gotta be door. Unless you open your
You
lunch
guys
or
can
open
talk
your
to me
food or
anytime,
open
therefore I am open.
You're open. You open your mouth with teeth inside.
True. Or you open a door.
Oh wow.
Maybe. Oh.
I am tempted to vote for Nani just because it's funny, but I feel like if that was like a thing,
That could be the black card.
True.
she would
It's
have.
increasingly more likely that it's the black card or a blue card. So
Can we do like a random chair just for funny? But if Sarah Have's not giving us like the word, it's gonna be something weird, right? Like maybe Barry.
yeah, I think it's gonna be something really random. So
You know what would be really fun? If you guys pick something that gives us a point, that would be really fun.
Maybe we
or
just
we could end and see more desperately try to get a 2 in time.
Yeah.
Hello, hope you're having
Yeah,
fun.
sounds good to me.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Thank you for being
Because we
here.
only have one, so I only need one hint, and then we're dead. Like, as long as the hint is like very like, you know, it's this thing basically, we're good.
She just types out like an arrow pointing exactly to it.
Just
comes out
type
with
the
text
number
box.
of the cell. We'll count like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's like 10. Yeah.
That's certain. Okay, we
wait,
should
wait.
take a guess. We should take a guess.
We still have.
There's another.
Okay, I believe. Come on.
Oh yeah, dude, that was good.
If you don't take a guess, we might win. So. What?
Wow.
What?
No way.
Oh my god, Megino was right from the start. Megino was right from the start. It was lunch.
I guess I am an absolute unit. Thank you.
Holy shit!
Wow.
I actually thought you guys are gonna go for dinosaur because of Mog.
Oh my god, I was hoping you would not.
Congrats.
Look, it was
to
Barry,
Ramner.
and you guys were talking about picking Barry.
Yeah, I was like, congrats to Ramner for being like, oh, maybe
So-
not, maybe no, someone who's not in the collab is like crazy.
See, Cyril kind of drew the short straw here because Lunch and Berry
Let me just say this. I wanted to write down blue, right? Because, oh hey, team, blue, genome maybe. Blue as in teammate or something.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then, oh wait, berry. Blueberry.
Oh, yeah. Oh my
No,
god.
okay, that would have been very dangerous, yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been like crazy.
I was so scared.
Cyril, do you have any comments before we move on?
I want to say.
I wanted.
Cyril, do you have any comments? Ramner, start talking.
I wanted to say food, but the problem was there was also berry there. So
Yeah.
I just want to say. I just want to
My-
say specifically to Cheryl. Nah, 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 nah.
What? I put something. I put something in. I put
Cyril
something
played
in
well.
that has.
Yeah,
You guys
Cyril got
got a lot of
that
guesses.
2-1 earlier.
Yeah,
That was
I
really
put
good.
something in with 2. So and they got
Only
it.
we had open our
So
lunch.
shut
We
up.
had one.
True. Okay, I'm
want
trying
to
to rage
put in,
bait here. Whose team are you guys?
I wanted to put in break for lunch.
You want to do one more, or are you guys ready?
We can do more if you guys.
They could have put
Yeah,
Megino
sure.
for lunch.
Now I understand Spy Masters being in a call being much better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because all
yeah.
you feel
Because
is the pressure to go, you fools!
You skipped screws.
5.
Anyone else wants to be a spy master? I can be a spy master.
Does anyone have any
else?
words they'd like to
Uh,
recommend for the next game that might come?
If no one wants, I can be the spy master, but I don't want to take.
Was there a VTuber one?
Yeah, let's just do a whole bunch of VTubers that we.
A bunch of VTubers? Okay.
Oh wait,
Which ones are
Ready
cancelled?
for
I
that
can't
game.
remember.
I
9.
mean, we can
Oh.
start with ourselves, and then if it's not enough,
Yeah,
we
I
can
mean,
just...
I already put everyone in here. It's just a random chance for how many it takes. So.
Oh, I see. I see.
Okay.
And no, I didn't put dinosaur. I put Morg. Dinosaur was a
8,
coincidence.
10. Oh, what are we doing?
All
the
VTubers.
door gets on the floor. Everybody was the dinosaur.
Is there anyone?
I
who
haven't
wants to
randomized
be
the
spy
teams.
master?
Do we want to go same teams? Is this a rematch? Is this a grudge match?
Okay, we can randomize teams. Yeah.
Okay.
Randomize or grudge match?
Randomize.
Randomize.
Yeah, no grudge match.
Randomize.
Oh, okay.
Randomize, yeah.
Megino's still in the same spot.
Only Nani and Genome switched, but so do we randomize?
That's fine.
No.
I already randomized the belly.
Yeah. He didn't know like this was fine.
I thought
Good?
you
Everyone
just
good?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Megan, are you okay with this? Or you want a different?
Yep.
you want
Are we gonna
separate
do
team?
a spy master call, or do you want to do like we're gonna be like the way that is?
We could try a spy master call with like no idea what they're saying. That might be a fun twist and see like how
You
that
can
feels.
start by hearing us, and then worst case, if you have to like yap with each other, you can go on a call.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really need to separate myself. I can,
You
I can
can just message on Discord.
You can DM each other, yeah. You could DM each other, yeah.
true.
That was what I was trying to do with Megan, but
I was not looking at random chat.
ignoring me.
It was ignoring you. Yeah, fair.
All right, we
Okay,
good to
I'm
go
ready.
then? Let's do this.
All right.
Here we go.
Shots.
Remember, I'm in red team.
Remember, Randall, you're on the blue team.
Oh, I'm blue?
Yes, you're blue.
Oil?
Blue.
With Cyril and
Charles on the
Calfit.
board.
Megino!
Mm-hmm.
Cyril!
Megan,
You're
Einstein,
not in there.
Switzerland mentioned.
Kind of kicked it. There's a black hole in
I
there.
said you're not in there.
Yeah?
Black
Oh
hole
my god,
sucks.
I'm here.
Randall is a
Daryl's
one.
right next to me.
Oh, it's wrong!
Oh, I swear. if
Oh, yeah, I didn't even look
it's
for
in
people. That's
Swatch shield, that means black.
Oh my god,
hole.
Einstein is here.
Einstein.
That's
So
my
I
favorite
am
VTuber.
the
My favorite VTuber.
Oh, Newton.
Oh, there's better.
Oh, this is gonna be tough. If the code word is gravity, then it's definitely Newton and black hole. But...
Gravity. The problem is if like Newton and Einstein and black hole are in the same group, you can easily do them. But if they're in different groups,
science?
Then it's...
Why are you
Science.
What?
Science.
Oh. Well.
Fuck.
European.
Einstein is European.
That's a bit too...
Wait, is Newton European? I don't think so.
Isaac Newton.
I like that I get no vote.
Wait, where are you? I'm trying to look for you, man. Oh, there you are.
There's so many Europeans here.
Isaac Newton was born.
What?
Lincoln
I'm not gonna say I'm not technically European.
Oh my god, you're okay. He's playing against us. Can we change Spy Master?
He's an evil Spy Master.
He's playing.
By the way, Isaac Newton was born in England.
Yeah, so it
And I'm gonna say was Newton.
I'm gonna write it down anyway.
Einstein. I'm more sure about Isaac Newton for gravity and then Einstein. We can go first Newton.
Okay.
Do we go Einstein or black hole?
Jeez, this is dire.
Black hole.
I say black hole because Nani could have also mentioned scientists, I think.
True.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Come on, give us something to work with.
I'm sorry, I didn't think so.
Well, we already know, like, me, Mog, Cyril has to be like us, right?
Hello.
So whatever word,
Red.
we'll see what word we get.
Let me prank.
No.
Alright, what earth-shattering clue do we get? God,
That's the same clue, bro. We already knew.
That's tree.
So Einstein too, right?
We're gonna start with.
You forgot Miss Piggy. Miss Piggy.
Nice pig, no Miss Piggy.
That's so true. And all the scorpion VTubers.
That's just
Okay.
Not everything.
Do we go for Einstein too, or do we just skip and then we keep it?
Do it.
No, we're gonna do that as a last resort. Now it's
Okay. We wait. We hold. Okay.
We're gonna end our turn.
Nani, they're cheating. Do something.
Nani, no, Megino.
I have not noticed any cheating yet.
I'm
saying
the better.
Technically, how?
We're just playing according to the rules of the game. You can hold that.
I think we should kill Megino.
I'm 50-50. I just don't count.
You're 50?
Yes, I'm 50.
He's actually 500. Keep up with the lore.
Actually, a dog at the moment.
It's actually a good thing that we picked Megino the first part, so we can get VTuber as a clue.
It would have been really funny if it was a black one.
Oh, no. Sorry, that was accidental. Accidental.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I hit my
scorpion.
Pointy, I would say that as well, but let me have a look. A pointy strike? What the hell are you on about?
Strikes are pointy!
Well, it depends. Why am I helping you guys?
I think Needler is fine. I think you can lock that in.
Mammoths are pointy. The tusks are very pointy.
I don't think that's a big reach for that. I think Scorpion works. Yeah.
I think Scorpion is yeah, I think so.
Heaven is pretty pointy. You should pick
Okay,
that.
perfect.
You should pick Heaven if you like it that much.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Oh, I sure have a go there.
It's our color
Very
anyway.
connected. I'm back.
Yay, Cafe is back!
Welcome back.
I don't know why, but
this
sometimes
queen.
it's disconnect.
It's fine.
Oh, it's the cable, right?
Don't kill Megino. He still hasn't given me his grandpa and grandma's recipes.
No.
Where did you see
They
that?
are belong to me. Are they winning? Hello, Fini. Hello. Yeah, we're kind of sort of winning.
Do you guys want to eat Megino instead? I think that's also cool.
I think I am.
Are you gonna guess or pass, by the way?
I mean, we could leave
pass. She'll pass.
We could leave it here for Sharko.
Yeah, is Kev back in or?
I'm back.
Sorry, I thought, Bob. I'm not paying attention. Are you winning,
I
King?
I can't click on it. Disconnected from server, trying to reconnect. No.
No.
Coffee.
It's fine. You can.
Did you click the
can look-
reconnect that showed up, or did you reopen the thing?
Coffee,
No.
you can just look from one of the streams and then just
But
tell us.
Okay.
Yeah, you can watch Sarah's stream. True.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, we already knew this
The
one.
sign?
3 of them. Okay.
Science, butter.
Butter? Really?
Buttery science? Dude, the entire thing about butter is science. Like how to make butter, that's science.
Cooking is science. Yeah.
Are you sure
Cooking
it's
is
science?
chemistry, yeah.
I think bomb, right?
That
And Science Street? Bomb? Really? Is bomb science? Are you sure?
Megino said in chat that he's gonna cover himself in butter and run for science.
There's some science involved with the bomb.
Hi, Cat.
Now
Doing
he's the
great.
worst in the game.
Ramner churning
I
it?
guess you
Lock
can-
into bomb, right?
Yeah, lock and bomb.
I'm here.
Okay.
God damn it!
Oh.
What science about bombs?
Dankeschön.
Nuclear bomb is a
what happened?
classic.
Yeah, but it's not science. It's
Bombs
war.
are science, though. It's already chemistry.
Bro, we had a
What?
movie.
It is.
I mean, what
We
else
had
is
a
science?
movie about
Like
a
this-
scientist making
there's
science
both.
that's
There's-
bad.
Gotta change my
Do you forget Barberheimer?
Oppenheimer style.
Who?
Jesus.
What?
Or Mr. Scientist, the mega people killer, kill people. I don't know.
Yeah, what was it? What was the name?
Oppenheimer.
Oh, I heard something different.
Yeah, I said Barberheimer because it was Barbie and Oppenheimer. Soul? Heaven?
No.
Jazz? Pig? Cafe? What do you think?
Wait, give me a sec.
Yeah, no.
I'll give you 2.
Yes.
Gas?
That's it.
No, no, Jazz drive. Jazz hands, which means jazz opera.
Ah, damn,
Yeah,
this
I
one's a hard one.
Is that a jazz opera? I'm talking out of my head.
I'm thinking of the bee from the bug who likes jazz. But it's not that.
Yeah, like, that is so good. That's actually genius. I'm gonna say we start with soul and then we hit bug for you like jazz because Nani has dropped that line.
Who?
So Cafe, please do soul.
So, yeah, yes, sir.
No, I mean click the tap to confirm. And
who?
then I say we go bug.
Oh,
Who?
You like jazz, Sarah?
you like jazz?
You like jazz?
Who are we talking about?
Are you deaf?
I don't know.
You're
which
not
talk you guys are
explaining
on about.
yourself.
No,
These.
I
You're
saw.
like-
I just realized you said who 5 times.
Yeah.
Bug jazz, and you're like bug jazz, bug jazz.
Sarah,
I don't know
Sarah,
what that means.
a B movie.
I've never seen the B movie.
Okay.
I've also never seen the B movie except from the
Okay,
GIF.
I don't agree with this, but I'll go with it.
There's a line in that movie which is a very popular meme that goes, "You like jazz?"
Oh, too late. It's our turn.
Anyway.
Why did you not log in?
We didn't look in.
I voted it. I didn't lock it in because
You
I wasn't
need
sure
to
about
lock
it.
it in. You need to lock.
You can also lock it in, Remner.
You can. Everyone can log in.
Yeah, but I'm a coward.
Then
Straight up bugging it.
Alright, guys, we can still win this.
I kind of think like maybe mammoth was science, because like.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too. What kind of science?
Maybe.
Like,
Nah.
It's math. Because it's math.
the methane.
I would say dryer, if science.
Yeah, dryer is also science, yeah.
Or it may be the opposite of science.
Old, yeah, okay, mammoth is old.
What
Yeah, look again.
me?
Good thing I already clicked on Megino, otherwise I would have to click it now.
Old.
Okay, but what
Opera,
if
maybe?
it meant the opposite of
that's
science,
well.
which is heaven,
Yeah.
which is also pretty old?
Heaven
Why
is
are the
also old,
giant
yeah.
push-ups not up?
Old people
Okay.
with polo
Okay,
shirts.
one more.
Why are your push-ups not
Do
up?
you think heaven is
What?
alive?
Heaven feels old.
Top and Dick just redeemed them. Mwah.
Polo is also something old people. Nah, I guess not.
That's a good one, though. That's a good one.
But heaven.
Yeah, but,
Dry-
I'm just gonna click on those two then.
The floor is old.
Hmm.
Oil is old, like petrol.
Alright, we're gonna go for polo.
Pink
Wait,
can also
isn't
be
it butter? If it,
Or-
nah.
I don't think I
Bugs
wanna
can
eat.
be old, you know.
Because it's
some of
old
them are
milk.
like-
Ah.
Okay, we
Healing myself.
That's it. It's all over. Damn.
Yeah. It's all over.
Okay, Nani, give us
People
the
wear polo
black
shirts.
guy. So we have to guess. Nah, I'm kidding.
Lamppost. Streets.
This is it.
Bug?
There's no way they can.
It could be bug.
mess this up.
Could be oil.
Yippee!
How?
Like-
Wait, what was that?
Hating you all.
So
right
it was
now.
not bug. Okay, good.
What was science though? What?
Wait, time out,
Science
time out,
was
time out.
Dryer.
Bugs, mammoth, oil, but also a dryer. So it was like a joint.
Oil was science?
Nani, what was
Oil,
the
oil is
dude?
science. There's a lot of petrochemical science behind oil.
Oh, like oil. Okay, I
Oil
was
is
thinking of
just
cooking
oil.
oil. Okay.
Oh, I was thinking.
Nani, what?
Yeah.
What was the second in jazz?
But yeah,
It was
make
street. Street performing jazz musicians.
Hey,
is
though
a pretty
using
common thing when
European
you start
dev
out.
VTuber afterwards. That was
Because
not
I
good.
you didn't understand.
If you go to a big city, especially in the time of jazz,
I had to do a
there would be a
double
lot
because
of
we were all
jazz,
like,
especially.
No, we
if
already
it's
knew
back
though.
in the street corner.
Yeah, we could have come back to guess.
I envy those streets.
Ooh, but it was not guaranteed. It was not guaranteed.
Also, jazz.
It
I
was.
always
We were
find to be a
talking
very
about it.
city thing.
I was afraid. I was afraid the communication was not.
He was
I've
scared.
also never
Yeah.
seen the meme before.
This
What?
is tough.
I've never seen
I did not
any
see Bug
movie
coming. I'm not gonna lie.
It's fine. It's not a great movie. It has a lot of.
I'm so lucky
It's
you guys
You know,
timed out.
entomology,
It's a
mammals
wild-
are, archaeology, oil is technically geology, so it's like science.
Yeah. It's like
you could have said ology.
Huh?
No, I don't think so. It really was
oilology, dryerology,
Ology.
bugology.
Bugology. It is.
Bacteriology.
Okay. You guys laugh.
He's gonna talk about Greek
Oilology.
language.
Oh,
Are you an oilologist? Oilologist.
For me,
Ramnor the oilologist. That's
entomology
so catchy one.
is genuinely bugology.
Okay, I'm ready for another round. Just give me a second to get something done real quickly.
The cat.
sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's
Yeah.
exploding his cats.
I mean, if we're playing again, in that case,
Yeah.
What do you have
does
to
anyone
do?
want to add any funny words that are technically things?
The voice stranger.
I have a gamer word.
Voice stranger.
Can we add gamer words, Nani?
We had
Depends what
Fortnite.
you mean by gamer words.
At
If they're gonna get me
Fortnite.
banned, then no.
You
Skill issue.
Isn't skill issue 2 words?
6, 7.
Cyril.
No.
That's a skill issue.
It's 2 words in one.
A rhyme
Like
nor the scam nor.
I'm gonna refill my sippy real quick.
Okay.
Romania.
Small BRB as well.
Okay.
Oh my god. I'm back.
You know who has a huge skill issue?
Me?
You?
Megino.
True.
Megino, you
Yeah.
cannot say you have a skill issue. I'm trying to attack you.
I literally said I have a skill issue.
No, you're not allowed to. Can you? Okay, I'm going to
do. Hey now. Trees a crowd.
One operative and 3 spy masters.
Everyone
Four
just
brains.
You know I haven't randomized yet, right? Do we want to
Yeah,
randomize?
you should
Oh.
randomize. Click randomize a couple times.
Boom, boom.
Alright.
A couple times. Oh no,
That was 2.
Was 2, yeah. Okay, I'm happy to have Cyril on the team. I'm not so happy to have Randall on the team.
shut up! I'm a great player, you dumbass.
What I found as someone who was just with Ramnor, as long as there's a Cyril to tell him that's stupid, then it's fine.
No, I don't need Cheryl.
Cyril saved me on 2 separate rounds saying, Ramnor, I don't understand.
Yeah, that's because you're silly.
No, you never tried to explain it to me. You keep on saying like bug, and I'm like, who? What?
Why?
No clue.
I guess you could say it's
I was
bugging
expecting
her.
you-
Oh, my bad. 3 rounds then, if you can't bug.
Oh.
I was expecting you went for a bag, so I could kind of like recover from that.
All right, the
I was not
Megano's
agreeing
reaction
with
to
bug.
Jazz 3 was crazy nanny. And then I put Jazz performers often start in the streets. Oh, fair. Uncrazies you.
Yeah, it was crazy, man.
Crazy.
Crazy hamburger,
Crazy hamburger. This is the first time I actually enter in contact with a hamburger, crazy hamburger meme, so I didn't know about it. So it's right now one of my favorite stupid lines to say.
I love that.
I just like to point out, Megino didn't really want to play this, and he's the one suggesting the next round. So I'm glad you're enjoying Megino.
I don't know.
It's fine. It's just the company.
Can we throw a rock?
Yeah, it's definitely a game that you want like a good team with. Good group.
It's called.
Shaco's back.
Starko,
We
if
miss
you
him.
have to put a player as the best player of your team, if Cyril and Megino were not here, who would you pick?
Me.
Well, there's no Ramner in my team, so.
Fuck!
Genome got my
Wait,
3. It's gotta be.
How do I change my name?
Start the game.
Let's go.
No!
Blue team, I'm gonna shut up now. I'll trust my fate in you.
Yosh.
Oh, it's my turn? Oh, okay.
Rainbow's
God.
there.
We believe in our boss. It's fine.
Ramnor!
Brother Ramnor.
Please be the black card. Please be the black card.
You wanna be the black card?
Wait. Oh, wait.
Now the question is, guys, did I add nut or is that a coincidence?
Wait, it's under.
The fun part is it's right underneath Genome as well. No.
Yeah, that's so
right underneath.
Thank you guys so much.
I mean, we couldn't do anything about that.
Hold on, I have to focus.
I'm not paying attention.
I'm going to.
Oh, look under Genome's name.
Nut.
Well, there's also Brother Ramnor, which is funny.
It's Brother Ramnor and Genome Nut.
My brother in Christ, Ramnor.
And it's Sarko Coconut.
Holy!
Oh
Wow,
my god!
Oh my fucking god. Are you? Oh.
Fantastic, I guess. Where do we start? I start with Sharko. We start with Sharko.
We're so dead.
Quick, Kath, become an IRL VTuber. An IRL tuber. Then they can't pick you.
Right now.
No. This is so unfair.
Yeah, that is unfair.
I do think this is unfair too, so.
What?
Which one do we start with?
Entire list of VTubers, so you can't use that.
True. Next rule for the next time.
Do you guys watch Nut-chan? Nut-chan's a great VTuber.
Nut-chan's my favorite.
Peanut, the burning peanut, right?
Yeah,
I don't talk about him.
We don't
Not
talk.
that one.
It's not.
You know what? There is a Spike'll checksum with a stick VTuber.
Spike is also a VTuber, but
This is doable. We can still recover. It's not
At
a great
least pick
start,
a
but
random
it's doable.
one so we have a chance.
Yeah, can we pick a random one for them?
Okay, Megan,
I pick.
Cyril is like
Moses.
Cyril always beats the odds, so she might actually pick the.
No, Cyril, what do you want to pick? What do you want to pick, Cyril?
Not.
Not. If he's the black card, I will
I wanna
love
pick
it.
Atlantis.
A lot.
Come on. Black card. Damn it.
Obviously not as
It would have been really funny. It would have been really funny if it was red.
I wanted to be the black card, so it ends. Like someone
It's just your usual white nut.
We're so good.
White nut milk.
Genome nut.
No pressure, Gino. No pressure.
No pressure.
This
I don't see Sharko keeping up that performance. We can catch up with twos, I'm sure.
I can do next time.
Don't worry, Gino. You can be my right wing.
Also, they have Ramnor, so there's a good chance we get a free card.
True.
What? I heard Rambo.
I was saying I love you, man. I love you. Yeah.
Why is Pappendickle torturing me and not torturing Cyril?
Because he knows what's best for you.
What the fuck does that mean?
That means you should do exercise, my man. Go, go, go.
What the fuck did I do wrong?
You're doing now.
Okay. So, Miss Scamlism, when are you releasing all the ASMR videos?
Wouldn't you want to know?
No, I actually don't care. The longer you take,
why are you asking?
The longer you take to release them, the more I can use this excuse. Texas Ranger, Texas Stick, Texas Brother.
Yes. No.
Texas Moses.
Texas Nut.
Oh no.
Texas Nut.
Texas Hollywood.
4, 5.
Isn't it like a Texas lake too, anyway?
7, 8,
Church at this
9,
What are you
He's doing it.
11. Wait, what?
W Ramnor.
1,
Kaffe?
2, 3,
I'm so bad at this.
5,
Texas is like the biggest state.
Okay.
8, 9, 10.
Texas brother.
Hear me out. We pull it back with a guess.
I believe.
4, 5, 6.
But later though.
7, 8.
We will.
No, I'm so bad at this.
Texas Rust! It's Rust from the True Detective show.
Not from the
From
game.
a Dusty Mason.
Star? No.
We should probably skip for now.
You should
Probably.
ask the genome what the black card is and pick it.
Good thing I didn't guess brother.
Brother, you decide.
You could have said Space Marine or Hulk Hogan.
I mean,
True.
Yay.
brother, for the Emperor, we must fight.
Brother. Hide and stick.
Brother.
But
He's yawning while exercising.
But
That's not how the body
we
works.
have to end this one.
I guess one.
Star. Ground. Mercury. What?
Stars.
Okay,
Brother.
I think I've got something you guys can guess easily.
Oh?
I'm not gonna give it away. Oh no, it's not gonna work.
Oh.
River.
Rivers of blood.
Lakes often branch into rivers,
Yeah.
and vice versa. Moses.
What about?
Tried the sea, which is not a river.
Yep.
Dus Atlantis, no?
Should I click confirm? Or you can...
If it wasn't that, I think we were cooked, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, so
We could
Where's
say
one more?
Lake. We could say River.
I'm like
Lake
looking at these two.
Like Moses.
Yeah.
Atlantis.
Moses supposes.
I will say Moses
That
was
is a
around at the time of
fantastic song,
ancient
and I
Egypt
really
where the Nile was. Right? Is that not true? It could not be true. I don't know. I'm pretty rusty.
What? I
Oh,
was
there's...
not paying attention.
There is rust in some rivers. Not all of them.
That's not what
And
I was.
also said like Moses on the hill from.
No, I was just thinking like Moses, Egypt,
Moses?
the River Nile.
Ooh, that's a leap.
Oh, that's true.
You can say ground though, which is right next to the river.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm
I
not
think
the
ground is
blue.
probably close to a coconut. It's probably close to Hollywood. It's probably close to St. Patrick at some point. Ground is probably close to your toast. I mean,
Chose, Mose.
What was that?
What?
hear me out, right? We skip and we do it
Moses
later
supposes
when it's a little
his
easier.
toes are roses.
Yeah.
Roses supposes his toes to be.
Roses supposes her toes are roses, but roses supposes erroneously.
Yeah.
Egypt is gonna be.
Oh.
Are those
Technically, also,
toes?
technically, okay. So listen to me. So the first mention, the thing we get Atlantis from, and the legend of Atlantis is an ancient Greek historian going.
Oh
to
my
look
God.
in-
We lock in.
An
And that's
ancient
why you
Greek
keep Star Wars around.
historian going to Egypt.
You wanna
and
do a
learning
random
the story of Atlantis.
to give them an
So
advantage? like
Starko
St. Patrick?
meant that.
With
I
the
believe
black
that.
card.
If he's black, if he's blacker, it's funny. It's funny.
It is. It
And then
would
it's a red card instead.
I
The red
want
card is even
Atlantis.
funnier. I will allow you all to click. See? Fantastic.
Yippee!
Thank
See, I told you.
I
we should
knew it
go
was your
back.
card.
I told you it should have been Atlantis.
Hello. See ya.
Can't say anything about the words because we share chat, but yeah. Star. Watashi wa star. Kira.
Star. Kira. Watashi wa star.
Yeah,
That's
guys,
actually-
do you know though the difference between all of you and me?
But I'm cool.
Yes.
All of Ramno?
What is the difference, Sarah?
You're Greek.
Oh no.
No, I was gonna say I can
You're
go pick up the
again.
Moonlight Greatsword while you guys
You're
can.
Greek.
Okay.
Oh, and aspetta, aspetta.
Oh.
Edible. Square.
Alright, so weed?
Rust.
Tip.
Stick.
Toast? Toast is more edible than coconut, so I say we go toast.
Edible.
You can go mercury. You can eat mercury technically.
Yeah, you can
What?
also eat the ground. Have you never?
I
done
No,
think
if you eat
edible-
mercury,
I
you'll
think
eat
edible
mercury.
is
That's
only the
why.
things that actually allow you to survive after eating them. I hate to say it.
You can eat dirt without dying.
Salt sticks. Those are good.
I'm so
No, but-
proud of you guys.
Don't eat. Thank God there's no glue
Alright, we
because
wait.
We can
mold-
log on again. We can log
We're
on.
actually
Thank
technically
thank
even. We
God
only
that
started
there
behind
is
now.
no
We
mold
wait.
because if there was mold and all of you
Sure.
guys are beekeepers, beekeepers do eat a lot of mold.
I don't.
Well,
Come on, Rambo, you can save the blue
Molds.
team. It's up to you.
What? Fortnite dance.
Fortnite. Balls. I'm gay. I like men.
Dance.
Fortnite bottle pass. I just share on my.
We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah,
That looked like a
we
fucking
gotta get
battle
down.
pass.
You know this fucking song? Oh no.
What do we do?
Where we dropping, boys?
I just
think-
walked to
I
Mada
think we just
Town.
end. I
My
see we
friends
just
just
go.
don't.
Charco,
I will
next
just start
one.
so click.
Charco, do a 5 next time, okay?
So click whatever you want.
Do a what?
Trust.
Do a word with 5, like
Okay, I'll type fire and then you have to guess.
No, not fire. I mean the number should be like 5.
Like a very broad term, he means, so we don't count like we need. That's what he means. But I
No,
will
no.
suggest
Yeah, we can
otherwise.
Yeah, we should.
Okay, you can skip.
No, I meant like you pick the word and instead of 1 or 2, you pick like 7.
Get down. Let's go. The kill on the board where we just wiped Tomato Town.
Stop, because it will stick to me.
No, sing with me then.
Don't stop.
My friend, just get down.
Crazy hamburger.
Crazy hamburger. Crazy hamburger. Crazy Gino.
Crazy Gino. Crazy Gino.
And crazy is the Gino.
Oh,
the left.
You want crazy? Prepare for this one.
Oh no.
That's a wow.
I
What
guess.
does this word even mean?
We'll tell you after.
Yeah, sure.
I'll tell you afterwards.
As the native English speaker, I hate to say I don't remember what this means.
Really? And it's not an English word. I think it's
I'll teach you.
Don't say it.
Oh my god, you are the only...
What do you mean don't
Magazine? Can we explain magazine? What's up with that?
Magazinos.
This might be our ESL, but I was just making Gravure magazine. That's the first time.
Ringgraveringar och sånt.
But it might be wrong.
That's quite a word, though.
Let's go magazine.
Let them think, Rammer.
It's actually gravure is a French word with Germanic roots. Which,
I thought that as well.
That's cheap.
Which dates back to Latin, which dates back to Greek.
Welcome, Raiders. Whoa.
Welcome, Raiders.
Welcome, Raiders.
Welcome, Raiders.
Welcome, Raiders. Who's getting raided?
30 seconds.
I'm getting raided.
30 seconds, remember to log in.
Do I have shared chat on again? Oh, so of course I don't have the shared chat again.
Unless they get 2 in the next round, guys,
Yeah,
we can just
there we
go
go.
2 at the end.
That's sorry.
15 seconds.
15 seconds. You should go stop.
Well, you can actually lock it.
The welcome Sunday. Welcome.
Yeah, you don't need to.
All right, here's the black card.
Oh.
No,
Wow.
I knew we should have skipped.
Whoa. Let me give you a shout out.
You were gonna go for
And
Gravure
welcome to my
song,
very
wasn't you,
scuffed.
yesterday?
Gravure is related to printing, by the way.
Gravure is
Yeah, but it's Gravure eyebrows.
what I know is gravure is the art style.
so sorry,
the art
Gino.
style of
I'll explain in a bit.
Berserk is
Thank you.
gravure style.
And welcome.
Now you can explain.
Okay. A gravure is more like a magazine full of pictures of girls. And what
Okay.
you do with a picture of girls,
You hide it.
hide them. Exactly. That's my line of thinking.
I thought you meant a Gravure star, you know, like a.
Welcome, Raiders.
I thought the
something
edge
amazing.
style with the side of your pants.
Sorry.
Mercury was the black card because if you eat mercury, you die.
No,
I have a question.
No
I have a
way.
question.
We were playing
No way.
If any of the spy
Did you eat
masters
the
were
good cake?
to write down what is the word cowboy
Outwashing, I
Bebop,
see.
will any actually go for Spike? Question.
What?
Yeah,
No, I've never
for
watched
spike,
Cowboy Bebop.
tip, and stick. There's so little things I can do. If I pick trap, would you pick spike and tip?
Oh, also thank you for the follow.
You
No, I
would
would probably pick
rather
hide.
stick and spike because you sharpen sticks in a trap.
Oh my.
In the
I could see
ground,
hide as well because traps are hidden.
Yeah. If you go trap 4, you can go stick, hide, ground, spike.
Yeah, but trap is Relates to both, yeah.
Yeah, but then you guys probably would have picked ground, because where would you hide a spiked trap?
Yeah.
That is true.
Coming, and
That's
if
why
you
I
need
said
to raid
4,
run,
because I'm a genius.
feel free to do so, or say to listen. Yeah.
Hey, thank you for the raiders. I'm
Welcome.
on their
My name
account.
is Cafe VT, and I like coffee.
What?
It's true.
It is.
It is.
I'm also a troll.
Roll
Like
coffee,
at least 2 apples though.
My name is Giovanni Giorgio. You may call
But
me
everybody calls me
Giorgio.
I have never watched. We are all Catholic.
I am Genome Soldier, and I like the speed.
Yay!
I can't do the voice like a.
I am no Sharko. Sharko no Sharko Sharko.
Yes, let me be the spy master.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, you want to be Spy Master?
I want to be the spy master and fuck it up.
Joint team at the spy master.
Okay.
Oh, you're reshuffled? I see.
Oh, like this.
Nanya and Kafka can work together. Woo!
Sweet dreams.
Yo, you know what? We could do that actually. Two
saying-
Spy Masters? That might be fun.
I'm getting hungry.
I don't think that's a thing though.
That's weird.
Might be a bit
Getting
much.
hungry?
Hey, Zero Runner.
I need to
We're
stand.
just doing board games today.
Yay! I did.
Yippee.
Come on, was fun though.
Last one?
Yeah, I can do for her.
One more time.
Right, Nick, you know, Mark, we're gonna be in the same team.
Got
Okay.
this.
Let's kick their asses.
I'm gonna use all my
Go.
Who starts?
Use
Okay,
2%
blue.
of your
it's
power this
me.
time.
Mark,
Okay.
Oh
Megino,
my god.
Cyril.
You're on the list.
Whoa.
No using VTuber this time.
Okay, we go for not using VTubers.
That was like unfortunate, I think.
I mean, it might not be a
Depends.
good one. They might be different colors, remember?
Yeah, maybe no
No
shark is blue and
Sharko?
Nagina's red.
True. It was just a very lucky streak, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I am still on the board.
It was.
No, it's also VTuber.
Mona Lisa?
You know, Jack Black is also a VTuber.
No, she's
What?
Banana.
There is Jack.
Check.
Peach, understand.
Noah is also a VTuber.
Yeah.
If someone writes
Till the very end. Peaches,
clue is the word off, then we're gonna pick Jack, okay?
Oh, it's Coffee's turn, I see.
I'm still thinking.
Yeah, you got like 4 minutes, so plenty of time.
Okay, I will start with them.
You have less than 4 minutes.
No!
So
Oh, yeah.
Cyril
I
Mo,
forgot the big
Shark
number.
Nagino, America.
Okay, I am the blue team. Okay.
Sarkino?
I'm the man.
I'm the knight. Okay,
Damn.
okay. From all of us here, I think either Gino or Maul could be.
You don't think a superhero?
We are
Yeah, we're together.
Knight.
From there.
I
We're
guess we
Nani.
can team up then, Genome.
Superhero.
Yeah.
Hey, look,
I thought it was
Bruce
Bruce.
And I
Batman.
think we skip.
Okay.
Sarah.
Okay, let's see. I believe in
got
Sarah.
this. We believe in Sarah.
I got this.
God damn it.
Continent. Whoa.
Oh!
Megino.
Okay,
Moscow.
Yeah, you guys- Is this American?
Moscow. Dun, 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 dun.
That song is in German. I didn't know that until like yesterday. Or something.
It's I think it's
It's
a
German.
Romanian group
Nice.
dressed as fucking.
No, wait. We're gonna save that. We're
YOLO.
We're not
YOLO.
gonna waste it.
Okay,
No,
let's not
since
waste
you're
that.
in the lead, you should do something random.
Nuts on the table.
Okay, now
That's
Kevin
the
should be
table,
doing that.
bro. That's the NL viewer.
Moscow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Don't start
Oh, I know Chicky Ricky of Danke. Yeah, true.
Cheeky bricky of
Of
Danke.
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 Danke schön. Spaghetti mit Tomatensoße.
And now you're just speaking German. The hell, man.
German. See German? Who here
Spaghetti
can
mit Tomatensoße?
speak German? Ich liebe dich.
Ich lieb dich nicht, du lieb mich nicht. Da.
Can't believe Ramner speaks fluent German.
Guten Tag,
Du hast mich.
Du hast.
Das ist gut, ja?
Das ist gut, ja.
I had like a German coworker who was sick and tired of.
What are you thinking about?
Rammstein. Yeah, the Rammstein.
Yeah.
So.
I can see that.
Immediately. Sarko,
Wait.
take a gamble.
Fine.
Oh, Schnitt.
Oh,
Thank you.
Oh, schnitzel.
That's literally what I'm thinking
Really?
of.
You chose the gambler VTuber?
I'm surprised.
I
as you
also
are.
gamble.
Like,
I also gamble.
Yeah, Cyril's literally gotcha.
He gambler VTuber.
Wait.
That's
You
true.
could say Cafe gave you the 50-50 and you lost the 50-50 gamble.
True.
There's more than one gamble person here as well.
I will say when we were playing Scamline, I think we all know what noise everyone made when the slot machine appeared. You know.
I was literally hanging up. Every time when people called me, I hung up.
Yeah.
She only talked to me.
Everyone wanted to know your reaction.
How much did you win, guys, in the slot machine?
1.
-2.
Yeah, same. Charles,
I won 2.
I got 1.
Cheryl, hey. Cheryl.
Hey.
Hey.
Charco.
I'm thinking Maggie, no. Say.
God, we have less than 2 minutes left.
Freaking Meg.
No, I believe.
Maggie, no.
Animal Megino.
Did you guys know that we don't exactly know
Wait, only one?
what
We're
the
birds, yeah, I
term
know.
fish talks about?
If you wouldn't be specific, Mark could be an animal because dinosaurs. No offense, Mark.
That's
I mean,
true.
people are animals, yeah.
I mean, Wolf does have 2 wolves inside him, and both of them are
You
gay.
can go Belgian Hunter from Bell.
I will just remind my team of Red Operatives that we have 1 minute and 30 seconds globally. So I will say
We skip that.
Skip or let him pick.
Oh, cowards! Cafe, give us a 6th one so we can win.
So, Coffee, we know that No Sharko is one of ours, so you don't have to give us a hint that is No Sharko.
It's not No Sharko. Give it time.
It is.
You don't know.
It is No Sharko
I know
because
what it
it's not. If gambling is not Cyril, then it's me.
True.
I'm also a gambler,
Oh, I
technically.
forgot.
Megino. Matroshka.
Whoa.
Moscow.
There we go.
Okay.
Then I think yeah.
Purely a bell.
I got you.
I disagree, but I don't know how well Cap knows Sharko. So.
I did think about gambling cards as well, but yeah.
It's also Jack.
We either got very lucky, or that
Yeah.
was exactly what she was thinking. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, do a blind guess. Oh wait, no, never mind. We passed.
No, we did our guess was no.
Yeah, we did the.
Let it ride.
Maybe. By the way, those of you that played Ractal, whenever you go to the circles, do you go let it ride when you make it go higher?
What?
Oh, you mean when you are upgrading
Pretty
your
sure,
stats
right?
in your
Let it ride.
Ractal?
I did say let it ride during the slot machine.
Oh, Vira.
Closing.
Nice.
I mean, the jumper's a piece of clothing.
Cyril, the ones are cowardly. Play with 2 and up. Be a man.
Play with both of these nuts.
Unless you were like for torn clothing. But yeah, it's fine.
Thorn? No, you're thinking of Torn.
Oh,
Thorn is like
Thorn
a-
clothes.
Yeah, there's a
Torn,
solid
yeah.
difference.
Torn clothes.
Yes. I'm sorry, my brain is not brainy right now.
Can we pick a random one because we're in the lead, or do we
Mona
say-
Lisa wears clothes. Anyone notice that?
Right?
You don't, right?
Oh my god, true. I think Morg does that.
Oh, come on, boo. Rigged.
Honest to God, I was just thinking about a Speedwagon, so I was like, yeah, this is Speedwagon.
Speedwagon.
I like speed.
Cafe, give us a 6
I
card.
hate it when JoJo fans win. I mean, what?
I love it when JoJo fans win.
Well, JoJo fans are JoJo fans, so they.
I only watched JoJo till Stardust Crusaders, and I didn't like it that much, so it was like,
JoJo fans stay winning.
I like the first season.
Oh, I always forget the number. I'm so sorry. I'm not smart.
I disagree.
Well, you know, Harry is also
There.
A root?
a root. Have you ever watched Meginos?
It was me.
Oh yeah, this building
Okay.
stole 100 Meginos, you know?
100 Meginos? That's a
If
pretty short building.
I just said measurement in slippers was beyond my head. Like earlier.
Okay, we picked one.
Oh yeah, what he
more.
said.
Yeah,
Oh,
something else.
slipper because there's one unit.
Yeah.
No, because it's 2 sleepers. They're 1 unit, 1 team.
And I would use slippers
So
as a
funny.
measurement.
No, who uses sleepers as a
Okay, hold on.
measurement? What, are you hot?
Remner, focus. Nani, do we
I know what
guess
Remnant means.
a word?
Let's see, what have we missed?
We do need to guess because they are ahead of us and they will win.
Maybe.
Our
I
odds
say
are very
no.
strong in guessing something that's ours, I suppose. We need to look at things and make sure that they're not things that she would have combined in her current words.
Yeah.
What the fuck are
then
you
they might be
talking
thinking
about?
she was
She's
deliberately
going 1
avoiding
and
it.
1. They found everything.
No, it's like, for example, she didn't go VTubers, so clearly all the names are not together, right?
If she went gamble instead of casino, then maybe she's avoiding card, for example.
Yeah, like card and jack, for example. A jack is like poker. You know, poker would be like a jack and card.
Yeah, she would have said poker for those, so it probably isn't either of
There's
those.
blind is also kind of related to cards.
That's
poker.
also true. We
She
can
said
go...
Batman, though.
Yeah, we did do that.
Yeah, and America
feel
was
like-
not our word.
You have 5 seconds.
Okay, just pick one.
Megino? Okay.
Okay.
Easy.
Oh, thank you, W. McGino.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Megino.
That's my girl sister, baby.
I want to give you an assist. Just change my color.
That's very deep through that.
4.
Noah's
Five.
name, Jack's name.
Names.
7.
Technically, Mark's name.
Noah's a name. Mona Lisa's
God
a
damn, sir,
name.
what these-
There's 3
I mean,
names.
I'm gonna go with Jack
Names.
first.
Yeah, Jack
Yeah, I'll go with
first.
Jack first.
And then Noah.
7.
I guess
Oh,
she
it was
didn't
more.
know that one.
Bell is also a name.
Arigato.
Bell is also a name.
I'm just gonna say I hope you didn't go for Mona Lisa for a name, or I will eat your gacha phones.
Let's see.
Lisa's a name?
Good.
Yeah, but it's not
use
Mona
Gacha
Lisa.
on my phone.
Bell is also a name. Mog is also a name. By the way, Cafe, just pick 5 so we can just.
No.
I got
Rose.
Why is Mona Lisa not-
Yeah, like there's 3 here, but
I'm going
Yeah.
for one right away. It has to be fun.
I think Rose got
I think garden. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think garden is more likely. Hold on, let me. Yeah, I would say garden.
Otherwise, she would have said something like weed, which have roots and a thorn.
Yeah.
No, wizard.
Hello, Dr. Ronan. Hi.
Yippee.
We can go. The guess.
We only have one card left. We're kind of.
So root is probably not right?
Yeah.
We can exclude
Yeah.
Moo.
Head. We can go
It's not rude, it's not card, it's probably not blind.
Boy.
Boy.
Hear me out. It could be this.
No, it's a name. It's a name. It could be a name, right? It could be their card.
Could also be our cards as 2 names.
I think it's.
I think.
We avoid
I
that one.
think
We avoid that one.
because what I think happened was that because we. Actually, I don't want to talk about it. Just trust.
They still have to figure out which one it is.
We have like 40 seconds, so.
I don't know. You could try. Go gamble.
It could
Go
be this
Gamba?
one. It could be
Kick?
this one.
A kick is related to
It could be this
nothing.
one.
Yeah.
It could be this one.
Ain't that
That's the only ones it could be.
Blind as
One in 4
well.
chance, right? Well, technically, we could get 1 of 2 cards.
20
here, actually.
seconds.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
The coffee
Is it a hint, Captain? Is it a hint?
No. 20. Which one? Sharko, which one you? Oh.
That's a dog.
That's a dog.
We had to give us something.
We just need one more win. And we got it. Oh, there we go.
Oh. Magino get her.
Killing you for that.
Oh, it was Mog! Oh my god.
Okay, listen.
No,
End card.
I
I
wanted
did this
to
on
move.
purpose. I did this on purpose.
Oh,
I
okay.
actually knew you guys would choose Jack and Noah, and it would confuse them with Mog.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I thought Mog was not it because
Yeah.
I was like, okay, if Megino, we picked Megino and then you went for names, that means Mog is one of the names. Yeah,
So
you got me.
basically, Cyril chose
I gambled there, I
a
gambled.
clue.
I trust
that could have
Cyril.
been any color.
Literally gambled, and you know why? Because Remno said, "Oh, just choose 2 and more." There we go. I did.
No, this is actually a very smart thing to do. To be like, oh, whatever 5, and you have like you get the standards at this point in the game. You get the standard ones, and then you try to get random extras. If you
And
like
I
to
was
have-
holding. I was holding my laughter when Sharko was like, no, it's not Mog, it's not Mog. And I'm like, okay.
If I had explained the thing, they might have gone for Mog and then we could have won, which is really funny.
Yeah.
True.
Because it would have been like, oh, okay, it has to be Mog because of this reasoning.
We got Rose. We got Rose.
You got Thorn and Garden with Rose.
Which was very, very good.
Cav, can I ask about what happened with Card and Gamble?
Pretty sure it
Oh.
was hard, right?
Yeah, it was Gambler.
Oh, it was Gambler.
It was Gamble.
No, it was Gamble. It was
wasn't
Gamble.
Oh, was it
Yeah,
Gamble?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it was
It was
Gamble.
Oh, it was Gamble, yeah.
It's a gamble.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I wonder who they're gonna pick. People picking my cards.
So, what are we gonna do, guys? Are we
I think I should
anyone,
wrap up.
anyone is gonna keep on streaming, or do we wanna kind of like this?
If
I-
we're ending, I'm gonna end.
For me, it's
I mean,
sleep
if you guys
time.
want to make this like an all-night thing, then we should have a break at least.
No.
No.
I think,
And I'm getting hungry.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of wrapping it up and
No, I fell out.
maybe we can maybe we
After
can
you
rate all into the
rebooted,
same
you can't
person.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Like, if
Is
you
someone? Cafe disconnected again. No.
Oh, that's why she danced. Coffee. Wait, she's not in the call either.
Oh.
Yeah, she kind of fell out. I don't
No,
know.
she's in the call.
I'm back. Oh, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Cafe hates us.
I'm so sorry, I hate you all.
Cav, I wanted to ask, was no Sharko what you meant by Gamble?
No.
I didn't think so.
I was Card. Oh my god.
What was it, Cyril?
Card.
Or was it
No.
It was Card.
I did not think of Cyril. Because I think of when I think of gambling, like
Card?
it's poker card.
I will say, Gamble is a very dangerous one to go for when blind is the black card, because blind is what you call your pre-placed bet in poker, for example.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, I would have not
I didn't know that
chosen.
either.
I would have gone for blind because I know poker is
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would probably
reconnect the shot.
because of Balatron. That's all I know.
Oh right, yeah, Balatron also uses that.
Dave is streaming. Momomo is streaming too.
True.
Oh wait,
Oh.
are we looking for streamers to raid?
Yeah.
Raid out too.
Can you
Oh, God.
put,
Is anyone
streamer names in
of
chat?
you guys streaming,
Discord
or
chat.
are we all stopping?
Moral, Dougie,
I
Moral,
was gonna, but then we kept going, so
We're
no.
wrapping up.
I'm gonna stop as well.
Fab is streaming.
Fab?
Oh.
True, I've never been by Fab. Like, because of the late night.
Not the shark Fab.
Ah, okay. Wait, what Fab?
Our Fab, the blurper, the other Fab.
Can you put Fab's name in the Discord chat real quick so I can start?
Why do we not
And
go for Fab?
Cheryl is streaming.
How about we go for Fab Lepore because he
There
has
you
the
go.
lowest viewers, so we can make his stream absolutely poppin' for no reason.
True.
Yeah.
And it'll be
And
You
and
bought
he's
it,
playing-
bet him.
And he's playing Jedi Academy. Cool game.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna give Fab a shout.
Star Wars.
Chat.
Okay, chat. We just go Star Wars sucks raid so we can piss.
No, don't do
We're gonna do Ox raid. Everyone in my
May the raid be with you.
May the raid be
May
with
the
you.
raid be with you.
Okay.
Yes. Please
gonna start
use
the
that
raid.
as a raid
Start
message.
the raid.
May the
Okay.
raid be with you.
Okay.
Okay, start the raid.
Hi, Kaz. Hi.
Hi, Cass.
Hello,
I
everyone.
guess we need to find like a good emo for it.
Hi, guys.
Thank
I mean, how
you
much fun.
for joining. It was great fun. I enjoed myself. Thank
It
you for
was
inviting
really
me.
fun.
Thank you for
We should
coming.
collab more. Sarko, do you have
for hanging out, Sarah.
gold?
Huh?
It was great fun.
There you go.
Okay,
Cop out for the guys who wants to.
I do this.
They-
May the
they
raid
hate
be with
it.
you. I'll do this.
Big appreciation.
Please love yourself. Take care of yourself. Do your dailies.
Thank you to all collab mates.
Yeah, thank you to everybody.
Players.
Thank you. It was great fun.
Thank you for all your patience with everything as well.
Thank you for being reasonably polite and orderly, considering we had like no plan.
I'm making a raid. What the heck?
I'm going in.
Oh, 7 soldier. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.